A Tangled Web by Joe Haldeman. Your spaceport bars fall into two distinct groups, the ones for the baggage and the ones for the crew. I was baggage this trip, but didn't feel like paying the prices that people who space for fun can afford. The facilities directory listed under food and drink 4 establishments: the Hartford Club, inevitably, the Silver Slipper Lounge, Antoine's, and Slim Jones Bar and Grill. I went to a currency exchange booth first, assuming that Slim Joan was no better at arithmetic than most bartenders, and cashed in 100th share of Hartford stock. Then I took the drop lift down to the bottom level. That the bar's door was right at the drop lift down to the exit would be a dead giveaway even if its name had been the Bell, Book, and Candle. Baggage don't generally like to fall 10 stories, no matter how slowly. It smelled right, stir-fry and stale beer, and the low lighting suggested economy rather than atmosphere. Slim Joan turned out to be about 100,000 grams of transvestite. Well, I hadn't come for the scenery. The clientele seemed about evenly mixed between humans and others, most of the aliens being Tang, since this was Alberio 3. I've got nothing against the company of aliens, but if I was going to spend all week wrapping my jaws around Tangish, I preferred to mix my drinking with some human tongue. "Speak English?" I asked Slim Joan. "Some," he, she, it growled. "You would drink something?" I never heard a Russian Brooklyn accent before. I ordered a double sake, cold and Russian, and took it to an empty booth. One of the advantages of being a Hartford interpreter is that you can order a drink in 100 different languages and dialects. Saves money. They figure if you can speak the lingo, you can count your change. I was freelancing this trip, though, working for a real estate cartel that wanted to screw the tang out of the few thousand square kilometers of useless seashore property. It wouldn't stay useless, of course. Alberio 3 is a real garden of a planet, but most people never see it. The tachyon nexus is down by Alberio 1, which we in the trade refer to as Armpit, and not many people take the local hop out to 3. Armpit's the stopover on the Earth-Samler run. Star Lodge Limited was hoping to change that situation. I couldn't help eavesdropping on the tangs behind me. I'm not a snoop. It's a side effect of the hypnotic induction learning process. One of them was leaving for Earth today, and the other was full of useful advice. He, they have 7 singular pronoun classes, depending on the individual's age and estrus condition, was telling her never to make any reference to human body odor, no matter how vile it may be. He might also tell her not to breathe on anyone. One of the byproducts of their metabolism was butyl nitrate, which smells like well-aged socks and makes humans get all faint and cross-eyed. I've worked with Tangs a few times before, and they're some of my favorite people. Very serious, very honest, and their logic is closer to human logic than most. But they are strange-looking. Imagine a perambulating haystack with an elephant trunk protruding. They have 2 arms under the pile of yellow hair, but it's impolite to take them out in public unless one is engaged in physical work. They do have sex in public, constantly, but it takes a zoologist with a magnifying glass to tell when. He wanted her to bring back some Kentucky bourbon and Swiss chocolate. Their metabolism parts company with ours over proteins and fats, but they love our carbohydrates and alcohol. The alcohol has a psychedelic sort of effect on them, and sugar leaves them plastered. A human walked in and stood blinking in the half-light. I recognized him and shrank back into the booth. Too late. He strode over and stuck out his hand. "Dick Navarro!" "Hello, Pete." I shook his hand once. "What brings you here? Hartford business?" Pete was also an interpreter. "Oh, no," he said in Arabic. "Only journeying." "Knock it off," I said in Serbo-Croatian. "Isn't your native language English?" I added in Greek. "Sure it is. Yours?" "English or Spanish. Have a seat." I smacked my lips twice at Slim Joan, and she came over with a menu. "To be eating, you want?" "Niet," he said. "Vodka." I told her I'd take another. "So what are you doing here?" Pete asked. "Business." "Hartford?" "Nope." "Secret?" "That's right." Actually, they hadn't said anything about it being secret, but I knew Peter Lafitte. He wasn't just passing through. We both sat silently for a minute, listening to the tangs. We had to smile when he explained to her how to decide which public bathroom to use when. This was important to humans, he said. Slim Joan came with the drinks, and Pete paid for both. A bad sign. "How did that Spica business finally turn out?" he asked. "Badly." Lafitte and I had worked together on a partition of rights hearing on Spike of 4, with the Confederacion actually bucking Hartford over an alien rights problem. I couldn't get the humans to understand that the minerals had souls, and I couldn't get the natives to believe that refining the minerals didn't affect their spiritual status. It came to a show of force, and the natives backed down. I wouldn't like to be there in 20 years, though. Yeah, I was glad to be recalled. Arcturus all over. That's what I tried to tell them. Arcturus wasn't a regular stop anymore, not since a ship landed and found every human artistically dismembered. You're just sightseeing? This has always been one of my favorite planets. Nothing to do. Not for you city boys. The fishing is great, though. Aha. Ocean fishing? Best in the Confederacion. I might give it a try. Where do you get a boat? He smiled and looked directly at me. Little coastal village. Panal. Smack in the middle of the tribal territory I'd been dickering for. I dutifully repeated the information into my ring. I changed the subject for a while, then I excused myself, saying I was time-lagging and had to get some sleep, which was true enough since the shuttle had stayed on armpit time and I was 8 hours out of phase with 3. But I bounced straight to the Hartford courier office. The courier on duty was Estelle Doring, whom I knew slightly. I cut short the pleasantries. How long to get a message to Earth? She studied the clock on the wall. You're out of luck if you want it hand-carried. I'm not going to armpit until tomorrow. 2 days on the shuttle and I'll miss the Earth run by half a day. If broadcast is all right, you can beam to armpit, and the courier there can take it along on the Tuesday run. That leaves in 72 minutes. Call it 19 minutes beam time. You know what you want to say? Yeah, set it up. I sat down at the customer's console. Star Lodge Limited, 642 East River, New York, 100992. Attention, Patrice Duval. You may have some competition here. Nothing open yet, but a guy we call Peter Rabbit is on the scene. Check Interpreters Guild and see who's paying Peter Lafitte. Change terms of sale? Please reply next Samler run. Ricardo Navarro, room 2048, Alberio Hilton. I wasn't sure what good the information would do me, unless they also found how much he was offering and authorized me to outbid him. At any rate, I wouldn't hear for 3 days, earliest. Sleep. Alberio 3, its real name is Al, rides a slow, sweeping orbit around Alberio A, the brighter of the 2 suns that make up the Alberio system. Alberio A is a close double star itself, but its white dwarf companion hugs so close that it's lost in the glare. At this time of day, Alberio B was visible low in the sky, a hard blue diamond too bright to stare at, and A was right overhead, a bloated golden ball. On the sandy beach below us, the flyer cast 2 shadows, dark blue and faint yellow, which raced to come together as we landed. Panal is a fishing village thousands of years old, on a natural harbor formed where a broad jungle river flows into the sea. Here on the beach were only a few pole huts with thatched roofs, where the fishers who worked the surf in shallow pools lived. Panal proper was behind a high stone wall, which protected it on one side from the occasional hurricane, and on the other from the interesting fauna of the jungle. I paid off my driver and told him to come back at second sundown. I took a deep breath and mounted the steps. There was an open-cage Otis elevator beside the stairs, but people didn't use it, only fish. The Tang are compulsive about geometry. This wall was a precise 1-to-2 rectangle, and the stairs mounted from one corner to the opposite in a satisfyingly Euclidean 26.5 degrees. A guardrail would have spoiled the harmony. The stairs were just wide enough for 2 Tang to pass, and the rise of each step was a good half-meter. By the time I got to the top, I was both tired and slightly terrified. A spacefaring man shouldn't be afraid of heights, and I'm not, so long as I'm in a vehicle. But when I attained the top of the wall and looked down the equally long and perilous flight of stairs to the ground level, I almost swooned. Why couldn't they simply have left a door in the wall? I sat there for a minute and looked down at the small city. The geometrical regularity was pleasing. Each building was either a cube or a stack of cubes, and the rock from which the city was built had been carefully sorted, so that each building was a uniform shade. They went from white marble through sandy yellow and salmon to pearly gray and obsidian. The streets were a regular matrix of red brick. I walked down, hugging the wall. At the bottom of the steps, a Tang sat on a low bench, watching the non-existent traffic. "Greetings," I clicked and snorted at him. "It certainly is a pleasant day." "Not everywhere," he grunted and wheezed back, an unusually direct response. "Are you waiting for me?" "Who can say? I am waiting." His trunk made a philosophical circle in the air. "If you had not come, who knows for what I would have been waiting?" "Well, that's true, that's true." He made a circle in the other direction, which I think meant, "What else?" I stood there for a minute, while he looked at me, or the ground, or the sky. You could never tell. "I hope this isn't a rude question," he said. "Will you forgive me if this is a rude question?" "I certainly will try." "Is your name Ika-o-Ival-o?" That was admirably close. "It certainly is." "You could follow me," he got up, "or enjoy the pleasant day." I followed him closely down the narrow street. If he got in a crowd, I'd lose him for sure. I couldn't tell an estrus 4 female from a neuter, not having sonar. They tell each other apart by sensing body cavities. Very romantic. We went through the center of town, where the well and the market square were. A few dozen Tang bargained over food, craft items, or abstractions. They were the most mercantile race on the planet, although they had sidestepped the idea of money in favor of labor equivalents. "For those 2 ugly fish, I will trade you an original sonnet about your daughter and 3 vile limericks for your next affinity group meeting. 4 limericks tops." We went into a large white building that might have been City Hall. It was evidently guarded, at least symbolically, since 2 Tangs stood by the door with their arms exposed. It was a single large room similar to a Terran mosque, with a regular pattern of square columns holding up the ceiling. The columns supported shelving in neat squares, up to about 2 meters. On the shelves were neat stacks of accordion-style books. Although the ceiling had inset squares of glass and gave adequate light, there was a strong smell of burnt fish oil, which meant the building was used at night. We had introduced them to electricity, but they used it only for heavy machinery and toys. The Tang led me to the farthest corner, where a large haystack was bent over a book, scribbling. They had to read or write with their heads a few centimeters from the book, since their light eyes were only good for close work. "It has happened as you foretold, Uncle." Not too amazing a prophecy, as I'd sent a message over yesterday. Uncle waved his nose in my direction. "Are you the same one who came 4 days ago?" "No, I have never been to this place. I am Ricardo Navarro, from the Star Lodge tribe." I grovel in embarrassment. Truly it is difficult to tell one human from another. To my poor eyes you look exactly like Peter Lafitte. Peter Rabbit is bald and ugly, with terrible ears. I have long curly hair, with only a trace of gray, and women have called me attractive. Please do not be embarrassed. This is often true when different peoples meet. Did my brother say what tribe he represented? I die. Oh, my hair falls out, and my flesh rots, and my bones are cracked by the hungry Ta'an. He drops me behind him all around the forest, and nothing will grow where his excrement from my marrow falls. As the years pass, the forest dies from the poison of my remains. The soil washes into the sea, and poisons the fish, and all die. Oh, the embarrassment! He didn't say. He said, but said not to tell you. That was that. Did he by some chance say he was interested in the small morsel of land I mentioned to you by courier long ago? No, he was not interested in the land. Can you tell me what he was interested in? He was interested in buying the land. Verbs. May I ask a potentially embarrassing question? He exposed his arms. We are businessmen. What were the terms of his offer? I die. I breathe in and cannot exhale. I explode all over my friends. They forget my name and pretend it is dung. They wash off in the square, and the well becomes polluted. All die. Oh, the embarrassment! He said not to tell me. That's right. Did you agree to sell him the land? That is a difficult question to answer. Let me rephrase the question. Is it possible that you might sell the land to my tribe? It is possible, if you offer better terms, but only possible in any case. This is embarrassing. I die, and, the last breath from my lungs is a terrible acid. It melts the seaward wall of the city, and a hurricane comes and washes it away. All die. Oh, the embarrassment. You're much better at that than he was. Thank you. But may I ask you to amplify as to the possibility? Certainly. Land is not a fish or an elevator. Land is something that keeps you from falling all the way down. It gives the sea a shore and makes the air stop. Do you understand? So far, please continue. Land is like time, but not in a mercantile sense. I can say, in return for the time it takes me to decide which one of you is the guilty party, you must give me such and so. But how can I say, in return for the land I am standing on, you must give me this and that? Nobody can step off the time, you see, but I can step off the land. And then what is it? Does it even exist, in a mercantile sense? These questions and corollaries to them have been occupying some of our finest minds ever since your courier came long ago. May I make a suggestion? Please do. Anything might help. Why not just sell it to the tribe that offers the most? No, you don't see. Forgive me. You Terrans are very simple-minded people, for all your marvelous Otis elevators and starships. This does not embarrass me to say, because it is meant to help you understand yourself. If you were Tang, you would have to pay for it. You see, there are 3 mercantile classes. Things and services may be of no worth, of measurable worth, or of infinite worth. Land has never been classified before, and it may belong in any of the categories. But, Uncle, the Lafitte and I have offered to buy the land. Surely that eliminates the first class. Oh, you poor Terran. I would hate to see you try to buy a fish. You must think of all the implications. I die. I have a terrible fever in my head, and it gets hotter and hotter until my head is a fire, a forge, a star. I set the world on fire, and everybody dies. Oh, the embarrassment. What implications? Here is the simplest. If the land has finite value, when at best all it does is keep things from falling all the way down, how much is air worth? Air is necessary for life, and it makes fires burn. If you pay for land, do you think we should let you have air for free? An interesting point, I said, thinking fast and tangly. But you have answered it yourself. Since air is necessary for life, it is of infinite value, and not even one breath can be paid for with all the riches of the universe. Oh, poor one! How can you have gotten through life without losing your feet? Air would be of infinite worth to us only if life were of infinite worth, and even so little as I know of your rich and glorious history proves conclusively that you place very little value on life. Other people's lives, at any rate. Sad to say, our own history contains a similarly bone-hungry period. Neither are we that way now, Uncle. I die. My brain turns to hungry maggots. I talked with Uncle for an hour or so, but got nothing out of it save a sore, soft palate. When I got back to the hotel, there was a message from Peter Lafitte, asking whether I would like to join him at Antoine's for dinner. No, I would not like to, but under the circumstances it seemed prudent. I had to rent a formal tunic from the bell-bot. Antoine's has all the joie de vivre of a frozen halibut, which puts it on a par with every other French restaurant off earth. We started with an artichoke vinaigrette that should have been left to rot in the hydroponics tank, then a fillet of beef from some local animal that I doubt was even warm-blooded. All this served by a waiter who was a Canadian with a fake Parisian accent. But we also had a bottle of Phony Puy Puissé, followed by a bottle of Ersatz Burgundy, followed by a bottle of synthetic Chateau d'Yquem. Then they cleared the table and set a bottle of brandy between us, and the real duel began. Short duel, it turned out. So, how long is your vacation going to last? I made a gesture that was admirably economical. Not long at these prices. Well, there's always Slim Jones. He poured himself a little brandy, and me a lot. How about yourself? Ran into a snag, I said. Have to wait until I hear from Earth. They're not easy to work with, are they? Terrans? I'm one myself. The Tang, I mean. He stared into his glass and swirled the liquor. Terrans as well, though. Could I set to you a hypothetical proposition? My favorite kind, I said. The brandy stung my throat. Suppose you were a peaceable sort of fellow. I am. Slightly fuzzy, but peaceable. And you were on a planet to make some agreement with the natives. I nodded seriously. Billions of bucks involved. Trillions. That would really be something, I said. Yeah. Now further suppose that there's another Terran on this planet who, is seeking to make the same sort of agreement. Must happen all the time. For trillions, Dick? Trillions? Hypothetical trillions. Bad brandy, but strong. Now, the people who are employing you are absolutely ruthless. Marisota, I said, the Tang word for bone-hungry. Close to it, anyhow. That's right. He was starting to blur. More wine than I'd thought. Stop at nothing. Now, how would you go about warning the other Terran? My fingers were icy cold, and the sensation was crawling toward my elbows. My chin slipped off my hand, and my head was so heavy I could hardly hold it up. I stared at the two fuzzy images across the table. Peter, the words came out slowly, and then not at all. You aren't drinking... Terrible brandy, isn't it? My vision went away, although it felt as if my eyes were still open. I heard my chin hit the table. Waiter! I heard the man come over and make sympathetic noises. My friend has had a little too much to drink. Would you help me get him to the bellbot? I couldn't even feel them pick me up. I'll take this brandy. He might want some in the morning. Jolly. I finally lapsed into unconsciousness while we were waiting for the elevator, the bellbot lecturing me about temperance. I woke up the next afternoon on the cold tile floor of my suite's bathroom. I felt like I'd been taken apart by an expert surgeon and reassembled by an amateur mechanic. I looked at the tile for a long time. Then I sat for a while and studied the interesting blotches of color floating between my eyes and my brain. When I thought I could survive it, I stood up and took 4 hangaways. I sat and started counting. Hangaways hit you like a pile driver. At 80, the adrenaline shock came. Tunnel vision and millions of tiny needles being pushed out through your skin. Rivers of sweat, cathedral bells tolling, your head the clapper. Then the dry heaves, and it was over. I staggered to the phone and ordered some clear soup and a couple of cold beers. Then I stood in the shower and contemplated suicide. By the time the soup came, I was contemplating homicide. The soup stayed down, and by the second beer I was feeling almost human. Neanderthal, anyhow. I made some enquiries. Lafitte had checked out. No shuttle had left, so he was either still on the planet or he had his own ship, which was possible if he was working for the outfit I suspected he was working for. I invoked the holy name of Hartford, trying to find out to whom his expenses had been billed. Cash. I tried to order my thoughts. If I reported Lafitte's action to the guild, he would be disbarred. Either he didn't care, because they were paying him enough to retire in luxury, for which I knew he had a taste, or he actually thought I was not going to get off the planet alive. I discarded the dramatic second notion. Last night he could have more easily killed me than warned me. Or had he actually tried to kill me, the talk just being insurance in case I didn't ingest a fatal dose? I had no idea what the poison could have been. That sort of knowledge isn't relevant to my line of work. I suppose the thoroughly rational thing would have been to sit tight and let him have the deal. The fortunes of Star Lodge were infinitely less important to me than my skin. He could probably offer more than I anyhow. The phone chimed. I thumbed the vision button, and a tiny haystack materialized over the end table. Greetings. How is the weather? Indoors it's fine. Are you Uncle? Not now. Inside the council building I am Uncle. I see. Can I perform some worthless service for you? For yourself, perhaps. Pray continue. Our council is meeting with the Lafitte this evening, with the hope of resolving the question about the mercantile nature of land. I would be embarrassed if you did not come too. The meeting will be at Alang, in the council building. I would not cause you embarrassment, but could it possibly be postponed? He exposed his arms. We are meeting. He disappeared, and I spent a few minutes translating Alang into human time. The Tang divide their day into a complicated series of varying time intervals, depending on the positions of the suns and states of appetite and estrus condition. Came through a little before 10 o'clock. Plenty of time. I could report Lafitte, and probably should, but decided I'd be safer not doing so, retaining the threat of exposure for use as a weapon. I wrote a brief description of the situation, and felt a twinge of fear on writing the word syndicate, and sealed it in an envelope. I wrote the address of the Hartford Translators Guild across the seal, and bounced up to the courier's office. Estelle Doring stared at me when I walked into the office. "Ricardo, you look like a corpse warmed over." "Rough night," I said. "Touch of food poisoning. I never eat that tang stuff." "Good policy." I set the envelope in front of her. "I'm not sure whether to send this or not. If I don't come get it before the next shuttle, take it to Armpit and give it to the next Earth courier." She nodded slowly and read the address. "Why so mysterious?" "Just a matter of guild ethics. I wanted to write it down while it was still fresh. I'd never seen a truly penetrating stare before. But I might have more information tonight that would invalidate it." "If you say so, Ricardo." She slipped the envelope into a drawer. I backed out, mumbling something inane. Down to Slim Jones for a sandwich of stir-fried vegetables and Syrian bread. Slightly rancid and too much curry, but I didn't dare go to the council meeting on an empty stomach. Tang sonar would scan it, and they would make a symbolic offer of bread, which couldn't be refused. Estelle was partly right about Tang food. One bit of the bread contained enough mescaline to make you see interesting things for hours. I'd had enough of that for a while. I toyed with the idea of taking a weapon. There was a rental service in the pharmacy to accommodate the occasional sporting type, and I could pick up a laser or a tranquilizer there. But there would be no way to conceal it from the Tang sonar. Besides, Lafitte isn't the kind of person who would employ direct violence. But if it actually were the syndicate behind Lafitte, they might well have sent more than one person here. They certainly could afford it. A hitter. But then why would Lafitte set up the elaborate poisoning scene? Why not simply arrange an accident? My feet were taking me toward the pharmacy. Wait, be realistic. You haven't fired a gun in 20 years. Even then you couldn't hit the ground with a rock. If it came to a burnout, you'd be the one who got crisped. Better to leave their options open. I decided to compromise. There was a large clasp knife in my bag that would at least help me psychologically. I went back up to my room. I thumbed the lock, and realized that the cube I'd heard playing was my own. The door slid open, and there was Lafitte, lounging on my sofa, watching an old movie. "Dick, you're looking well. How the hell did you get in here?" He held up his thumb and stripped a piece of plastic off the fleshy part. "We have our resources." He sat up straight. "I hear you're taking a flyer out to Pa'anal. Shall we divide the cost?" There was a bottle of wine and a bucket of ice at his feet. I got a glass out of the bathroom and helped myself. "I suppose you charged this to my room." I turned off the cube. He shrugged. "You poked me for dinner last night, mon frère. Passing out like that." I raised the glass to my lips, flinched, and set it down untouched. "Speaking of resources, what was in that brandy? And who are these resourceful friends?" "The wine's all right. You seemed agitated. I gave you a calmative." "A horse calmative? Is it the syndicate?" He waved that away. "The syndicate's a myth. You don't take me for an idiot. I've been doing this for almost as long as you have." Every 10 years or so there was a fresh debunking, but the money and bodies kept piling up. "You have indeed." He concentrated on picking at a hangnail. "How much is Star Lodge willing to pay?" I tried not to react. "How much is the syndicate?" "If the syndicate existed," he said carefully, "and if it were they who had retained me, don't you think I would try to use that fact to frighten you away?" "Maybe not directly. Last night you said desperate men." "I was drunk." "No, not Peter Rabbit. Not on a couple bottles of wine." I just looked at him. "All right," he said. "I was told to use any measure short of violence." "Poisoning isn't violence." "Tranquilizing, not poisoning. You couldn't have died." He poured himself some wine. "Top yours off?" "I've become a solitary drinker." He poured the contents of my glass into his. "I might be able to save you some trouble. If you'll only tell me what terms— A case of Jack Daniels and all they can eat at Slim Jones. That might do it, he said unsmilingly. But I can offer 1,500 shares of Hartford. That was $150 million. Half again what I'd been authorized. Just paper to them. Or 1,000,000 cases of booze, if that's the way they want it. He checked his watch. Isn't our flyer waiting? I supposed it would be best to have him along to keep an eye on him. The one who closes the deal pays for the trip? All right. On the hour-long flyer ride, I considered various permutations of what I could offer. My memory had been jammed with the wholesale prices of various kinds of machinery, booze, candy, and so forth, along with their mass and volume, so I could add in the shipping costs from Earth to Armpit to Alberio 3. Lafitte surely had similar knowledge. I could only hope that his figure of 1,500 shares was a bluff. I had good incentive to bargain well. Star Lodge would give me a bonus of up to 10% of the difference between 1,000 shares and whatever the settlement came to. If I brought it in at 900, I'd be a millionaire. We were turning inland. The walls of the city made a pink rectangle against the towering jungle. I tapped the pilot on the shoulder. Can you land inside the city? Not unless you want to jump from the top of a building. I can set you on the wall, though. I nodded. Can't take the climb, Dick? Getting old? No need to waste steps. The flyer was a little wider than the wall, and it teetered as we stepped out. I tried to look just at my feet. Beautiful from up here, Lafitte said. Look at that sunset. Half the large sun's disk was visible on the jungle horizon, a deeper red than Earth's sun ever shone. The bloody light stained the surf behind us purple. It was already dark in the city below. The smell of rancid fish oil burning drifted up to us. Lafitte managed to get the inside lane of the staircase. I tried to keep my eyes on him and the wall as we negotiated the high steps. Believe me, he said, a phrase guaranteed to inspire trust. It would make both our jobs easier if I could tell you who I'm representing, but I really am sworn to secrecy. An oblique threat deserves an oblique answer. You know I can put you in deep trouble with the Standards Committee, poisoning a guild brother. Your word against mine. And the bellbots, the head waiters, the wine stewards. You did have quite a bit to drink. A couple of bottles of wine won't knock me out. Your capacity is well known. I don't think you want a hearing investigating it, though. Not at your age. 2 years till retirement? 20 months. I was rounding off, he said. Yes, I did check. I wondered whether you might be in the same position as I am. My retirement's less than 2 months away. This is my last big-money job, so you must understand my enthusiasm. I didn't answer. He wasn't called Rabbit for lack of enthusiasm. As we neared the bottom, he said, Suppose you weren't to oppose me too vigorously. Suppose I could bring in the contract at a good deal less than— Don't be insulting. In the dim light from the torches sputtering below, I couldn't read his expression. 10% of my commission wouldn't be insulting. I stopped short. He climbed down another step. I can't believe even you— Verdad, just joking, he laughed unconvincingly. Everyone knows how starchy you are, Dick. I know better than most. I'd fined him several times during the years I was head of the Standards Committee. We walked automatically through the maze of streets, our guides evidently having taken identical routes. Both of us had eidetic memories, of course, that being a minimum prerequisite for the job of interpreter. I was thinking furiously. If I couldn't out-bargain the rabbit, I'd have to somehow finesse him. Was there anything I knew about the Tang value system that he didn't? Assuming that this council would decide that land was something that could be bought and sold. I did have a couple of interesting proposals in my portfolio that I'd written up during the 2-week trip from Earth. I wondered whether Lafitte had seen them. The lock didn't appear to have been tampered with, and it was the old-fashioned magnetic key type. You can pick it, but it won't close afterwards. We turned a corner, and there was the council building at the end of the street, impressive in the flickering light, its upper reaches lost in darkness. Lafitte put his hand on my arm, stopping. I've got a proposition. Not interested. Hear me out now. This is straight. I'm empowered to take you on as a limited partner. How generous. I don't think Star Lodge would like it. What I mean is Star Lodge. You hold their power of attorney, don't you? Unlimited on this planet, but don't waste your breath. We get an exclusive or nothing at all. Actually, the possibility had never been discussed. They couldn't have known I was going into a competitive bidding situation. If they had, they certainly wouldn't have sent me here slow freight. For an extra 50 shares, I could have gone first class and been here a week before Peter Rabbit, could have sewn up the thing and been headed home before he got to Armpit. Star Lodge had a knack for picking places that were about to become popular, along with impressive media power to make sure they did, and on dozens of worlds they did have literally exclusive rights to tourism. Hartford might own a spaceport hotel, but it wasn't really competition, and they were usually glad to hand it over to Star Lodge anyhow. Hartford, with its ironclad lock on the Tachyon Drive, had no need to diversify. There was no doubt in my mind that this was the pattern Star Lodge had in mind for Alberio III. It was a perfect setup, the beach being a geological anomaly. There wasn't another decent spot for a hotel within 2,000 kilometers of the spaceport. Just bleak mountain tops sprouting occasionally out of jungles full of large and hungry animals. But maybe I could lead the rabbit on. I leaned up against a post that supported a guttering torch. At any rate, I certainly couldn't consider entering into an agreement without knowing who you represent. He looked at me impassively for a second. Outfit called A.W. Stoner Industries. I laughed out loud. Real name, I mean. I'd never heard of Stoner, and I do keep in touch. That's the name I know them by. No concern not listed in Standard, Poor, and Tomb could come up with 9 figures for extraterrestrial real estate speculation. No legitimate concern, I mean. There you go again, he said mildly. I believe they're a coalition of smaller firms. I don't. Let's go. Back in my luggage I had a nasal spray that deadened the sense of smell. Before we even got inside, I knew I should have used it. The air was gray with fish oil smoke, and there were more than 100 tangs sitting in neat rows. I once was treated to a fish kill in Texas, where a sudden ecological disaster had resulted in windrows of rotting fish piled up on the beach. This was like walking along that beach using an old sock for a muffler. By Lafitte's expression, he was also unprepared. We both walked forward with slightly greenish cheerfulness. A tang in the middle of the first row stood up and approached us. "Uncle?" I ventured, and he waved his snout in affirmation. "We have come to an interim decision," he said. "Interim?" Lafitte said. "Were my terms unacceptable?" "I die. My footprints are cursed. I walk around the village not knowing that all who cross where I have been will stay in Estrus Zero and bear no young. Eventually all die. Oh, the embarrassment! We want to hear the terms of Navarro's tribe. Then perhaps a final decision may be made." That was frighteningly direct. I'd tried for an hour to tell him our terms before, but he'd kept changing the subject. "May I hear the terms of Lafitte's tribe?" I asked. "Certainly. Would Lafitte care to state them, or should I?" "Proceed, Uncle," Lafitte said, and then in Spanish, "Remember the possibility of a partnership. If we get to haggling—" I stopped listening to Rabbit as Uncle began a long litany of groans, creaks, pops, and whistles. I kept running total of wholesale prices and shipping costs. Bourbon, rum, brandy, gin, candy bars, raw sugar, honey, pastries, nets, computers, garbage composters, water purifying plant, hunting weapons. When he stopped, I had a total of only H620. "Your offer, Navarro? Could it include these things as a subset?" I had to be careful. Lafitte was probably lying about the 1,500, but I didn't want to push him so hard he'd be able to go over 1,000 on the next round, and I didn't want to bring out my big guns until the very end. "I can offer these things and 3 times the specified quantity of rum." The largest rum distillery in the world was a subsidiary of Star Lodge. "And furthermore, free you from the rigors of the winter harvest, with 26 fully programmed mechanical farm laborers." The winters here were not even cool by Earth standards, but something about the season made the local animals restless enough occasionally to jump over the walls that normally protected farmland. "These mechanical workers would not be good to eat? For the animals?" "No, they would be very hard for the animals even to damage." There was a lot of whispered conversation. Uncle conferred with the tang at the front of each row, then returned. I die. Before I die, my body turns hair-side in. People come from everywhere to see the insides of themselves, but the sight makes them lose will, and all die. Oh, the embarrassment! The rum is welcome, but we cannot accept the mechanical workers. When the beast eats someone, he sleeps, and can be killed and eaten in turn. If he does not eat, he will search, and in searching destroy crops. This we know to be true. Then allow me to triple the quantities of gin, bourbon, and brandy. I will add 2 tons each of vermouth and hydrochloric acid for flavoring. That came to about H710. This is gratefully accepted. Does your tribe, Lafitte, care to include these as a subset of your final offer? Final offer, Uncle? 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 eyes, 2 mouths. 2 offers. I die, Lafitte said. Where they bury me, the ground caves in. It swallows up the city, and all die. Oh, the embarrassment. Look, Uncle, that's the market law for material objects. You can't move land around. Its ownership is an abstraction. Uncle exposed one arm. The council tittered, and reached down and thumped the floor twice. The land is solid, therefore material. You can move it around with your machines. I myself saw you do this in my youth, when the spaceport was built. The market law applies. Lafitte smiled slowly. Then the Navarro's tribe can no longer bid. He's had 2. Uncle turned to the council and gestured toward Rabbit, and said, Is he standing on feet? And they cracked and snuffled at the joke. To Lafitte he said, The Navarro's offer was rejected, and he made a substitution. Yours was not rejected. Do you care to make his amended offer a subset of yours? If mine is rejected, can I amend it? This brought an even louder reaction. Poor one, Uncle said. No feet, no hands. That would be a 3rd offer. You must see that. All right. Lafitte began pacing. He said he would start with my amended offer and add the following things. The list was very long. It started with the hydroelectric generator and proceeded with objects of less and less value until he got down to individual bottles of exotic liqueurs. By then, I realized he was giving me a message. He was coming down as closely as he could to exactly 1,000 shares of Hartford. So we both had the same limit. When we finished, he looked right at me and raised his eyebrows. Victory is sweet. If the Rabbit had bothered to spend a day or 2 in the marketplace watching transactions, he wouldn't have tried to defeat me by arithmetic. He wouldn't have tried by accretion to force me into partnership. Uncle looked at me and bared his arms for a split second. Your tribe, Navarro. Would you include this offer as a subset of your final offer? What Rabbit apparently didn't know was that this bargaining by pairs of offers was a formalism. If I simply add to his last offer, the haggling would start all over again, with each of us allowed another pair, and so on and on. I unlocked my briefcase and took out 2 documents. No, I merely wish to add 2 inducements to my own previous offer. Sounds of approval and expectation. Lafitte stared, his expression unreadable. These contracts are in Spanish. Can you read them, Uncle? No, but there are 2 of us who can. I know how you like to travel. I handed him one of the documents. This allows each of 500 tang a week's vacation on the planet of its choice, any planet where Star Lodge has facilities. What? Lafitte said in English. How the hell can you do that? Deadheading, I said. One of the council abruptly rose. Pardon me, he said in a weird parody of English. We have to be dead to take this vacation? That seems of little value. I was somewhat startled at that, in view of the other inducement I was going to offer. I told him it was an English term that had nothing to do with heads or death. Most of the Hartford vessels that leave this planet are nearly empty. It is no great material loss to Hartford to take along non-paying guests, so long as they do not displace regular passengers, and Hartford will ultimately benefit from an increase in tourism to Caal, so they were quite willing to make this arrangement with my tribe. The market value of this could be quite high, Uncle said. As much as 500 or 600 shares, I said, depending on how distant each trip is. Very well. And what is your other inducement? I won't say. I had to grin. It is a gift. The council chittered and tweeted in approval. Some even exposed their arms momentarily, in a semi-obscene gesture of fellowship. "What kind of game are you playing?" Peter Rabbit said. "They like surprises and riddles." I made a polite sound requesting attention and said, "There is one thing I will tell you about this gift. It belongs to all 3 mercantile classes. It is of no value, of finite value, and infinite value, all at once, and to all people." "When considered as being of infinite value," Uncle said, "how much is it worth in terms of Hartford stock?" "Exactly 100 shares. He rustled pleasantly at that, and went to confer with the others. "You're pretty clever, Dick," Rabbit said. "What? They don't get to find out what the last thing is unless they accept?" "That's right. It's done all the time. I was rather surprised that you didn't do it." He shook his head. "I've only negotiated with Tang off-planet. They've always been pretty conventional." I didn't ask him about all the fishing he had supposedly done here. Uncle came back and stood in front of us. "There is unanimity. The land will go to the Navarro's tribe. Now, what is the secret inducement, please? How can it be every class at once to all people?" I paused to parse out the description in Tangish. "Uncle, do you know of the Earth Corporation or tribe, Immortality Unlimited?" "No." Lafitte made a strange noise. I went on. "This Immortality Unlimited provides a useful service to humans who are apprehensive about death. They offer the possibility of revival. A person who avails himself of this service is frozen solid as soon as possible after death. The tribe promises to keep the body frozen until such time as science discovers a way to revive it. The service is expensive. You pay the tribe 1 full share of Hartford stock. They invest it, and take for themselves 1/10 of the income, which is their profit. A small amount is used to keep the body frozen. If and when revival is possible, the person is thawed and cured of whatever was killing him, and he will be comparatively wealthy. This has never been done with non-humans before, but there is nothing forbidding it. Therefore I purchased 100 spaces for Tang. I leave it to you to decide which 100 will benefit. You see, this is of no material value to any living person, because you must die to take advantage of it. However, it is also of finite worth, since each space costs 1 share of Hartford. It is also of infinite worth, because it offers life beyond death." The entire council applauded, a sound like a horde of locusts descending. Peter Rabbit made the noise of attention, and then he made it again, impolitely loud. "This is all very interesting, and I do congratulate the Navarro for his cleverness. However, the bidding is not over." There was a low, nervous whirring. "Better apologize first, Rabbit," I whispered. He bulled ahead. "Let me introduce a new mercantile class. Negative value." "Rabbit, don't." "This is an object or service that one does not want to have. I will offer not to give it to you if you accept my terms rather than the Navarro's. Many kilometers up the river there is a drum full of a very powerful poison. If I touch the button that opens it, all of the fish in the river, and for a great distance out into the sea, will die. You will have to move, or—" He trailed off. One by one, single arms snaked out, each holding a long, sharp knife. "Poison again, Rabbit? You're getting predictable in your old age." "Dick," he said hoarsely, "they're completely non-violent, aren't they?" "Except in matters of trade." Uncle was the last one to produce a knife. They moved toward us very slowly. "Unless you do something fast, I think you're about to lose your feet." "My God! I thought that was just an expression." "I think you better start apologizing. Tell them it was a joke." "I die!" he shouted, and they stopped advancing. "You play a joke on your friends and it backfires," I said in Greek. Rapidly, "I play a joke on my good friends and it backfires. Christ, Dick, help me." "Just tell the truth and embroider it a little. They know about negative value, but it's an obscenity." "I was employed by a tribe that did not understand mercantilism. They asked me, of all things, to introduce terms of negative value into a trivial transaction. My friends know I must be joking, and they laugh. They laugh so much they forget to eat. All die. Oh, the embarrassment." Uncle made a complicated pass with his knife. and it disappeared into his hay bale fur. All the other knives remained in evidence, and the Tang moved into a circle around us. "This machine in your pocket," Uncle said. "It is part of the joke?" Lafitte pulled out a small gray box. "It is. Do you want it?" "Put it on the floor. The fun would be complete if you stayed here while the Navarro took one of your marvelous floaters up the river. How far would he have to go to find the rest of the joke?" "About 12 kilometers, on an island in midstream." Uncle turned to me and exposed his arms briefly. "Would you help us with our fun?" The air outside was sweet and pure. I decided to wait a few hours for light. That was some years ago, but I still remember vividly going into the council building the next day. Uncle had divined that Peter Rabbit was getting hungry, and they'd filled him up with Tang bread. When I came in, he was amusing them with impersonations of various earth vegetables. The effect on his metabolism was not permanent, but when he left Alberio III, he was still having mild attacks of cabbageness. By the time I retired from Hartford, Star Lodge had finished its hotel and sports facility on the beach. I was the natural choice to manage it, of course, and though I was wealthy enough not to need employment, I took the job with enthusiasm. I even tried to hire Lafitte as an assistant. People who can handle Tangish are rare, but he had dropped out of sight. Instead, I found a young husband and wife team who have so much energy that I hardly have to work at all. I'm not crazy enough to go out in the woods hunting, but I do spend a bit of time fishing off the dock, usually with Uncle, who is also retired. Together, we're doing a book that I think will help our two cultures understand one another. The human version is called Hard Bargain. Despoilers of the Golden Empire by David Gordon. 1. In the 7 centuries that had elapsed since the Second Empire had been founded on the shattered remnants of the First, the nobles of the Imperium had come slowly to realize that the Empire was not to be judged by the examples of its predecessor. The First Empire had conquered most of the known universe by political intrigue and sheer military strength. It had fallen because that same propensity for political intrigue had gained over every other strength of the Empire, and the various branches and sectors of the First Empire had begun to use it against one another. The Second Empire was politically unlike the First. It tried to balance a centralized government against the autonomic governments of the various sectors, and had almost succeeded in doing so. But no matter how governed, there are certain essentials which are needed by any governmental organization. Without power, neither civilization nor the Empire could hold itself together, and His Universal Majesty the Emperor Karl well knew it. And power was linked solidly to one element, one metal, without which civilization would collapse as surely as if it had been blasted out of existence. Without the power metal, no ship could move or even be built. Without it, industry would come to a standstill. In ancient times, even as far back as the early Greek and Roman civilizations, the metal had been known, but it had been used for the most part as decoration and in the manufacture of jewelry. Later, it had been coined as money. It had always been relatively rare, but now, weight for weight, atom per atom, it was the most valuable element on Earth. Indeed, the most valuable in the known universe. The metal was element number 79, gold. To the collective mind of the Empire, gold was the prime object in any kind of mining exploration. The idea of drilling for petroleum, even if it had been readily available, or of mining coal or uranium would have been dismissed as impracticable, and even worse than useless. Throughout the Empire, research laboratories worked tirelessly at the problem of transmuting commoner elements into gold-197, but thus far, none of the processes was commercially feasible. There was still, after thousands of years, only one way to get the power metal: extract it from the ground. So it was that, across the great gulf between the worlds, ship after ship moved in search of the metal that would hold the far-flung colonies of the Empire together. Every adventurer who could manage to get aboard was glad to be cooped up on a ship during the long months it took to cross the empty expanses, was glad to endure the hardships on alien terrain, on the chance that his efforts might pay off 1,000 or 10,000-fold. Of these men, a mere handful were successful, and of these 1 or 2 stand well above the rest. And for sheer determination, drive, and courage, for the will to push on toward his goal no matter what the odds, a certain Commander Frank had them all beat. 2. Before you can get a picture of the commander, that is, as far as his personality goes, you have to get a picture of the man physically. He was enough taller than the average man to make him stand out in a crowd, and he had broad shoulders and a narrow waist to match. He wasn't heavy. His was the hard, tough, wire-like strength of a steel cable. The planes of his tanned face showed that he feared neither exposure to the elements nor exposure to violence. It was seamed with fine wrinkles and the thin white lines that betray scar tissue. His mouth was heavy-lipped, but firm, and the lines around it showed that he was unused to smiling. The commander could laugh, and often did, a sort of roaring explosion that burst forth suddenly whenever something struck him as particularly uproarious. But he seldom just smiled. Commander Frank rarely went halfway in anything. His eyes, like his hair, were a deep brown, almost black, and they were set well back beneath heavy brows that tended to frown most of the time. Primarily he was a military man. He had no particular flair for science, and although he had a firm and deep-seated grasp of the essential philosophy of the Universal Assembly, he had no inclination toward the kind of life necessarily led by those who would become higher officers of the Assembly. It was enough that the Assembly was behind him. It was enough to know that he was a member of the only race in the known universe which had a working knowledge of the essential, basic truth of the cosmos. With a weapon like that, even an ordinary soldier had little to fear, and Commander Frank was far from being an ordinary soldier. He had spent nearly 40 of his 60 years of life as an explorer-soldier for the Emperor, and during that time he'd kept his eyes open for opportunity. Every time his ship had landed, he'd watched and listened and collected data, and now he knew. If these data were correct, and he was certain that they were, he had found his strike. All he needed was the men to take it. 3. The expedition had been poorly outfitted and undermanned from the beginning. The commander had been short of money at the outset, having spent almost all he could raise on his own, plus nearly everything he could beg or borrow, on his first 2 probing expeditions, neither of which had shown any real profit. But they had shown promise. The alien population of the target which the commander had selected as his personal claim wore gold as ornaments, but didn't seem to think it was much above copper in value, and hadn't even progressed to the point of using it as coinage. From the second probing expedition, he had brought back 2 of the odd-looking aliens, and enough gold to show that there must be more where that came from. The old hopeful statement, "There's gold in them thar hills," should have brought the commander more backing than he got, considering the Empire's need of it and the commander's evidence that it was available. But people are always more ready to bet on a sure thing than to indulge in speculation. 10 years before, a strike had been made in a sector quite distant from the commander's own find, and most of the richer nobles of the Empire preferred to back an established source of the metal, than to sink money into what might turn out to be the pursuit of a wild goose. Commander Frank, therefore, could only recruit men who were willing to take a chance, and who were willing to risk anything, even their lives, against tremendously long odds. And, even if they succeeded, the imperial government would take 20% of the gross without so much as a buy your leave. There was no other market for the metal except back home, so the tax could not be avoided. Gold was no good whatsoever in the uncharted wilds of an alien world. Because of his lack of funds, the commander's expedition was not only dangerously undermanned, but illegally so. It was only by means of out-and-out trickery that he managed to evade the official inspection and leave port with too few men and too little equipment. There wasn't a scientist worthy of the name in the whole outfit, unless you call the navigator, Captain Bartholomew, an astronomer, which is certainly begging the question. There was no anthropologist aboard to study the semi-barbaric civilization of the natives. There was no biologist to study the alien flora and fauna. The closest thing the commander had to physicists were engineers who could take care of the ship itself. Specialist technicians, nothing more. There was no need for armament specialists. Each and every man was a soldier, and, as far as his own weapons went, an ordnance expert. As far as Commander Frank was concerned, that was enough. It had to be. Mining equipment? He took nothing but the simplest testing apparatus. How, then, did he intend to get the metal that the Empire was screaming for? The commander had an answer for that, too, and it was as simple as it was economical. The natives would get it for him. They used gold for ornaments, therefore they knew where the gold could be found, and therefore they would bloody well dig it out for Commander Frank. 4. Due to atmospheric disturbances, the ship's landing was several hundred miles from the point the commander had originally picked for the debarkation of his troops. That meant a long, forced march along the coast and then inland. But there was no help for it. The ship simply wasn't built for atmospheric navigation. That didn't deter the commander any. The orders rang through the ship. All troops and carriers prepare for landing. Half an hour later they were assembled outside the ship, fully armed and armored, and with full field gear. The sun, a yellow geo star, hung hotly just above the towering mountains to the east. The alien air smelled odd in the men's nostrils, and the weird foliage seemed to rustle menacingly. In the distance, the shrieks of alien fauna occasionally echoed through the air. 180-odd men and some 30 carriers stood under the tropic blaze for 45 minutes while the commander checked over their equipment with minute precision. Nothing faulty or sloppy was going into that jungle with him if he could prevent it. When his hard eyes had inspected every bit of equipment, when he had either passed or ordered changes in the manner of its carrying or its condition, when he was fully satisfied that every weapon was in order, then and only then did he turn his attention to the men themselves. He climbed atop a little hillock and surveyed them carefully, letting his penetrating gaze pass over each man in turn. He stood there, his fists on his hips, with the sunlight gleaming from his burnished armor, for nearly a full minute before he spoke. Then his powerful voice rang out over the assembled adventurers. "My comrades at arms, we have before us a world that is ours for the taking. It contains more riches than any man on earth ever dreamed existed, and those riches, too, are ours for the taking. It isn't going to be a picnic, and we all knew that when we came. There are dangers on every side, from the natives, from the animals and plants, and from the climate. But there is not one of these that cannot be overcome by the onslaught of brave, courageous, and determined men. Ahead of us, we will find the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse arrayed against our coming. Famine, pestilence, war, and death. Each and all of these we must meet and conquer as brave men should, for at their end we will find wealth and glory." A cheer filled the air, startling the animals in the forest into momentary silence. The commander stilled it instantly with a raised hand. "Some of you know this country from our previous expeditions together. Most of you will find it utterly strange, and not one of you knows it as well as I do. In order to survive, you must, and will, follow my orders to the letter, and beyond. First, as to your weapons. We don't have an unlimited supply of charges for them, so there will be no firing of any power weapons unless absolutely necessary. You have your swords and your pikes. Use them." Several of the men unconsciously gripped the hafts of the long steel blades at their sides as he spoke the words, but their eyes never left the commanding figure on the hummock. "As for food," he continued, "we'll live off the land. You'll find that most of the animals are edible, but stay away from the plants unless I give the okay. We have a long way to go, but by heaven, I'm going to get us there alive. Are you with me?" A hearty cheer rang from the throats of the men. They shouted the commander's name with enthusiasm. "All right," he bellowed. "There is one more thing. Anyone who wants to stay with the ship can do so. Anyone who feels too ill to make it should consider it his duty to stay behind, because sick men will simply hold us up and weaken us more than if they'd been left behind. Remember, we're not going to turn back as a body, and an individual would never make it alone." He paused. "Well?" Not a man moved. The commander grinned, not with humor, but with satisfaction. "All right, then. Let's move out." 5. Of them all, only a handful, including the commander, had any real knowledge of what lay ahead of them, and that knowledge only pertained to the periphery of the area the intrepid band of adventurers was entering. They knew that the aliens possessed a rudimentary civilization. They did not, at that time, realize they were entering the outposts of a powerful barbaric empire, an empire almost as well organized and well armed as that of first-century Rome, and if anything even more savage and ruthless. It was an empire ruled by a single family who called themselves the Great Nobles. At their head was the greatest noble, the child of the sun himself. It has since been conjectured that the Great Nobles were mutants in the true sense of the word, a race apart from their subjects. It is impossible to be absolutely sure at this late date, and the commander's expedition, lacking any qualified geneticists or genetic engineers, had no way of determining, and indeed no real interest in determining, whether this was or was not true. Nonetheless, historical evidence seems to indicate the validity of the hypothesis. Never before, not even in ancient Egypt, had the historians ever seen a culture like it. It was an absolute monarchy that would have made any medieval king except the most saintly look upon it in awe and envy. The Russians and the Germans never even approached it. The Japanese tried to approximate it at one time in their history, but they failed. Secure in the knowledge that theirs was the only civilizing force on the face of the planet, the race of the great nobles spread over the length of a great continent, conquering the lesser races as they went. Physically, the great nobles and their lesser subjects were quite similar. They were, like the commander and his men, human in every sense of the word. That this argues some ancient, prehistoric migration across the empty gulfs that separate the worlds cannot be denied. But when and how that migration took place are data lost in the mists of time. However it may have happened, the fact remains that these people were human. As someone observed in one of the reports written up by one of the officers, they could pass for Indians, except their skins are of a decidedly redder hue. The race of the great nobles held their conquered subjects in check by the exercise of two powerful forces, religion and physical power of arms. Like the feudal organizations of medieval Europe, the nobles had the power of life and death over their subjects, and to a much greater extent than the European nobles had. Each family lived on an allotted parcel of land and did a given job. Travel was restricted to a radius of a few miles. There was no money. There was no necessity for it, since the government of the great nobles took all produce and portioned it out again according to need. It was communism on a vast and, incomprehensible as it may seem to the modern mind, workable scale. Their minds were as different from ours as their bodies were similar. The concept freedom would have been totally incomprehensible to them. They were sun-worshippers, and the greatest noble was the child of the sun, a godling subordinate only to the sun himself. Directly under him were the lesser great nobles, also children of the sun, but to a lesser extent. They exercised absolute power over the conquered peoples, but even they had no concept of freedom, since they were as tied to the people as the people were tied to them. It was a benevolent dictatorship of a kind never seen before or since. At the periphery of the empire of the Sun-Child lived still unconquered savage tribes, which the imperial forces were in the process of slowly taking over. During the centuries, tribe after tribe had fallen before the brilliant leadership of the great nobles, and the territory of the empire had slowly expanded until, at the time the invading Earthmen came, it covered almost as much territory as had the Roman Empire at its peak. The imperial army, consisting of upwards of 50,000 troops, was extremely mobile in spite of the handicap of having no form of transportation except their own legs. They had no cavalry. The only beast of burden known to them, the flame beasts, were too small to carry more than 100 pounds, in spite of their endurance. But the wide, smooth roads that ran the length and breadth of the empire enabled a marching army to make good time, and messages carried by runners in relays could traverse the empire in a matter of days, not weeks. And into this tight-knit, well-organized, powerful, barbaric world marched Commander Frank, with less than 200 men and 30 carriers. 6. It didn't take long for the men to begin to chafe under the constant strain of moving through treacherous and unfamiliar territory, and the first signs of chafing made themselves apparent beneath their armor. Even the best-designed armor cannot be built to be worn for an unlimited length of time, and at first the men could see no reason for the order. They soon found out. One evening, after camp had been made, one young officer decided that he had spent his last night sleeping in full armor. It was bad enough to have to march in it, but sleeping in it was too much. He took it off and stretched, enjoying the freedom from the heavy steel. His tent was a long way from the center of camp, where a small fire flickered, and the soft light from the planet's single moon filtered only dimly through the jungle foliage overhead. He didn't think anyone would see him from the commander's tent. The commander's orders had been direct and to the point. You will wear your armor at all times. You will march in it, you will eat in it, you will sleep in it. During such times as it is necessary to remove a part of it, the man doing so will make sure that he is surrounded by at least 2 of his companions in full armor. There will be no exceptions to this rule. The lieutenant had decided to make himself an exception. He turned to step into his tent when a voice came out of the nearby darkness. "Hadn't you better get your steel plates back on before the commander sees you?" The young officer turned quickly to see who had spoken. It was another of the junior officers. Mind your own business, snapped the lieutenant. The other grinned sardonically. And if I don't? There had been bad blood between these two for a long time. It was an enmity that went back to a time even before the expedition had begun. The two men stood there for a long moment, the light from the distant fire flickering uncertainly against their bodies. The young officer who had removed his armor had not been foolish enough to remove his weapons, too. No sane man did that in hostile territory. His hand went to the haft of the blade at his side. If you say a single word... Instinctively, the other dropped his hand to his own sword. Stop, both of you! And stop they did. No one could mistake the crackling authority in that voice. The commander, unseen in the moving dim light, had been circling the periphery of the camp to make sure that all was well. He strode toward the two younger men, who stood silently, shocked into immobility. The commander's sword was already in his hand. "I'll pit the first man that draws a blade," he snapped. His keen eyes took in the situation at a glance. "Lieutenant, what are you doing out of armor?" "It was hot, sir, and I—" "Shut up!" The commander's eyes were dangerous. "An asinine statement like that isn't even worth listening to. Get that armor back on. Move!" He was standing approximately between the two men, who had been 4 or 5 yards apart. When the cowed young officer took a step or two back toward his tent, the commander turned toward the other officer. "And, as for you, if—" He was cut off by the yell of the unarmored man, followed by the sound of his blade singing from its sheath. The commander leaped backwards and spun, his own sword at the ready, his body settling into a swordsman's crouch. But the young officer was not drawing against his superior. He was hacking at something ropey and writhing that squirmed on the ground as the lieutenant's blade bit into it. Within seconds, the serpentine thing gave a convulsive shudder and died. The lieutenant stepped back clumsily, his eyes glazing in the flickering light. "Dropped from the tree," he said thickly. "Bit me." His hand moved to a dark spot on his chest, but it never reached its goal. The lieutenant collapsed, crumpling to the ground. The commander walked over, slammed the heel of his heavy boot hard down on the head of the snaky thing, crushing it. Then he returned his blade to its sheath, knelt down by the young man, and turned him over on his face. The commander's own face was grim. By this time some of the nearby men, attracted by the yell, had come running. They came to a stop as they saw the tableau before them. The commander, kneeling beside the corpse, looked up at them. With one hand he gestured at the body. "Let this be a lesson to all of you," he said in a tight voice. "This man died because he took off his armor. That," he pointed at the butchered reptile, "thing is full of as deadly a poison as you'll ever see, and it can move like lightning, but it can't bite through steel. Look well at this man and tell the others what you saw. I don't want to lose another man in this idiotic fashion." He stood up and gestured. "Bury him." 7. They found, as they penetrated deeper into the savage-infested hinterlands of the empire of the great nobles, that the armor fended off more than just snakes. Hardly a day passed but one or more of the men would hear the sharp spang of a blowgun-driven dart as it slammed ineffectually against his armored back or chest. At first, some of the men wanted to charge into the surrounding forest whence the darts came, and punish the sniping aliens, but the commander would have none of it. "Stick together," he ordered. "They'll do worse to us if we're split up in this jungle. Those blowgun darts aren't going to hurt you as long as they're hitting steel. Ignore them and keep moving." They kept moving. Around them the jungle chattered and muttered and occasionally screamed. Clouds of insects, great and small, hummed and buzzed through the air. They subsided only when the drizzling rains came, and then lifted again from their resting places when the sun came out to raise steamy vapors from the moist ground. It was not an easy march. Before many days had passed, the men's feet were cracked and blistered from the effects of fungus, dampness, and constant marching. The compact military marching order which had characterized the first few days of March had long since deteriorated into a straggling column, where the weaker were supported by the stronger. 3 more men died. One simply dropped in his tracks. He was dead before anyone could touch him. Insect bite? Disease? No one knew. Another had been even less fortunate. A lion-like carnivore had leaped on him during the night, and clawed him badly before one of his companions blasted the thing with a power weapon. 3 days later the wounded man was begging to be killed. One arm and one leg were gangrenous. But he died while begging, thus sparing any would-be executioner from an unpleasant duty. The third man simply failed to show up for roll call one morning. He was never seen again. But the rest of the column, with dauntless courage, followed the lead of their commander. It was hard to read their expressions, those reddened eyes that peered at him from swollen, bearded faces, but he knew his own face looked no different. "We all knew this wasn't going to be a fancy-dress ball when we came," he said. "Nobody said this was going to be the easiest way in the world to get rich." The commander was sitting on one of the carriers, his eyes watching the men who were lined up in front of him. His voice was purposely held low, but it carried well. "The marching has been difficult, but now we're really going to see what we're made of. We all need a rest, and we all deserve one. But when I lie down to rest, I'm going to do it in a halfway decent bed, with some good solid food in my belly. Here's the way the picture looks. An hour's march from here there's a good-sized village." He swung partially away from them and pointed south. "I think we have earned that town, and everything in it." He swung back, facing them. There was a wolfish grin on his face. "There's gold there, too. Not much, really, compared with what we'll get later on, but enough to whet our appetites." The men's faces were beginning to change now, in spite of the swelling. "I don't think we need worry too much about the savages that are living there now. With God on our side, I hardly see how we can fail." He went on, telling them how they would attack the town, the disposition of men, the use of the carriers, and so forth. By the time he was through, every man there was as eager as he to move in. When he finished speaking, they set up a cheer. "For the Emperor and the Universal Assembly!" The natives of the small village had heard that some sort of terrible beings were approaching through the jungle. Word had come from the people of the forest that the strange monsters were impervious to darts, and that they had huge dragons with them, which were terrifying even to look at. They were clad in metal and made queer noises as they moved. The village chieftain called his advisers together to ponder the situation. What should they do with these strange things? What were the invaders' intentions? Obviously, the things must be hostile. Therefore, there were only 2 courses open, fight or flee. The chieftain and his men decided to fight. It would have been a good thing if there had only been some imperial troops in the vicinity, but all the troops were farther south, where a civil war was raging over the right of succession of the greatest noble. Nevertheless, there were 2,000 fighting men in the village. Well, 2,000 men at any rate. And they would certainly all fight, although some were rather young, and a few were too old for any really hard fighting. On the other hand, it would probably not come to that, since the strangers were outnumbered by at least 3 to 1. The chieftain gave his orders for the defense of the village. The invading Earthmen approached the small town cautiously from the west. The commander had his men spread out a little, but not so much that they could be separated. He saw the aliens grouped around the square, box-like buildings, watching and waiting for trouble. "We'll give them trouble," the commander whispered softly. He waited until his troops were properly deployed. Then he gave the signal for the charge. The carriers went in first, thundering directly into the massed alien warriors. Each carrier man fired a single shot from his power weapon, and then went to work with his carrier, running down the terrified aliens, and swinging a sword with one hand while he guided with the other. The commander went in with that first charge, aiming his own carrier toward the center of the fray. He had some raw, untrained men with him, and he believed in teaching by example. The aliens recoiled at the onslaught of what they took to be horrible living monsters that were unlike anything ever seen before. Then the commander's infantry charged in. The shock effect of the carriers had been enough to disorganize the aliens, but the battle was not over yet by a long shot. There were yells from other parts of the village, as some of the other defenders, hearing the sounds of battle, came running to reinforce the home guard. Better than 1,500 men were converging on the spot. The invading Earthmen moved in rapidly against the armed natives, beating them back by the sheer ferocity of their attack. Weapons of steel clashed against weapons of bronze and wood. The power weapons were used only sparingly. Only when the necessity to save a life was greater than the necessity to conserve weapon charges was a shot fired. The commander, from the center of the fray, took a glance around the area. One glance was enough. "They're dropping back," he bellowed, his voice carrying well above the din of the battle. "Keep 'em moving." He singled out one of his officers at a distance and yelled, "Hernan! Get a couple of men to cover that street!" He waved toward one of the narrow streets that ran off to one side. The others were already being attended to. The commander jerked around swiftly as one of the natives grabbed hold of the carrier and tried to hack at the commander with a bronze sword. The commander spitted him neatly on his blade, and withdrew it just in time to parry another attack from the other side. By this time, the reinforcements from the other parts of the village were beginning to come in from the side streets, but they were a little late. The warriors in the square, what was left of them, had panicked. In an effort to get away from the terrible monsters with their deadly blades and their fire-spitting weapons, they were leaving by the same channels that the reinforcements were coming in by, and the resultant jam-up was disastrous. The panic communicated itself like wildfire, but no one could move fast enough to get away from the sweeping, stabbing, glittering blades of the invading Earthmen. "All right," the commander yelled. "We've got 'em on the run now. Break up into squads of 3 and clear those streets. Clear 'em out. Keep 'em moving." After that, it was the work of minutes to clear the town. The commander brought his carrier to a dead stop, reached out with his sword, and snagged a bit of cloth from one of the fallen native warriors. He began to wipe the blade of his weapon, as Lieutenant Commander Hernan pulled up beside him. "Casualties?" the commander asked Hernan without looking up from his work. 6 wounded, no dead," said Hernan. "Or did you want me to count the aliens, too?" The commander shook his head. "No. Get a detail to clear out the carrion, and then tell Frater Vincent I want to talk to him. We'll have to start teaching these people the truth." 8. "Have you anything to say in your defense?" the commander asked coldly. For a moment, the accused looked nothing but hatred at the commander, but there was fear behind that hatred. At last he found his voice. "It was mine. You promised us all a share." Lieutenant Commander Hernan picked up a leather bag that lay on the table behind which he and the commander were sitting. With a sudden gesture he upended it, dumping its contents on the flat wooden surface of the table. "Do you deny that this was found among your personal possessions?" he asked harshly. "No," said the accused soldier. "Why should I? It's mine. Rightfully mine. I fought for it. I found it. I kept it. It's mine." He glanced to either side, towards the 2 guards who flanked him, then looked back at the commander. The commander ran an idle finger through the pound or so of golden trinkets that Hernan had spilled from the bag. He knew what the trooper was thinking. A man had a right to what he had earned, didn't he? The commander picked up one of the heavier bits of primitive jewelry and tossed it in his hand. Then he stood up and looked round the town square. The company had occupied the town for several weeks. The stored grains in the community warehouse, plus the relaxation the men had had, plus the relative security of the town, had put most of the men back into condition. One had died from a skin infection, and another from wounds sustained in the assault on the town, but the remainder were in good health. And all of them, with the exception of the sentries guarding the town's perimeter, were standing in the square watching the court-martial. Their eyes didn't seem to blink, and their breathing was soft and measured. They were waiting for the commander's decision. The commander, still tossing the crude golden earring, stood tall and straight, estimating the feeling of the men surrounding him. "Gold," he said finally. "Gold. That's what we came here for, and that's what we're going to get. 500 pounds of the stuff would make any one of you wealthy for the rest of his life. Do you think I blame any one of you for wanting it? Do you think I blame this man here? Of course not." He laughed, a short, hard bark. "Do I blame myself?" He tossed the bauble again, caught it. "But wanting it is one thing. Getting it, holding it, and taking care of it wisely are something else again. I gave orders. I have expected, and still expect, that they will be obeyed. But I didn't give them just to hear myself give orders. There was a reason, and a good one. Suppose we let each man take what gold he could find, what would happen? The lucky ones would be wealthy, and the unlucky would still be poor. And then some of the lucky ones would wake up some morning without the gold they'd taken, because someone else had relieved them of it while they slept. And others wouldn't wake up at all, because they'd be found with their throats cut. I told you to bring every bit of the metal to me. When this thing is over, every one of you will get his share. If a man dies, his share will be split among the rest. instead of being stolen by someone else or lost because it was hidden too well. He looked at the earring in his hand. Then, with a convulsive sweep of his arm, he tossed it out into the middle of the square. "There! 7 ounces of gold. Which of you wants it?" Some of the men eyed the circle of metal that gleamed brightly on the sunlit ground, but none of them made any motion to pick it up. "So," the commander's voice was almost gentle. He turned his eyes back toward the accused. "You know the orders. You knew them when you hid this." He gestured negligently toward the small heap of native wrought metal. "Suppose you'd gotten away with it. You'd have ended up with your own share, plus this, thereby cheating the others out of—" He glanced at the pile. Say 25 each. And that's only a little compared with what we'll get from now on." He looked back at the others. "Unless the shares are taken care of my way, the largest shares will go to the dishonest, the most powerful, and the luckiest. Unless the division is made as we originally agreed, we'll end up trying to cut each other's heart out." There was hardness in his voice when he spoke to the accused, but there was compassion there, too. "First, you have forfeited your share in this expedition. All that you have now, and all that you might have expected, will be divided among the others according to our original agreement. Second, I do not expect any man to work for nothing. Since you will not receive anything from this expedition, there is no point in your assisting the rest of us, or working with us in any way whatsoever. Third, we can't have anyone with us who does not carry his own weight." He glanced at the guards. "Hang him." He paused. "Now." As he was led away, the commander watched the other men. There was approval in their eyes, but there was something else there, too. A wariness, a concealed fear. The condemned man turned suddenly and began shouting at the commander, but before he could utter more than 3 syllables, a fist smashed him down. The guards dragged him off. "All right, men," said the commander carefully. "Let's search the village. There might be more gold about. I have a hunch that this isn't all he hid. Let's see if we can find the rest of it." He sensed the relief of tension as he spoke. The commander was right. It was amazing how much gold one man had been able to stash away. 9. They couldn't stay long in any one village. They didn't have the time to sit and relax any more than was necessary. Once they had reached the northern marches of the native empire, it was to the commander's advantage to keep his men moving. He didn't know for sure how good or how rapid communications were among the various native provinces, but he had to assume that they were top-notch, allowing for the limitations of a barbaric society. The worst trouble they ran into on their way was not caused by the native warriors, but by disease. The route to the south was spotted by great strips of sandy barrenness, torn by winds that swept the grains of sand into the troopers' eyes, and crept into the chinks of their armor. Underfoot, the sand made a treacherous pathway. Carriers and men alike found it heavy going. The heat from the sun was intense. The brilliant beams from the primary seemed to penetrate through the men's armor and through the insulation underneath, and made the marching even harder. Even so, in spite of the discomfort, the men were making good time until the disease struck, and that stopped them in their tracks. What the disease was or how it was spread is unknown and unknowable at this late date. Virus or bacterium, amoeba or fungus, whatever it was, it struck. Symptoms? Lassitude, weariness, weakness, and pain. Signs? Great, ulcerous, wart-like, blood-filled blisters that grew rapidly over the body. A man might go to sleep at night feeling reasonably tired, but not ill, and wake up in the morning to find himself unable to rise, his muscles too weak to lift him from his bed. If the blisters broke or were lanced, it was almost impossible to stop the bleeding, and many died, not from the toxic effect of the disease itself, but from simple loss of blood. But like many epidemics, the thing had a fairly short lifespan. After 2 weeks it had burned itself out. Most of those who got it recovered, and a few were evidently immune. 18 men remained behind in shallow graves. The rest went on. 10. No man is perfect. Even with 4 decades of training behind him, Commander Frank couldn't call the turn every time. After the first few villages, there were no further battles. The natives, having seen what the invaders could do, simply showed up missing when the commander and his men arrived. The villages were empty by the time the column reached the outskirts. Frater Vincent, the agent of the Universal Assembly, complained in no uncertain terms about this state of affairs. "As you know, Commander," he said frowningly one morning, "it's no use trying to indoctrinate a people we can't contact. And you can't subject a people by force of arms alone. The power of the truth—" "I know, Frater," the commander interposed quickly, "but we can't deal with these savages in the hinterlands. When we get a little farther into this barbarian empire, we can take the necessary steps to—" "The truth," Frater Vincent interrupted somewhat testily, "is for all men. It works regardless of the state of civilization of the society." The commander looked out of the unglazed window of the native hut in which he had established his temporary headquarters, in one of the many villages he had taken, or rather walked into without a fight because it was empty. "But you'll admit, Frater, that it takes longer with savages." "True," said Frater Vincent. "We simply haven't the time. We've got to keep on the move. And besides, we haven't even been able to contact any of the natives for quite a while. They get out of our way. And we have taken a few prisoners." His voice was apologetic, but there was a trace of irritation in it. He didn't want to offend Frater Vincent, of course, but damn it, the assemblymen didn't understand military tactics at all. Or, he corrected himself hastily, at least only slightly. "Yes," admitted Frater Vincent, "and I've had considerable success with the prisoners, but remember, we're not here just to indoctrinate a few occasional prisoners, but to change the entire moral and philosophical viewpoint of an entire race." "I realize that, Frater," the commander admitted. He turned from the window and faced the assemblyman. "We're getting close to the Great Bay now. That's where our ship landed on the second probing expedition. I expect we'll be more welcome than we have been, out here in the countryside. We'll take it easy, and I think you'll have a chance to work with the natives on a mass basis." The Frater smiled. "Excellent, Commander. I want you to understand that I'm not trying to tell you your business. You run this campaign as you see fit, but don't lose sight of the ultimate goal of life." "I won't. How could I? It's just that my methods are not perhaps as refined as yours." Frater Vincent nodded, still smiling. "True. You are a great deal more direct, and in your own way just as effective. After all, the Assembly could not function without the military, but there were armies long before the Universal Assembly came into being." The commander smiled back. "Not any armies like this, Frater." Frater Vincent nodded. The understanding between the two men, at least on that point, was tacit and mutual. He traced a symbol in the air and left the commander to his thoughts. Mentally, the commander went through the symbol patterns that he had learned as a child, the symbol patterns that brought him into direct contact with the ultimate power, the power that controlled not only the spinning of atoms and the whirling of electrons in their orbits, but the workings of probability itself. Once indoctrinated into the teachings of the Universal Assembly, any man could tap that power to a greater or lesser degree, depending on his mental control and ethical attitude. At the top level, a first-class adept could utilize that power for telepathy, psychokinesis, levitation, teleportation, and other powers that the commander only vaguely understood. He himself had no such depth of mind, such iron control over his will, and he knew he'd never have it. But he could and did tap that power to the extent that his physical body was under near-perfect control at all times, and not even the fear of death could shake his determination to win, or his great courage. He turned again to the window and looked at the alien sky. There was a great deal yet to be done. The commander needed information, needed it badly. He had to know what the government of the alien empire was doing. Had they been warned of his arrival? Surely they must have, and yet they had taken no steps to impede his progress. For this purpose he decided to set up headquarters on an island just offshore in the Great Bay. It was a protected position, easily defended from assault, and the natives, he knew from his previous visit, were friendly. They even helped him to get his men and equipment in the carriers across on huge rafts. From that point, he began collecting the information he needed to invade the central domains of the greatest noble himself. It seemed an ideal spot, not only protection-wise, but because this was the spot he had originally picked for the landing of the ship. The vessel, which had returned to the base for reinforcements and extra supplies, would be aiming for the Great Bay area when she came back, and there was little likelihood that atmospheric disturbances would throw her off course again. Captain Bartholomew was too good a man to be fooled twice. But landing on that island was the first and only mistake the commander made during the campaign. The rumors of internal bickerings among the great nobles of the barbarian empire were not the only rumors he heard. News of more local treachery came to his ears through the agency of natives, now loyal to the commander, who had been indoctrinated into the philosophy of the assembly. A group of native chieftains had decided that the invading Earthmen were too dangerous to be allowed to remain on their island, in spite of the fact that the invaders had done them no harm. There were, after all, whisperings from the north, whence the invaders had come, that the armored beings with the terrible weapons had used their power more than once during their march to the south. The chieftains were determined to rid their island of the potential menace. As soon as the matter was brought to the commander's attention, he acted. He sent out a patrol to the place where the ringleaders were meeting, arrested them, and sentenced them to death. He didn't realize what effect that action would have on the rest of the islanders. He almost found out too late. 11. "There must be 3,000 of them out there," said Lieutenant Commander Hernan tightly, "and every one of them's crazy." "Rot!" The commander spat on the ground and then sighted again along the barrel of his weapon. "I'm the one who's crazy. I'm a lousy politician, that's my trouble." The lieutenant commander shrugged lightly. "Anyone can make a mistake. Just chalk it up to experience." "I will, when we get out of this mess." He watched the gathering natives through hard, slitted eyes. The invading Earthmen were in a village at the southern end of the 8-mile-long island, waiting inside the mud-brick huts while the natives who had surrounded the village worked themselves into a frenzy for an attack. The commander knew there was no sense in charging into them at that point. They would simply scatter and reassemble. The only thing to do was wait until they attacked, and then smash the attack. "Hernan," he said, his eyes still watching the outside. "You and the others get out there with the carriers after the first volley. Cut them down. They're 20-1 against us, so make every blow count. Move." Hernan nodded wordlessly and slipped away. The natives were building up their courage with some sort of war dance, whooping and screaming and making threatening gestures toward the embattled invaders. Then the pattern of the dance changed. The islanders whirled to face the mud-brick buildings which housed the invading Earthmen. Suddenly the dance broke, and the warriors ran in a screaming charge, straight for the trapped soldiers. The commander waited. His own shot would be the signal, and he didn't want the men to fire too quickly. If the islanders were hit too soon, they might fall back into the woods and set up a siege, which the little company couldn't stand. Better to mop up the natives now, if possible. Closer. Closer. Now! The commander's first shot picked off one of the leaders in the front ranks of the native warriors, and was followed by a raking volley from the other power weapons, firing from the windows of the mud-brick buildings. The warriors in the front rank dropped, and those in the second rank had to move adroitly to keep from stumbling over the bodies of their fallen fellows. The firing from the huts became ragged, but its raking effect was still deadly. A cloud of heavy, stinking smoke rolled across the clearing between the edge of the jungle and the village, as the bright, hard lances of heat leaped from the muzzles of the power weapons toward the bodies of the charging warriors. The charge was gone from the commander's weapon, and he didn't bother to replace it. As Hernan and his men charged into the melee with their carriers, the commander went with them. At the same time, the armored infantrymen came pouring out of the mud-brick houses, swinging their swords straight into the mass of confused native warriors. A picked group of sharpshooters remained behind in the concealment of the huts to pick off the warriors at the edge of the battle with their sporadic fire. The commander's lips were moving a little as he formed the symbol patterns of power almost unconsciously. A lifetime of habit had burned them into his brain so deeply that he could form them automatically while turning the thinking part of his mind to the business at hand. He soon found himself entirely surrounded by the alien warriors. Their bronze weapons glittered in the sunlight as they tried to fight off the onslaught of the invaders. And those same bronze weapons were sheared, nicked, blunted, bent, and broken as they met the harder steel of the commander's sword. Then the unexpected happened. One of the warriors, braver than the rest, made a grab for the commander's sword arm. At almost the same moment, A warrior on the other side of the carrier aimed a spear thrust at his side. Either by itself would have been ineffectual. The spear clanged harmlessly from the commander's armor, and the warrior who had attempted to pull him from the carrier died before he could give much of a tug. But the combination, plus the fact that the heavy armor was a little unwieldy, overbalanced him. He toppled to the ground with a clash of steel as he and the carrier parted company. Without a human hand at its controls, the carrier automatically moved away from the mass of struggling fighters and came to a halt well away from the battle. The commander rolled as he hit and leaped to his feet, his sword moving in flickering arcs around him. The natives had no knowledge of effective swordplay. Like any barbarian, they conceived of a sword as a cutting instrument rather than a thrusting one. They chopped with them, using small shields to protect their bodies as they tried to hack the commander to bits. But the commander had no desire to become mincemeat just yet. 5 of the barbarians were coming at him, their swords raised for a downward slash. The commander lunged forward with a straight stop thrust aimed at the groin of the nearest one. It came as a complete surprise to the warrior, who doubled up in pain. The commander had already withdrawn his blade and was attacking the second as the first fell. He made another feint to the groin, and then changed the aim of his point as the warrior tried to cover with his shield. A buckler is fine protection against a man who is trying to hack you to death with a chopper, because a heavy cutting sword and a shield have about the same inertia, and thus the same maneuverability. But the shield isn't worth anything against a light stabbing weapon. The warrior's shield started downward, and he was unable to stop it and reverse its direction before the commander's sword pierced his throat. 2 down, 3 to go. No, 4. Another warrior had decided to join the little battle against the leader of the invading Earthmen. The commander changed his tactics just slightly with the third man. He slashed with the tip of his blade against the descending sword arm of his opponent. A short, quick flick of his wrist that sheared through the inside of the wrist, severing tendons, muscles, veins, and arteries as it cut to the bone. The sword clanged harmlessly off the commander's shoulder. A quick thrust and the third man died. The other 3 slowed their attack and began circling warily, trying to get behind the commander. Instead of waiting, he charged forward, again cutting at the sword arm of his adversary, severing fingers this time. As the warrior turned, the commander's sword pierced his side. How long it went on, he had no idea. He kept his legs and his sword arm moving, and his eyes ever alert for new foes as man after man dropped beneath that snake-tonguing blade. Inside his armor, perspiration poured in rivulets down his skin, and his arms and legs began to ache, but not for 1 second did he let up. He could not see what was going on, could not tell the direction of the battle, or even allow his mind to wonder what was going on more than 10 paces from him. And then quite suddenly, it seemed, it was all over. Lieutenant Commander Hernan and 5 other men pulled up with their carriers, as if from nowhere, their weapons dealing death, clearing a space around their commander. "You hurt?" bawled Hernan. The commander paused to catch his breath. He knew there was a sword slash across his face, and his right leg felt as though there was a cut on it, but otherwise— "I'm all right," he said. "How's it going?" "They're breaking," Hernan told him. "We'll have them scattered within minutes." Even as he spoke, the surge of battle moved away from them toward the forest. The charge of the carriers, wreaking havoc on every side, had broken up the battle formation the aliens had had. The flaming death from the horrible weapons of the invaders, the fearless courage of the foot soldiers, and the steel-clad monsters that were running amok among them, shattered the little discipline they had. Panicky, they lost their anger, which had taken them several hours to build up. They scattered, heading for the forest. Shortly the village was silent. Not an alien warrior was to be seen, save for the hundreds of mute corpses that testified to the carnage that had been wrought. Several of the commander's men had been wounded, and 3 had died. Lieutenant Commander Hernan had been severely wounded in the leg by a native javelin, but the injury was a long way from being fatal. Hernan gritted his teeth while his leg was being bandaged. "The angels were with us on that one," he said between winces. The commander nodded. "I hope they stick with us. We'll need 'em to get off this island." 12. For a while it looked as though they were trapped on the island. The natives didn't dare to attack again, but no hunting party was safe, and the food supply was dropping. They had gotten on the island only by the help of the natives, who had ferried them over on rafts. but getting off was another thing, now that the natives were hostile. Cutting down trees to build rafts might possibly be managed, but during the loading the little company would be too vulnerable to attack. The commander was seated bleakly in the hut he had taken as his headquarters, trying to devise a scheme for getting to the mainland, when the deadlock was finally broken. There was a flurry of footsteps outside, a thump of heavy boots as one of the younger officers burst into the room. "Commander!" he yelled. "Commander! Come outside!" The commander leaped to his feet. "Another attack?" "No, sir. Come look." The commander strode quickly to the door. His sight followed the line of the young officer's pointing finger. There, outlined against the blue of the sky, was a ship. The news from home was encouraging, but it was a long way from being what the commander wanted. Another 100 men and more carriers had been added to the original company of now hardened veterans, and the recruits, plus the protection of the ship's guns, were enough to enable the entire party to leave the island for the mainland. By this time, the commander had gleaned enough information from the natives to be able to plan the next step in his campaign. The present greatest noble, having successfully usurped the throne from his predecessor, was still not in absolute control of the country. He had won a civil war, but his rule was still too shaky to allow him to split up his armies, which accounted for the fact that, thus far, no action had been taken by the imperial troops against the invading Earthmen. The commander set up a base on the mainland, near the coast, left a portion of his men there to defend it, and with the remainder, marched inland to come to grips with the greatest noble himself. As they moved in toward the heart of the barbarian empire, the men noticed a definite change in the degree of civilization of the natives, or at least in the degree of technological advancement. There were large towns, not small villages, to be dealt with, and there were highways and bridges that showed a knowledge of engineering equivalent to that of ancient Rome. The engineers of the empire of the great nobles were a long way above the primitive. They could have, had they had any reason to, erected a pyramid the equal of great Khufu's in size, and probably even more neatly constructed. Militarily speaking, the lack of knowledge of iron hampered them, but it must be kept in mind that a well-disciplined and reasonably large army, armed with bronze-tipped spears, can make a formidable foe, even against a much better-equipped group. The imperial armies were much better disciplined and much better armed than any of the natives the commander had thus far dealt with, and there were reputed to be more than 10,000 of them with the greatest noble in his mountain stronghold. Such considerations prompted the commander to plan his strategy carefully, but they did not deter him in the least. If he had been able to bring aircraft and perhaps a thermonuclear bomb or two for demonstration purposes, the attack might have been less risky, but neither had been available to a man of his limited means, so he had to work without them. But now he avoided fighting if at all possible. Working with Frater Vincent, the commander worked to convince the natives on the fertile farms and in the prosperous villages that he and his company were merely ambassadors of goodwill, missionaries and traders. He and his men had come in peace, and if they were received in peace, well and good. If not, well, they still had their weapons. The commander was depending on the vagueness of the information that may have filtered down from the north. The news had already come that the invaders were fierce and powerful fighters, but the commander gave the impression that the only reason any battles had taken place was because the northern tribes had been truculent in the extreme. He succeeded fairly well. The natives he now met considered their brethren of the northern provinces to be little better than savages, and therefore to be expected to treat strangers inhospitably and bring about their own ruin. The southern citizens of the empire eyed the strangers with apprehension, but they offered very little resistance. The commander and his men were welcomed warily at each town, and when they left, were bid farewell with great relief. It took a little time for the commander to locate the exact spot where the greatest noble and his retinue were encamped. The real capital of the empire was located even farther south, but the greatest noble was staying, for the nonce, in a city nestled high in the mountains, well inland from the sea-coast. The commander headed for the mountains. The passage into the mountains wasn't easy. The passes were narrow and dangerous, and the weather was cold. The air became thinner at every step. At 8,000 feet, mountain climbing in heavy armor becomes more than just hard work, and at 12,000 it becomes exhausting torture. But the little company went on, sparked, fueled, and driven by the personal force of their commander, who stayed in the vanguard, his eyes ever alert for treachery from the surrounding mountains. When the surprise came, It was of an entirely different kind than he had expected. The commander's carrier came over a little rise, and he brought it to an abrupt halt as he saw the valley spread out beneath him. He left the carrier, walked over to a boulder near the edge of the cliff, and looked down at the valley. It was an elongated oval of verdant green, 15 miles long by 4 wide, looking like an emerald set in the rocky granite of the surrounding peaks that thrust upward toward the sky. The valley ran roughly north and south, and to his right, at the southern end, the commander could see a city, although it was impossible to see anyone moving in it at this distance. To his left, he could see great clouds of billowing vapor that rolled across the grassy plain, evidently steam from the volcanic hot springs, which he had been told were to be found in this valley. But for the moment, it was neither the springs nor the city that interested him most. In the heart of the valley, spreading over acre after acre, were the tents and pavilions of a mighty army encampment. From the looks of it, the estimate of 30,000 troops which had been given him by various officials along the way was, if anything, too small. It was a moment that might have made an ordinary man stop to think, and, having thought, to turn and go. But the commander was no ordinary man, and the sheer remorseless courage that had brought him this far wouldn't allow him to turn back. So far, he had kept the greatest noble off balance with his advancing tactics. If he started to retreat, the greatest noble would realize that the invaders were not invincible, and would himself advance to crush the small band of strangers. The greatest noble had known the commander and his men were coming. He was simply waiting to find out what they were up to, confident that he could dispose of them at his leisure. The commander knew that, and he knew he couldn't retreat now. There was no decision to be made, really, only planning to be done. He turned back from the boulder to face the officers who had come to take a look at the valley. "We'll go to the city first," he said. 13. The heavy tread of the invaders' boots as they entered the central plaza of the walled city awakened nothing but echoes from the stone walls that surrounded the plaza. Like the small villages they had entered farther north, the city seemed devoid of life. There's nothing quite so depressing and threatening as a deserted city. The windows in the walls of the buildings seemed like blank, darkened eyes that watched and waited. Nothing moved, nothing made a sound except the troopers themselves. The men kept close to the walls. There was no point in bunching up in the middle of the square to be cut down by arrows from the windows of the upper floors. The commander ordered 4 squads of men to search the buildings and smoke out anyone who was there. But they turned up nothing. The entire city was empty, and there were no traps, no ambushes, nothing. The commander, with Lieutenant Commander Hernan and another officer, climbed to the top of the central building of the town. In the distance several miles away they could see the encampment of the monarch's troops. "The only thing we can do," the commander said, his face hard and determined, "is to call their bluff. You take about 3 dozen men, and go out there with the carriers and give them a show. Go right into camp as if you own the place. Throw a scare into them, but don't hurt anyone. Then very politely tell the Emperor, or whatever he calls himself, that I would like him to come here for dinner and a little talk." The 2 officers looked at each other, then at the commander. "Just like that?" asked Hernan. "Just like that," said the commander. The demonstration and exhibition went well, as far as it had gone. The native warriors had evidently been quite impressed by the onslaught of the terrifying monsters that had thundered across the plain toward them, right into the great camp, and come to a dead halt directly in front of the magnificent pavilion of the greatest noble himself. The greatest noble put up a good face. He had obviously been expecting the visitors, because he and his lesser nobles were lined up before the pavilion, the greatest noble ensconced on a sort of portable throne. He managed to look perfectly calm and somewhat bored by the whole affair, and didn't seem to be particularly affected at all when Lieutenant Commander Hernan bowed low before him and requested his presence in the city. And the greatest noble's answer was simple and to the point, although it was delivered by one of his courtiers. "You may tell your commander," said the noble, "that his effulgence must attend to certain religious duties tonight, since he is also high priest of the sun. However, his effulgence will most graciously deign to speak to your commander tomorrow. In the meantime you are requested to enjoy his effulgence's gracious hospitality in the city, which has been emptied for your convenience. It is yours for the nonce." Which left nothing for the two officers and their men to do but go thundering back across the plain to the city. The greatest noble did not bring his whole army with him, but the pageant of barbaric splendor that came tootling and drumming its way into the city the next evening was a magnificent sight. His effulgence himself was dressed in a scarlet robe and a scarlet turban-like head covering, with scarlet fringes all around it. About his throat was a necklace of emerald-green gems, and his clothing was studded with more of them. Gold gleamed everywhere. He was borne on an ornate, gilded palanquin, carried high above the crowd on the shoulders of a dozen stalwart nobles, only slightly less gorgeously dressed than the greatest noble. The nobility that followed was scarcely less showy in its finery. When they came into the plaza, however, the members of the procession came to a halt. The singing and music died away. The plaza was absolutely empty. No one had come out to greet the emperor. There were 6,000 natives in the plaza, and not a sign of the invaders. The commander, hiding well back in the shadows in one of the rooms of the central building, watched through the window and noted the evident consternation of the royal entourage with satisfaction. Frater Vincent, standing beside him, whispered, "Well." "All right," the commander said softly. "They've had a taste of what we got when we came in. I suppose they've had enough. Let's go out and act like hosts." The commander and a squad of 10 men, along with Frater Vincent, strode majestically out of the door of the building and walked toward the greatest noble. They had all polished their armor until it shone, which was about all they could do in the way of finery, but they evidently looked quite impressive in the eyes of the natives. "Greetings, your effulgence," said the commander, giving the greatest noble a bow that was hardly 5 degrees from the perpendicular. "I trust we find you well." In the buildings surrounding the square, hardly daring to move for fear the clank of metal on metal might give the whole plan away, the remaining members of the company watched the conversation between their commander and the greatest noble. They couldn't hear what was being said, but that didn't matter. They knew what to do as soon as the commander gave the signal. Every eye was riveted on the commander's right hand. It seemed an eternity before the commander casually reached up to his helmet and brushed a hand across it. Once, twice, 3 times. Then all hell broke loose. The air was split by one sound of power weapons throwing their lances of flame into the massed ranks of the native warriors. The gunners, safe behind the walls of the buildings, poured a steady stream of accurately directed fire into the packed mob, while the rest of the men charged in with their blades, thrusting and slashing as they went. The aliens, panic-stricken by the sudden, terrifying assault, tried to run, but there was nowhere to run to. Every exit had been cut off to bottle up the imperial cortege. Within minutes, the entrances to the square were choked with the bodies of those who tried to flee. As soon as the firing began, the commander and his men began to make their way toward the greatest noble. They had been forced to stand a good 5 yards away during the parley, cut off from direct contact by the imperial guards. The commander, sword in hand, began cutting his way through to the palanquin. The palanquin bearers seemed frozen. They couldn't run, they couldn't fight, and they didn't dare drop their precious cargo. The commander's voice bellowed out over the carnage, "Take him prisoner! I'll personally strangle the idiot who harms him." And then he was too busy to yell. 2 members of the greatest noble's personal guard came for him, swords out, determined to give their lives, if necessary, to preserve the sacred life of their monarch. And give them they did. The commander's blade lashed out once, sliding between the ribs of the first guard. He toppled and almost took the sword with him, but the commander wrenched it free in time to parry the downward slash of the second guard's bronze sword. It was a narrow thing, because the bronze sword, though of softer stuff than the commander's steel, was also heavier, and thus hard to deflect. As it sang past him, the commander swung a chop at the man's neck, cutting it halfway through. He stepped quickly to one side to avoid the falling body, and thrust his blade through a third man, who was aiming a blow at the neck of one of the commander's officers. There were only a dozen feet separating the commander from his objective, the palanquin of the greatest noble, but he had to wade through blood to get there. The palanquin itself was no longer steady. 3 of the 12 nobles who had been holding it had already fallen, and there were two of the commander's men already close enough to touch the royal person, but they were too busy fighting to make any attempt to grab him. The greatest noble, unarmed, could only huddle in his seat, terrified, but it would take more than 2 men to snatch him from his bodyguard. The commander fought his way in closer. 2 more of the palanquin bearers went down, and the palanquin itself began to topple. The greatest noble screamed as he fell toward the commander. One of the commander's men spun around as he heard the scream so close to him, and, thinking that the greatest noble was attacking his commander, lunged out with his blade. It was almost a disaster. Moving quickly, the commander threw out his left arm to deflect the sword. He succeeded, but he got a bad slash across his hand for his trouble. He yelled angrily at the surprised soldier, not caring what he said. Meanwhile, the others of the squad, seeing that the greatest noble had fallen, hurried to surround him. 2 minutes later, the greatest noble was a prisoner, being half carried, half led into the central building by 4 of the men, while the remaining 6 fought a rearguard action to hold off the native warriors who were trying to rescue the sacred person of the child of the sun. Once inside, the greatest noble was held fast while the doors were swung shut. Outside, the slaughter went on. All the resistance seemed to go out of the warriors when they saw their sacred monarch dragged away by the invading Earthmen. It was every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. And the devil, in the form of the commander's troops, certainly did. Within half an hour after it had begun, the butchery was over. More than 3,000 of the natives had died, and an unknown number more badly wounded. Those who had managed to get out and get away from the city kept on going. They told the troops who had been left outside what had happened, and a mass exodus from the valley began. Safely within the fortifications of the central building, the commander allowed himself one of his rare grins of satisfaction. Not a single one of his own men had been killed, and the only wound which had been sustained by anyone in the company was the cut on his own hand. Still smiling, he went into the room where the greatest noble, dazed and shaken, was being held by 2 of the commander's men. The commander bowed, this time very low. "I believe, your effulgence, that we have an appointment for dinner. Come, the banquet has been laid." And, as though he were still playing the gracious host, the commander led the half-paralyzed child of the sun to the room where the banquet had been put on a table in perfect diplomatic array. "Your effulgence may sit at my right hand," said the commander pleasantly. 14. As MacDonald said of Robert Wilson, this is not an account of how boosterism came to Arcadia. It's a devil of a long way from it. And once the high point of a story has been reached and passed, it is pointless to prolong it too much. The capture of the greatest noble broke the power of the empire of the great nobles forever. The loyal subjects were helpless without a leader, and the disloyal ones, near the periphery of the empire, didn't care. The crack imperial troops simply folded up and went home. The greatest noble went on issuing orders, and they were obeyed. The people were too used to taking orders from authority to care whether they were really the greatest noble's own idea or not. In a matter of months, 200 men had conquered an empire with a loss of 35 or 40 men. Eventually they had to execute the old greatest noble and put his more tractable nephew on the throne, but that was a mere incident. Gold? It flowed as though there were an endless supply. The commander shipped enough back on the first load to make them all wealthy. The commander didn't go back home to spend his wealth amid the luxuries of the imperial court. Even though Emperor Karl appointed him to the nobility, that sort of thing wasn't the commander's meat. There he would be a fourth-rate noble. Here he was the imperial viceroy, responsible only to the distant emperor. There he would be nothing. Here he was almost a king. 2 years after the capture of the greatest noble, he established a new capital on the coast and named it Kingston, and from Kingston he ruled with an iron hand. As has been intimated, this was not Arcadia. A year after the founding of Kingston, the old capital was attacked, burned, and almost fell under siege, due to a sudden uprising of the natives under the new greatest noble, who had managed to escape. But the uprising collapsed because of the approach of the planting season. The warriors had to go back home and plant their crops, or the whole of the agriculture-based country would starve, except the invading Earthmen. Except in a few instances, the natives were never again any trouble. But the commander, now the viceroy, had not seen the end of his troubles. He had known his limitations, and realized that the governing of a whole planet, or even one continent, was too much for one man when the population consists primarily of barbarians and savages. So he had delegated the rule of a vast area to the south to another, a Lieutenant Commander James, known as One-Eye, a man who had helped finance the original expedition and had arrived after the conquest. One-Eye went south and made very small headway against the more barbaric tribes there. He did not become rich, and he did not achieve anywhere near the success that the viceroy had. So he came back north with his army and decided to unseat the viceroy and take his place. That was 5 years after the capture of the greatest noble. One-Eye took Center City, the old capital, and started to work his way northward toward Kingston. The viceroy's forces met him at a place known as Salt Flats, and thoroughly trounced him. He was captured, tried for high treason, and executed. One would think that the execution ended the threat of Lieutenant Commander James, but not so. He had a son, and he had had followers. 15. 9 years. 9 years since the breaking of a vast empire. It really didn't seem like it. The viceroy looked at his hands. They were veined and thin, and the calluses were gone. Was he getting soft or just getting old? A little bit. No, a great deal of both. He sat in his study, in the vice-regal palace at Kingston, chewing over the events of the past weeks. Twice rumors had come that he was to be assassinated. He and 2 of his counselors had been hanged in effigy in the public square not long back. He had been snubbed publicly by some of the lesser nobles. Had he ruled harshly, or was it just jealousy? And was it really, as some said, caused by the Southerners and the followers of young Jim? He didn't know, and sometimes it seemed as if it didn't matter. Here he was, sitting alone in his study, when he should have gone to a public function. And he had stayed because of fear of assassination. Was it? There was a knock at the door. "Come in." A servant entered. "Sir Martin is here, my lord." The viceroy got to his feet. "Show him in, by all means." Sir Martin, just behind the servant, stepped in, smiling, and the viceroy returned his smile. "Well, everything went off well enough without you," said Sir Martin. "Any sign of trouble?" "None, my lord, none whatsoever. The—" "Damn!" the viceroy interrupted savagely. "I should have known. What have I done but display my cowardice? I'm getting yellow in my old age." Sir Martin shook his head. "Cowardice, my lord, nothing of the sort. Prudence, I should call it. By the by, the judge and a few others are coming over." He chuckled softly. "We thought we might talk you out of a meal." The viceroy grinned widely. "Nothing easier. I suspected all you hangers-on would come round for your handouts. Come along, my friend. We'll have a drink before the others get here." There were nearly 20 people at dinner, all presumably friends of the viceroy. At least it is certain that they were friends insofar as they had no part in the assassination plot. It was a gay party. The viceroy's friends were doing their best to cheer him up, and were succeeding pretty well. One of the nobles, known for his wit, had just essayed a somewhat off-color jest, and the others were roaring with laughter at the punchline when a shout rang out. There was a sudden silence around the table. "What was that?" asked someone. "What did—" "Help!" There was the sound of footsteps pounding up the stairway from the lower floor. "Help! The Southerners have come to kill the viceroy!" From the sounds, there was no doubt in any of the minds of the people seated around the table that the shout was true. For a moment there was shock. Then panic took over. There were only a dozen or so men in the attacking party. If the friends of the viceroy had stuck by him, they could have held off the assassins with ease. But no one ran to lock the doors that stood between the viceroy and his enemies, and only a few drew their weapons to defend him. The others fled. Getting out of a window from the second floor of a building isn't easy, but fear can lend wings, and, although none of them actually flew down, the retreat went fast enough. Characteristically, the viceroy headed not for the window, but for his own room, where his armor, long unused except for state functions, hung waiting in the closet. With him went Sir Martin. But there wasn't even an opportunity to get into the armor. The rebel band charged into the hallway that led to the bedroom, screaming, "Death to the tyrant! Long live the Emperor!" It was personal anger, then, not rebellion against the Empire which had appointed the ex-commander to his post as viceroy. "Where is the viceroy? Death to the tyrant!" The assassins moved in. Swords in hand, and cloaks wrapped around their left arms, Sir Martin and the viceroy moved to meet the oncoming attackers. "Traitors!" bellowed the viceroy. "Cowards! Have you come to kill me in my own house?" Parry thrust. Parry thrust. Two of the attackers fell before the snake-tongue blade of the fighting viceroy. Sir Martin accounted for two more before he fell in a flood of his own blood. The viceroy was alone now. His blade flickered as though inspired, and two more died under its tireless onslaught. Even more would have died if the head of the conspiracy, a supporter of young Jim named Rada, hadn't pulled a trick that not even the viceroy would have pulled. Rada grabbed one of his own men and shoved him toward the viceroy's sword, impaling the hapless man upon that deadly blade. And, in the moment while the viceroy's weapon was buried to the hilt in an enemy's body, the others leaped around the dying man and ran their blades through the viceroy. He dropped to the floor, blood gushing from half a dozen wounds. Even so, his fighting heart still had seconds more to beat. As he propped himself up on one arm, the assassins stood back. Even they recognized that they had killed something bigger and stronger than they. A better man than any of them lay dying at their feet. He clawed with one hand at the river of red that flowed from his pierced throat, and then fell forward across the stone floor. With his crimson hand, he traced the great symbol of his faith on the stone, the sign of the cross. He bent his head to kiss it, and with a final cry of "Jesus," he died. At the age of 70, it had taken a dozen men to kill him with treachery, something all the hell of 9 years of conquest and rule had been unable to do. And thus died Francisco Pizarro, the conqueror of Peru. The Present State of Igneous Research by Gordon R. Dickson. Research, serious research that is, into the subject of the large igneo-eructidae known familiarly to scholars in the field as igneous and to the layman as dragons, has always been hampered as much by lack of a place to publish results as by the general skepticism of the public, to say nothing of the skepticism of most present-day biologists and zoologists concerning the existence of this species. The effect of this has been that efforts to publish in the field have produced activities on the part of the researcher more resembling those of the hero in a late-night spy movie than those of someone engaged in ordinary scholarly investigation. Occasionally, of course, this unorthodox behavior has paid unexpected dividends, as in the discovery of new channels of information, such as the publication in which you are now reading this monograph. True to a long-standing policy of barring nothing from its pages which might be of interest to its admittedly highly selective readership, Analog has emerged as the one publication of the last several decades which has continuously striven to keep its readers up to date on the latest igneous research. Occasionally, we must admit, this information has had to be presented in fictional form, even here, but I need not rehearse examples of excellent information on the igneous, reaching this publication's readers from highly qualified workers in the field such as Anne McCaffrey and Paul Anderson, to name only two. Having, however, cited this pair, who by their scholarship and renown are hardly in a position to be shaken by any ordinary attack, let us move along to the main topic. For the subject of this particular paper is not the conditions and problems surrounding igneous research, but a fortunate discovery of a piece of invaluable new evidence, which bids fair to shine a powerful, valuable, if not revolutionary light on the whole species. This discovery consists of a manuscript that presents an account, in verse, of an encounter between an igneous and a human. It is not, however, merely the account of any random encounter, but details the exact actions of a member of the Dragon Runners Guild toward one particular igneous, in accordance with the rules of that guild. The Dragon Runners Guild is an organization the existence of which has been long suspected by researchers into the igneous situation. Now, with this manuscript, proof has at last been obtained that the guild did indeed exist, and may still, in fact, be not only in existence, but in active existence, even in our present era. But more of that in a moment. Let us pass on to more solid matters. It is necessary before building conjecture upon fact to give a more precise description of the manuscript and an account of the information to be deduced from it. On first examination, the narrative appears to be written in something very like 14th century Middle English. Closer scrutiny, however, reveals two puzzling inconsistencies. One, the chronicler who wrote it was clearly unused to the making of such chronicles. There are variances within the text that show that it was penned with a good deal of carelessness, and little thought beyond that of setting down the immediate information it contained. Second, the language used, while it has some of the tricks of spelling common to Middle English in the period mentioned, also shows a meter and rhyme that is only consistent if the words set down are pronounced as a speaker of modern English would pronounce them. However, tests of the parchment on which the manuscript was written and the ink used have proved that neither parchment nor ink were of any more recent vintage than some 500 years, and possibly much older. This has left only one possible conclusion by anyone knowledgeable in the igneous field. That is, that while the manuscript had to be written by someone with a modern ear, it was none the less written by such a person while he or she was existing in the 14th century or earlier. In short, we must assume that a case of temporal translation, i.e. time-traveling, was involved in the production of this manuscript. Startling, even self-contradictory as this may sound to those unacquainted with the work already done in this field, it is quite consistent with other evidence previously published. Those informed about the Igneous will undoubtedly recall Miss McCaffrey's references to and descriptions of the phenomenon of temporal translation as achieved by these remarkable creatures in her earlier papers in this publication. It therefore becomes entirely conceivable that the author of this manuscript was originally of our own modern era. Once this fact is accepted, the internal evidence of the manuscript delivers up that information which I have, and I believe justly, referred to as revolutionary. For centuries researchers have puzzled over what actually extinguished the race of the Igneous. Naturally, among knowledgeable scholars, the mistaken folk-tale notion that the Igneous were evil creatures destroyed by human heroes, the St. George and the Dragon legend, for example, has long been recognized for the cruel distortion of fact that it is. I myself have had a few words to say on this matter in another publication some 17 years ago. St. Dragon and the George, Fantasy and Science Fiction, September 1957, and the Georgists, I am confident, are a dying breed. For some centuries we in the field have been convinced that igneous nature was just the opposite of evil, although it is only for the first time in this manuscript that we have documentary proof of the fact, documentary proof provided by a human writer. I refer you to stanza 24, lines 1 and 2 of the manuscript. The whole world knows, despite his fiercer part, how each dragon within hath noble heart. The important information here lies in the words, hath noble heart. As I say, anyone expert in the field has long suspected this to be true, but we must ask ourselves, since igneous were noble-hearted, and known by humans to be so, how did canards like the St. George and the Dragon legend get started? I believe the answer to that can be given simply, in one word, guilt. As internal evidence in this manuscript makes clear, humans were indeed responsible for the disappearance of the igneous from among us, but not by force of arms, rather by neglect and inattention, a treatment these noble-hearted creatures could not endure. As a careful examination of the manuscript will show, a close association between man and igneous was originally considered not merely advantageous, but necessary to the igneous. Observe that the story set down in these lines is that of an igneous revived from a poor state of health by a human. Lacking such human association previously, the igneous, Shaggoth, as it is noted near the beginning of the poem, has become fat and stiff, with a temper that was not good. He has, in fact, become so debilitated as to lose his natural ability to fly. Contrast this condition with the accounts of the same igneous further on in the poem after he has been contacted and exercised by a comparably noble-hearted human, the Prentice, later knight, still later baron, Morlet. Above the rocky strand and cruel sea, Shaggoth beat upward, light as feathers be, swooping and making turns in melamen, and loop-the-loops, all such as dragon can. Note also how it is later remarked that the now slim Igneos continues to run and lift heavy weights to keep him trim, although Morlet in person has already parted with him. Above all, note the extremely important lines emphasizing that, as a result of Shaggoth keeping up these activities, all other dragons envy him. To the trained professional eye, lines and line fragments such as these fit together to make certain unmistakable statements. Shaggoth is not just one Igneos, left to lead a solitary existence, but all Igneos in such condition of human neglect. Morlet is not merely one human, but representative of a whole class of humans who have always concerned themselves with the welfare of the Igneos. And the message, in brief, is plain. Igneos require human contact and assistance for their existence in this world. A lack of such contact in recent centuries was obviously a primary reason for their disappearance from among us. But is this sad conclusion all we can learn from this manuscript? No. There is further information to be gleaned from the lines of poetry, and this indicates almost beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Igneos need not be gone from among us for good. For, I submit humbly, but with the certainty of all my years of scholarship in this field, that these lines, together with other evidence I have mentioned, reveal that the Igneos as a race have not died out. What they have done is to withdraw temporally from us humans. They have literally hidden themselves somewhere in the temporal continuum, using their ability to travel there. Where in the temporal continuum are they hiding? The answer to this question must await further research. But no one of intelligence can doubt that the answer is there waiting for us. I submit to you two inescapable conclusions. 1. That this manuscript was clearly written by a modern hand. 2. That the Dragon Runners Guild is proved beyond any reasonable doubt to exist. The deduction from these conclusions is obvious. The writer of the manuscript must have been himself or herself a member of the Guild, a modern member who was able to return through time to the 14th century or earlier. Such temporal translations could only have been accomplished with the help of one or more Igneos, which means that their race must still exist in some area removed from our modern present, but from which they are in contact with the Guild. Such Guild contact can only indicate that the Igneos have not completely given up on humanity. This being the case, however, we may well ask ourselves, can the Igneos ever be brought back into contact with the rest of our race, and if so, how? The poem itself offers an answer. It was the lack of association with noble-hearted humans that caused the Igneos to disappear from view, it tells us, but it avoids suggesting that there were no longer any noble-hearted humans in existence. I propose, rather, that it was the noisy vehicles of modern transportation, the overwhelming growth of human cities, in short, the infestation of earth and sky with all the artifacts of what humans call modern civilization, that caused the sensitive Igneos to shrink back more and more into isolated areas, where the possibility of their contact with the noble-hearted among our own race was extremely limited. But now, we have finally come upon a practical means of bringing the Igneos out of hiding. It is through such publications as this that a sufficient number of Igneous-minded humans can be located and identified, so that, finding human friends once more available to them, the Igneos may possibly be enticed to return among us. I have been told point-blank by other Igneous experts that this prospect is a pipe dream on my part, that the noble-hearted human is as extinct as the Igneous themselves have popularly been believed to be. However, I emphatically reject such pessimism, and I offer to rebut it with the reactions of the readers of this monograph. Let me refer you to the fact that, at its conclusion, the manuscript shows Shaggoth and Morlet, although they are now separated, maintaining their friendship through an exchange of correspondence once a year. But in the season when the mistletoe and holly hangeth heavy on the bough, each writes to each a letter of good cheer, to tell his friend what him befell that year. I stand on my belief that there are among the readers of this publication many of those noble-hearted individuals with whom our time-stranded Igneous friends yearn to have contact, and I call on all of you reading this. How many of you would not be willing, like Morlet, to sit down once a year at this holiday season and pen a letter of good cheer to an Igneous friend? Confident that the positive response to this question will be an overwhelmingly decisive one, I sit back to await the future in an atmosphere of anticipation and high hope. The Prentice and the Dragon by Gordon R. Dickson. In frosty season, when the mistletoe and holly hangeth heavy on the bough, a deed both brave and kindly once befell, the tale of which, in truth, I can now tell. There was a dragon, shaggeth on a cliff. I wis he was a dragon fat and stiff, for that since many settings of the sun, he had no fierce battle, nor healthful run. And as both dragons and all mankind hath, his stiffness fadeth full his ancient wrath, by all of which I should be understood to say of him his temper was not good. Because of this, his sore infirmity, he showeth no travellers no mercy. And such grim stories of him did resound, all folks of his cliff passeth far around. But at the time of which I now relate, there cameth one whose renown was not great, a prentice only, but by strong oath bound, to run all dragons, and to keep them sound. And as his rank, though gentle, was not great, he had no wealth, nor any high estate, but that rare charity to dragonkind, which sages praiseth, time all out of mind. Morlet his name, a brave and kindly youth. When that he knew the matter was in sooth of a dragon's deep need, he vowed that he should see the Shaggoth running lisomely. Yet peril was enough, as well he wot. So be he came at night time as he thought, where sleepeth Shaggoth in a rocky nest, groaning for aches that paineth strong his rest. And cleverly the prentice all alone beneath the neck of Shaggoth rolled a stone, so that the dragon twist his neck in sleep, the stone from bruising of his flesh to keep. So sleepeth he with twisted neck till dawn, woke with the sun, and starteth up anon, a stiff and certes a crooked neck to find, so that he might by no means look behind. So pained this last condition, past belief, that Shaggoth gan to weep for very grief. "O sad a dragon's life," quoth he, "that I must suffer so, and am too fat to fly." But scarcely had he made this woeful moan, when he did feel a poke at his tailbone. Furious, he tried to turn his head and see who poked at him, but his stiff neck stopped he. "Hae done," he cried, "in name of dragon's wrath." Yet Morlet kneweth well his prentice path, wherefore he proddeth Shaggoth yet once more, and Shaggoth leapeth from his nest a roar. So wroth the dragon was, nor recketh he of all his aches and all his misery. "I shall this poker shake from off my tail," sweared he, "then drive him earthward like a nail." Reaching the open plain, he gan gallop, as only dragons can withouten stop. At fearsome speed he thundered o'er the land, there was no distance that could him withstand. Meantime young Morlet, faithful to his vow, clung to the dragon's tail, grateful enow. For his good belt, with which tight bound had he himself to Shaggoth, lest he be thrown free. So, risking life and limb and mortal death, Morlet revowed his oath while he had breath. "I will succor this dragon, or will die. Such duty is the least for such as I." Yet, if young Morlet would not bend his will, nammer could Shaggoth's dragon's wrath be still. Together they continued on their run, through morning, noon, and setting of the sun. Across the wide plain, through the further hills, by fields and forests, swamps and rocky rills, chargeth the Shaggoth into deepest night. Full warm was he, nor ached, but felt all right. And as the youngling dawn gan bleed the sky, Shaggoth unto himself asked, Be this I? So lightly leaping o'er each hill and dale, so acheless, full of strength, nor like to fail? Mayhap this long gallop hath done me good. Couldst be this poker knew so, that it would? If so, mistaken was my wrath anon, I must admit to him that I was wrong. He turned his head, now on a supple neck, to speak to Morlet, but he failed to reck of just ahead a cliff edge sharp indeed, from off of which he hurtled at full speed. A cliff it was, famous for land to land, for 1/2 a mile sheer fell it to the strand of the deep sea, with great stones all about, to smash the life from man and dragon out. The whole world knows, despite his fiercer part, how each dragon within hath noble heart, and in this moment when fell death was near, yet was not for himself Shaggoth felt fear. Alas, cried he, nor looked I on eftsoon, I have repaid kindness with fearful doom. Poker, 'twas thou helped me, now we must die. Nonsense, quoth Morlet, needs but that ye fly. Great tears thereupon bedewed the dragon's cheek. Alas, he wept, I am too fat and weak. That once was true, said Morlet, but no more. Thy run hath made thee lean and light to soar. Can this be true, said Shaggoth, I will try. He tried, and lo, he found that he could fly, as once had he, when but a dragon young, soaring above the earth-bound, ever reach on. Ah, great the bliss of high lords in their towers, and great their ladies' bliss within their bowers, but no bliss toucheth that which doth obtain a dragon fat who now can fly again. Above the rocky strand and cruel sea, Shaggoth beat upward, light as feathers be, swooping and making turns in the layman, and loop-the-loops, all such as dragons can. So triumphantly returned he home by air to his own cliff, parting with Morlet there. He did the Prentice thank most heartily, and waved farewell as far as him could see. And so they parted, but since then each dawn, early, Shaggoth some lengthy leagues doth run, and lifteth heavy weights to keep him trim, so that all other dragons envy him. Meantime young Morlet hath become a knight, in many lands hath shown in gallant fight, and won him great honours, until the king hath made him baron, as the minstrels sing. So goeth each upon his separate way. Shaggoth doth aid travellers gone astray. Morlet doth rule his barony, and fight all evil knights, and trounceth them aright. But in the season when mistletoe and holly hangeth heavy on the bough, each writes to each a letter of good cheer, to tell his friend what him befell that year. Make Mine Homogenized, by Raphael. Shoo! Hetty Thompson cried, waving her battered old felt hat at the clucking cluster of hens eddying around her legs as she ploughed through the flock toward the chicken house. Scat! You, Solomon, she called out, directing her words at the bobbing comb of the big rooster strutting at the edge of the mob. Don't just stand there like a satisfied cowhand after a night in Reno. Get these noisy females out of my way. She batted at the hens, and they scattered with angry squawks of protest. Hetty paused in the doorway of the chicken house to allow her eyes to become accustomed to the cool gloom after the bright glare of the ranch yard. She could feel the first trickles of sweat forming under the man's shirt she was wearing as the hot, early morning Nevada sun beat down on her back in the doorway. Moving carefully but quickly through the nests, she reached and groped for the eggs she knew would be found in the scattered straw. As she placed each find carefully in the bucket she carried, her lips moved in a soundless count. When she had finished, she straightened up and left the chicken house, her face reflecting minor irritation. Again the hens swirled about her, hoping for the handfuls of cracked corn she usually tossed to them. On the other side of the yard, Solomon stepped majestically along the edge of the vegetable garden, never crossing the hoed line separating garden from yard. "You'd better stay over there, you no-account Lothario," Hetty growled. "5 eggs short this morning, and all you do is act like you were just the business agent for this bunch of fugitives from a dumpling pot." Solomon cocked his head and stared Hetty down. She paused at the foot of the back porch steps and threw the rooster a final remark. "You don't do any better than this, you're liable to wind up in that pot yourself." Solomon gave a scornful cluck. "Better still, I'll get me a young rooster in here and take over your job." Solomon let out a squawk and took out at a dead run, herding 3 hens before him toward the chicken house. With a satisfied smile of triumph, Hetty climbed the steps and crossed to the kitchen door. She turned and looked back across the yard towards the barn and corrals. "Barney," Hetty yelled, "ain't you finished with that milking yet?" "Comin' now, Miss Thompson," came the reply from the barn. Hetty let the screen door slam behind her as she walked into the kitchen and placed the bucket of eggs on the big work table. She had her arm up to wipe her moist forehead on the sleeve of her shirt when she spotted the golden egg lying in the middle of the others in the galvanized bucket. She froze in the arm-lifted position for several seconds, staring at the dully glowing egg. Then she slowly reached out and picked it up. It was slightly heavier than a regular egg, and but for the dull, gold-bronze metallic appearance of the shell, looked just like any of the other 20-odd eggs in the bucket. She was still holding it in the palm of her hand when the kitchen door again slammed and the handyman limped into the room. He carried 2 pails of milk across the kitchen and set them down near the sink. "What you looking at, Miss Thompson?" Barney Hatfield asked. Hetty frowned at the egg in her hand without answering. Barney limped around the side of the table for a closer look. Sunlight streaming through the kitchen windows glinted on the shell of the odd egg. Barney's eyes grew round. "Now ain't that something?" he whispered in awe. Hetty started as though someone had snapped his fingers in front of her staring eyes. Her normal look of practical dubiousness returned. "Huh," she snorted. "Even had me fooled for a second. Something wrong with this egg, but it sure as shootin' ain't gold. One of them fool hens must have been pecking in the fertilizer storeroom and got herself an overdose of some of them minerals in that stuff. What are you staring at, you old fool?" She glared at Barney. "It ain't gold." Hetty laid the egg at one side of the table. She walked to the sink and took a clean 2-gallon milk can from the drainboard and set it in the sink to fill it from the pails of rich, frothy milk Barney had brought in the pails. "Sally come fresh this morning, Miss Thompson," he said. "Got herself a real fine little bull calf." Hetty looked at the 2 pails of milk. "Well, where's the rest of the milk, then?" "That's Queenie's milk," Barney said. "Sally's is still out on the porch." "Well, bring it in before the sun clabbers it." "Can't," Barney said. Hetty swung around and glared at him. "What do you mean you can't? You suddenly come down with the glanders?" "No'm, it's just that Sally's milk ain't no good," he replied. A frown spread over Hetty's face as she hoisted one of the milk pails and began pouring into the can in the sink. "What's wrong with it, Barney? Sally seems sick or something?" she asked. Barney scratched his head. "I don't rightly know, Miss Thompson. That milk looks all right, or at least almost all right. It's kind of thin and don't have no foam like you'd expect milk to have, but mostly it sure don't smell right, and it danged well don't taste right." "Phooey!" He made a face at the memory of the taste. "I stuck my finger in it when it looked kind of queer and took a taste. It sure tasted lousy." "You've probably been currying that mangy old horse of yours before you went to milking," Hetty snorted, "and tasted his cancerous old hide on your fingers. I've told you for the last time to wash your hands before you go to milking them cows. I didn't pay no $1,800 for that prize registered Guernsey just to have you give her bag fever with your dirty hands." "That ain't so, Miss Thompson," Barney cried indignantly. "I did, too, wash my hands. Good, too. I wasn't near my horse this morning. That milk just weren't no good." Hetty finished pouring the milk into the cans and, after putting the cans in the refrigerator, wiped her hands on her jeans and went out onto the porch, Barney trailing behind her. She bent over and sniffed at the 2 milk pails sitting beside the door. "Whew!" she exclaimed. "It sure does smell funny. Hand me that dipper, Barney." Barney reached for a dipper hanging on a nail beside the kitchen door. Hetty dipped out a small quantity of the milk, sipped, straightened up with a jerk, and spewed the milk out into the yard. "Yuck!" she spluttered. "That tastes worse'n diesel oil." She stirred distastefully at the swirling, flat-looking liquid in the pails, and then turned back to the kitchen. "I never saw the like of it," she exclaimed. Chickens come out with some kind of sorry-looking eggs, and now, in the same morning, an $1,800 registered fresh Guernsey gives out hogwash instead of milk." She stared thoughtfully across the yard at the distant mountains, now shimmering in the hot mid-morning sun. "Guess we could swill the hogs with that milk rather than throw it out, Barney. I never seen anything them Durocs wouldn't eat. When you get ready to put the other swill in the cooker, toss that milk in with it and cook it up for the hogs." Hetty went back into her kitchen, and Barney turned and limped across the yard to the tractor shed. He pulled the brim of his sweat-stained Stetson over his eyes and squinted south over the heat-dancing sage and sparse grasslands of Circle T Range. Dust devils were pirouetting in the hazy distance toward the mountains, forming a corridor leading to the ranch. A dirt road led out of the yard and crossed an oiled county road about 5 miles south of the ranch. The county road was now the only link the Circle T had to the cattle shipping pens at Carson City. The dirt road arrowed south across the range, but 15 miles from the ranch, a 6-strand new barbed wire fence cut the road. A white metal sign with raised letters proclaimed, "Road closed. U.S. Government Military Reservation. Restricted area. Danger. Peligro. Keep out." The taut bands of wire stretched east and west of the road for more than 20 miles in each direction, with duplicates of the metal sign hung on the fence every 500 yards. Then the wires turned south for nearly 100 miles, etching in skin-blistering, sun-heated strands the outlines of the Nevada atomic testing grounds at Frenchman's Flat. When the wire first went up, Hetty and her ranching neighbors had screamed to high heaven and high congressmen about the loss of the road and range. The fence stayed up. Now they had gotten used to the idea, and had even grown blasé about the frequent nuclear blasts that rattled the desert floor 60 miles from ground zero. Barney built a fire under the big, smoked-blackened cauldron Hetty used for cooking the hog swill. Dale Hamilton, the county agent, had given Hetty a long talk on the dangers of feeding the pigs raw, uncooked, and possibly contaminated garbage. When Hamilton got graphic about what happened to people who ate pork from such hogs, Hetty turned politely green and had Barney set up the cooking cauldron. After dumping the kitchen slops into the pot, Barney hiked back across the yard to get the 2 pails of bad milk. Hetty was sitting at the kitchen table, putting the eggs into plastic refrigerator dishes, when the hog slop exploded in a whooshing roar, followed a split second later by an even louder blast that rocked the ranch buildings. The eggs flew across the room as the lid of the slop cauldron came whistling through the kitchen window in a blizzard of flying glass and buried itself edgewise in the wall over the stove. Hetty slammed backwards head-first into a heap of shattered eggs. A torrent of broken plaster and crockery fragments rained on her stunned figure. Through dazed eyes, she saw a column of purple-reddish fire rising from the yard. A woman who has been thrown 23 times from a pitching bronco and kicked 5 times in the process doesn't stay dazed long. Pawing dripping egg yolks and plaster from her face, Hetty Thompson struggled to her feet and staggered to the kitchen door. "Barney!" she bawled. "You all right?" The column of weird-colored flame had quickly died, and only a few flickering pieces of wood from the cauldron fire burned in scattered spots about the yard. Of the cauldron there wasn't a sign. "Barney!" she cried anxiously. "Where are you?" "Here I am, Miss Thompson." Barney's blackened face peered around the corner of the tractor shed. "You okay, Miss Thompson?" "What in thunderation happened?" Hetty called out. "You try to build a fire with dynamite for kindling?" Shaken but otherwise unharmed, Barney painfully limped over to the ranch house porch. "Don't ask me what happened, ma'am," he said. "I just poured that milk into the slop pot and then put the lid back on and walked off. I heard this big whoosh and turned around in time to see the lid fly off and the kettle begin to tip into the fire, and then there was one hell of a blast. It knocked me clean under the tractor shed." He fumbled in his pocket for a cigarette and shakily lighted it. Hetty peered out over the yard and then, looking up, gasped. Perched like a rakish derby hat on the arm of the towering pump windmill was the slop cauldron. "Well, I'll be," Hetty Thompson said. "You sure you didn't pour gas on that fire to make it burn faster, Barney Hatfield?" she barked at the handyman. "No, sirree," Barney declaimed loudly. "There weren't no gas anywhere near that fire. Only thing I poured out was that there bad milk." He paused and scratched his head. "Reckon that funny milk could have done that, Miss Thompson? There ain't no gas made what'll blow up nor burn so funny as that did. Hetty snorted. Who ever heard of milk blowing up, you old idiot? A look of doubt spread. You put all that milk in there? No'm, just the one bucket. Barney pointed to the other pail beside the kitchen door, now half empty, and standing in a pool of liquid sloshed out by the blast wave. Hetty studied the milk pail for a minute, and then resolutely picked it up and walked out into the yard. Only one way to find out, she said. Get me a tin can, Barney. She poured about 2 tablespoons of the milk into the bottom of the can, while Barney collected a small pile of kindling. Removing the milk pail to a safe distance, Hetty lighted the little pile of kindling, set the tin can atop the burning wood, and scooted several yards away to join Barney, who had been watching from afar. In less than a minute, a booming whoosh sent a miniature column of purple gaseous flame sprouting from the can. Well, what do you know about that? Hetty exclaimed wonderingly. The can had flown off the fire a few feet, but didn't explode. Hetty went back to the milk pail and, collecting less than a teaspoonful in the water dipper, walked to the fire. Standing as far back as she could and still reach over the flames, she carefully sprinkled a few drops of the liquid directly into the fire and then jumped back. Miniature balls of purple flame erupted from the fire before she could move. Pieces of flaming kindling flew in all directions, and one slammed Barney across the back of the neck and sent a shower of sparks down his back. The handyman let out a yowl of pain and leaped for the watering trough beside the corral, smoke trailing behind him. Hetty thoughtfully surveyed the scene of her experiment from beneath raised eyebrows. Then she grunted with satisfaction, picked up the remaining milk in the pail, and went back to the ranch house. Barney climbed drippingly from the horse trough. The kitchen was a mess. Splattered eggs were over everything, and broken glass, crockery, and plaster covered the floor, table, and counters. Only one egg remained unbroken. That was the golden egg. Hetty picked it up and shook it. There was a faint sensation of something moving inside the tough, metallic-looking shell. It shook almost as a normal egg might, but not quite. Hetty set the strange object on a shelf and turned to the task of cleaning up. Johnny Culpepper, the ranch's other full-time hand and Hetty's assistant manager, drove the pickup into the yard just before noon. He parked in the shade of the huge cottonwood tree beside the house and bounced out with an armload of mail and newspapers. Inside the kitchen door, he dumped the mail on the sideboard and started to toss his hat on a wall hook when he noticed the condition of the room. Hetty was dishing out fragrant, warmed-over stew into 3 lunch dishes on the table. She had cleaned up the worst of the mess and changed into a fresh shirt and jeans. Her iron-gray hair was pulled back in a still-damp knot at the back, after a hasty scrubbing to get out the gooey mixture of eggs and plaster. "Holy smoke, Hetty," Johnny said. "What happened here?" His eyes widened when he saw the lid of the slop cauldron still embedded in the wall over the stove. His gaze tracked back and took in the shattered window. "Had an accident," Hetty said matter-of-factly, putting the last dishes on the table. "Tell you about it when we eat. Now you go wash up and call Barney. I want you to put some new glass in that window this afternoon and get that dang lid out of the wall." Curious and puzzled, Johnny washed at the kitchen sink and then walked to the door to shout for Barney. On the other side of the yard, Barney released the pump windmill clutch. While Johnny watched from the porch, the weight of the heavy slop cauldron slowly turned the big windmill, and as the arm adorned by the kettle rotated downward, the cast-iron pot slipped off and fell to the hard-packed ground with a booming clang. "Well, for the love of Pete," Johnny said in amazement. "Hey, Barney, time to eat. Come on in." Barney trudged across the yard and limped into the kitchen to wash. They sat down to the table. "Now just what have you two been up to?" Johnny demanded as they attacked the food-laden dishes. Between mouthfuls, the 2 older people gave him a rundown on the morning's mishaps. The more Johnny heard, the wilder it sounded. Johnny had been a part of the Circle T since he was 10 years old. That was the year Hetty jerked him out of the hands of a Carson City policeman who had been in the process of hauling the ragged and dirty youngster to the station house for swiping a box of cookies from a grocery store. Johnny's mother was dead, and his father, once the town's best mechanic, had turned into the town's best drunk. During the times his father slept one off, either in the shack the man and boy occupied at the edge of town or in the local lockup, Johnny ran wild. Hetty took the boy to the ranch for 2 reasons. Mainly it was the empty ache in her heart since the death of Big Jim Thompson a year earlier following a ranch tractor accident that had crushed his chest. The other was her well-hidden disappointment that she had been childless. Hetty's bluff, weathered features would never admit to loneliness or heartache. Beneath the surface, all the warmth and love she had went out to the scared but belligerent youngster. But she never let much affection show through until Johnny had become part of her life. Johnny's father died the following winter after pneumonia brought on by a night of lying drunk in the cold shack during a blizzard. It was accepted without legal formality around the county that Johnny automatically became Hetty's boy. She cuffed and comforted him into a gawky, happy adolescence, pushed him through high school, and then, at 18, sent him off to the University of California at Davis to learn what the pundits of the United States Department of Agriculture had to say about animal husbandry and ranch management. When Hetty and Barney had finished their recitation, Johnny wore a look of frank disbelief. "If I didn't know you two better, I'd say you'd both been belting the bourbon bottle while I was gone. But this I've got to see." They finished lunch and, after Hetty stacked the dishes in the sink, trooped out to the porch where Johnny went through the same examination of the milk. Again a little fire was built in the open safety of the yard, and a few drops of the liquid used to produce the same technicolored combustive effects. "Well, what do you know?" Johnny exclaimed. "A 400-octane Guernsey cow." Johnny kicked out the fire and carried the milk pail to the tractor shed. He parked the milk on a workbench and gathered up an armful of tools to repair the blast-torn kitchen. He started to leave, but when the milk bucket caught his eye, he unloaded the tools and fished around under the workbench for an empty 5-gallon gasoline can. He poured the remaining milk into the gasoline can and replaced the cap. Then he took his tools and a pane of glass from an overhead rack and headed for the house. Hetty came into the kitchen as he was prying at the cauldron lid in the wall. "You're going to make a worse mess before you're through," she said, "so I'll just let you finish and then clean up the whole mess afterwards. I got other things to do anyway." She jammed a man's old felt hat on her head and left the house. Barney was unloading the last of the supplies Johnny had brought from Carson in the truck. Hetty shielded her eyes against the metallic glare of the afternoon sun. "Getting pretty dry, Barney. Throw some salt blocks in the pickup and I'll run them down to the south pasture and see if the pumps need to be turned on. And you might get that wind pump going in case we get a little breeze later this afternoon. But in any case, better run the yard pump for an hour or so and get some water up into the tank. I'll be back as soon as I take a ride through the pasture. I want to see how that Angus yearling is coming that I picked out for house beef." A few minutes later, Hetty in the pickup disappeared behind a hot swirl of yellow dust. Barney ambled to the cool pump-house beneath the towering windmill. An electric motor, powered either from the REA line or from direct current stored in a bank of wet-cell batteries, bulked large in the small shed. To the left, a small gasoline-driven generator supplied standby power, if no wind was blowing to turn the arm-driven generator, if the lines happened to be down, as was often the case in the winter. Barney threw the switch to start the pump motor. Nothing happened. He reached for the light switch to test the single bulb hanging from a cord to the ceiling. Same nothing. Muttering darkly to himself, he changed the pump engine leads to DC current and closed the switch to the battery bank. The engine squeaked and whined slowly, but when Barney threw in the clutch to drive the pump, it stopped and just hummed faintly. Then he opened the AC fuse box. Johnny had freed the cauldron lid and was knocking out bits of broken glass from the kitchen window frame before putting in the new glass when Barney limped into the room. "That pot busted the pump-house 'lectric line, Johnny, when it went sailing," he said. "Miss Thompson wants to pump up some water, and on top of that, the batteries are down. You got time to fix the line?" Johnny paused and surveyed the kitchen. "I'm going to be working here for another hour anyway, so Hetty can clean up when she gets back. Why don't you fire up the gasoline kicker for now, and I'll fix the line when I get through here," he said. "Okay," Barney nodded and turned to leave. "Oh, forgot to ask you. Miss Thompson tell you about the egg?" "What egg?" Johnny asked. "The gold one." Johnny grinned. "Sure, and I saw the goose when I came in, and your jack and the windmill is your beanstalk. Go climb it, Barney, and cut out the fairy tales." "Nah, Johnny," Barney protested. "I ain't kiddin'. Miss Thompson got a gold egg from the hens this morning. At least, it looks kind of like gold, but she says it ain't. See, here it is." He reached into the cupboard where Hetty had placed the odd egg. He walked over and handed it to Johnny, who was sitting on the sink drain counter to work on the shattered window. The younger man turned the egg over in his hand. "It sure feels funny. Wonder what the inside looks like." He banged the egg gently against the edge of the drain board. When it didn't crack, he slammed it harder, but then realizing that if it did break suddenly it would squish onto the floor, he put the egg on the counter and tapped it with his hammer. The shell split and a clear liquid poured out onto the drain board, thin and clear, not glutinous like a normal egg white. A small reddish ball, obviously the yolk, rolled across the board, fell into the sink, and broke into powdery fragments. A faint ether-like odor arose from the mess. "I guess Miss Thompson was right," Barney said. "She said that hen must have been pecking in the fertilizer chemicals. Never seen no egg like that before." "Yeah," Johnny said puzzledly. "Well, so much for that." He tossed the golden shell to one side and turned back to his glass work. Barney left for the pump-house. Inside the pump-house, Barney opened the gasoline engine tank and poked a stick down to test the fuel level. The stick came out almost dry. With another string of mutterings, he limped across the yard to the tractor shed for a gas can. Back in the pump-house, he poured the engine tank full, set the gas can aside, and then, after priming the carburetor, yanked on the starter pull rope. The engine caught with a spluttering roar and began racing madly. Barney lunged for the throttle and cut it back to idle, but even then the engine was running at near full speed. Then Barney noticed the white fluid running down the side of the engine tank and dripping from the spout of the gasoline can. He grinned broadly, put in the pump clutch, and hurriedly limped across the yard to the kitchen. "Hey, Johnny," he called, "did you put that milk of Sally's into the gas can?" Johnny leaned through the open kitchen window. "Yeah, why?" "Well, I just filled the kicker with it by accident, and man, you ought to hear that engine run," Barney exclaimed. "Come see." Johnny swung his legs through the window and dropped lightly to the yard. The two men were halfway across the yard from the pump-house when a loud explosion ripped the building. Parts of the pump engine flew through the thin walls like shrapnel. A billowing cloud of purple smoke welled out of the ruptured building as Johnny and Barney flattened themselves against the hot, packed earth. Flames licked up from the pump shed. The men ran for the horse trough and, grabbing pails of water, raced for the pump-house. The fire had just started into the wooden walls of the building, and a few splashes of water doused the flames. They eyed the ruins of the gasoline engine. "Holy cow!" Johnny exclaimed. "That stuff blew the engine right apart." He gazed up at the holes in the pump-house roof. "Blew the cylinders and head right out the roof. Holy cow!" Barney was pawing at the pump and electric motor. "Didn't seem to hurt the pump none. Guess we better get that electric line fixed, though, now that we ain't got no more gas engine." The two men went to work on the pump motor. The broken line outside the building was spliced, and 20 minutes later, Johnny threw the AC switch. The big electric motor spun into action and settled into a workmanlike hum. The overhead light dimmed briefly when the pump load was thrown on, and then the slip-slap sound of the pump filled the shed. They watched and listened for a couple of minutes. Assured that the pump was working satisfactorily, they left the wrecked pump-house. Johnny was carrying the gasoline can of milk. "Good thing you set this off to one side where it didn't get hit and go off," he said. "The way this stuff reacts, we'd be without a pump, engine, or windmill if it had. Barney, be a good guy and finish putting in that glass for me, will you? I've got the frame all ready to putty. I've got me some fiddling and figuring to do." Johnny angled off to the tractor and tool shed and disappeared inside. Barney limped into the kitchen and went to work on the window glass. From the tractor shed came the sounds of an engine spluttering, racing, backfiring, and then just idling. When Hetty drove back into the ranch yard an hour or so later, Johnny was rodeoing the farm tractor around the yard like a teenager, his face split in a wide grin. She parked the truck under the tree as Johnny drove the tractor alongside and gunned the engine, still grinning. "What in tarnation is this all about?" Hetty asked as she climbed down from the pickup. "Know what this tractor's running on?" Johnny shouted over the noise of the engine. "Of course I do, you young idiot," she exclaimed. "It's gasoline." "Wrong," Johnny yelled triumphantly. "It's running on Sally's milk." The next morning, Johnny had mixed up 200 gallons of Sally's fuel and had the pickup, tractor, cattle truck, and his 1958 Ford and Hetty's '59 Chevrolet station wagon all purring on the mixture. Mixing it was a simple process after he experimented and found the right proportions. 1 quart of pure Sally's milk to 100 gallons of water. He had used the 2 remaining quarts in the gasoline can to make the mixture, but by morning, Sally had graced the ranch with 5 more gallons of the pure concentrate. Johnny carefully stored the concentrated milk in a scoured 55-gallon drum in the tool shed. "We've hit a gold mine," he told Hetty exultantly. "We're never going to have to buy gasoline again. On top of that, at the rate Sally's turning this stuff out, we can start selling it in a couple of weeks and make a fortune." That same morning, Hetty collected 3 more of the golden eggs. "Set 'em on the shelf," Johnny said, "and when we go into town next time, I'll have Dale look at them and maybe tell us what those hens have been into. I'll probably go into town again Saturday for the mail." But when Saturday came, Johnny was hobbling around the ranch on a wrenched ankle, suffered when his horse stumbled in a gopher hole and tossed him. "You stay off that leg," Hetty ordered. "I'll go into town for the mail. Them girls can just struggle along without your romancing this week." Johnny made a wry face, but obeyed orders. "Barney," Hetty bawled, "bring me a quarter of beef out of the cooler." Barney stuck his head out of the barn and nodded. "I've been promising some good beef to Judge Hatcher for a month of Sundays now," Hetty said to Johnny. "If you're going to stop by the courthouse, how about taking those crazy eggs of yours into the country agent's office and leave them there for analysis?" Johnny suggested. He hobbled into the kitchen to get the golden eggs. Barney arrived with the chilled quarter of beef wrapped in burlap. He tossed it in the bed of the pickup and threw more sacks over it to keep it cool under the broiling mid-morning sun. Johnny came out with the eggs in a light cardboard box stuffed with crumpling newspapers. He wedged the box against the side of beef in the forward corner of the truck bed. "One more thing, Hetty," he said. "I've got half a drum of drain oil in the tractor shed that I've been meaning to trade in for some gearbox lube that Willie Simon said he'd let me have. Can you drop it off at his station and pick up the grease?" "Throw it on," Hetty said, "while I go change into some town clothes." Johnny started to hobble down the porch steps when Barney stopped him. "I'll get it, boy. You stay off that ankle." Barney climbed into the pickup and drove it around to the tractor shed. He spotted 2 oil drums in the gloomy shed. He tilted the nearest one and felt liquid slosh near the halfway mark, then rolled it out the door. Barney heaved it into the truck bed, stood it on end against the cab, and drove the pickup back to the ranch house door as Hetty came out wearing clean jeans and a bright flowered blouse. Her gray hair was tucked in a neat bun beneath a blocked Stetson hat. She climbed into the truck, waved to the 2 men, and drove out of the yard. As she bumped over the cattle guard at the gate, the wooden plug that Johnny had jury-rigged to quart the gasoline drum with its 20-gallon load of pure Sally's milk bounced out. A small geyser of white fluid shot out of the drum as she hit another bump, and then the pickup went jolting down the ranch road, little splashes of Sally's milk sloshing out with each bump and forming a pool on the bottom of the truck. When Hetty cowboyed onto the country road, the drum tipped dangerously and then bounced back onto its base. This time a fountain of milk geysered out and splashed heavily into the box of golden eggs. Hetty drove on, but not for long. With a ranchwoman's disregard for watching the road, Hetty constantly scanned the nearby rangelands where small bands of her cherished black Angus grazed. She prided herself on the fact that, despite her 60 years, her eyes were still sharp enough to spot a worm-ridden cow at 1,000 yards. 2 miles after she turned onto the county road which ran through Circle T rangeland, her roving gaze took in a cow and calf on a hillside a few hundred yards south of the road. Hetty slowed the pickup to 50 miles an hour and squinted into the sun. She grunted with satisfaction and slammed on the brakes. The truck swerved and skidded to a halt at the left side of the deserted road. Hetty leaped from the truck and began a fast walk up the hillside for a closer look at the cow and calf. She never heard the dull thump of the milk drum tipping onto the edge of the truck bed. Hetty topped the hill and walked slowly toward the cow and calf that were now edging away from her. As she eased down the far side of the hill, out of sight of the pickup, a steady stream of Sally's milk was engulfing the box of golden eggs. A minute later, the reduced contents caused the drum to shift and slip. It fell onto the eggs, cracking a half-dozen. The earth split open, and the world around Hetty erupted into a roaring inferno of purple-red fire and ear-shattering sound. The rolling concussion swept Hetty from her feet and tumbled her into a dry-wash gully at the base of the hill. The gully saved her life as the sky-splitting shock wave rolled over her. Stunned and deafened, she flattened herself under a slight overhang. The rolling blast rocked ranches and towns for more than 100 miles, and the ground wave triggered the seismographs at the University of California nearly 200 miles away, and at UCLA 400 miles distant. Tracking and testing instruments went wild along the entire length of the AEC atomic test grounds, a mere 60 miles south of the smoking, gaping hole that marked the end of the Circle T pickup truck. In a direct line, the ranch house was about 8 miles from the explosion. Johnny was lounging at Hetty's favorite rocking chair on the wide-back veranda, lighting a cigarette, and Barney was perched on the porch railing, when the sky was blotted out by the dazzling violet light of the blast. They were blinking in amazement when the shockwave smashed into the ranch, flattening the flimsier buildings and buckling the side and roof of the steel-braced barn. Every window in the place blew out in a storm of deadly glass shards. The rolling ground wave in the wake of the shock blast rocked and bounced the solid timber and adobe main house. The concussion hit Johnny like a fist, pinwheeling him back in the rocker against the wall of the house. It caught Barney like a sack of sodden rags and flung him atop the dazed and semi-conscious younger man. The first frightened screams of the horses in the barns and corrals were mingling with the bawling of the heifers in the calf pens when the sound of the explosion caught up with the devastation of the shock and ground waves. Like the reverberation of 1,000 massed cannon firing at once, the soul-searing sound rumbled out of the desert and boiled with almost tangible density into the shattered ranch yard. It flattened the feebly stirring men on the porch, and then thundered on in a tidal wave of noise. Barney moaned and rolled off the tangle of porch rocker and stunned youth beneath him. Johnny lay dazed another second or two, and then began struggling to his feet. "Hetty," he croaked, pointing wildly to the south where a massive, dirty column of purple smoke and fire rose skyward, like the stem of a monstrous and malignant toadstool. "Hetty's out there." He stumbled from the porch and broke into a staggering run to the pile of broken planks that seconds ago had been the tractor shed. As he crossed the yard, a great gust of wind whipped back from the north, pumping clouds of dry, dusty earth before it. The force of the wind almost knocked the bruised and shaken Johnny from his feet once again as it swept back over the ranch in the direction of the great pillar of purple smoke. Implosion, Johnny's mind registered. He tore at the stack of loose boards leaning against the station wagon, flinging them fiercely aside in his frantic efforts to free the vehicle. Barney limped up to join him, and a minute later they had cleared away into the wagon. Johnny squeezed into the front seat and drove it back from under more leaning boards. 3 of the side windows were smashed, but the windshield was intact except for a small, starred crack in the safety glass. Clear of the debris, Barney opened the opposite door and slid in beside Johnny. Dirt spun from beneath the wheels of the car as he slammed his foot to the floor and raced toward the smoke column that now towered more than 1.5 miles into the air. Beneath her protective overhang, Hetty stirred and moaned feebly. Twin rivulets of dark blood trickled from her nostrils. Thick dust was settling on the area, and she coughed and gasped for breath. On the opposite side of the hill, a vast, torn crater, nearly 100 feet across and 6 to 10 feet deep, smoked like a stirring volcano and gave off a strange, pungent odor of ether. Johnny Culpepper's dramatic charge to the rescue was no more dramatic than the reaction in a dozen other places in Nevada and California, particularly 60 miles south, where a small army of military and scientific men were preparing for an atomic underground shot when the Circle T pickup vanished. The shock wave rippled across the desert floor, flowed around the mountains, and funneled into Frenchman's Flat, setting off every shock-measuring instrument. Then came the ground wave, rolling through the earth like a gopher through a garden. Ditto for ground wave measuring devices. Lastly, the sound wave boomed onto the startled scientists and soldiers like the pounding of great timpani under the vaulted dome of the burning sky. On mountaintop observation posts, technicians turned unbelieving eyes north to the burgeoning pillar of smoke and dust, then yelped and swung optical and electronic instruments to bear on the fantastic column. In less than 15 minutes, the test under preparation had been cancelled, all equipment secured, and the first assault waves of scientists, soldiers, intelligence, and security men were racing north behind white-suited and sealed radiation detection teams, cradling Geiger counters in their arms like submachine guns. Telephone lines were jammed with calls from Atomic Energy Commission field officials reporting the phenomena to Washington and calling for aid from West Coast and New Mexico AEC bases. Jet fighters at Nellis Air Force Base near Las Vegas were scrambled and roared north over the ground vehicles to report visual conditions near the Purple Pillar of Power. The Associated Press office in San Francisco had just received word of the quake recorded by the seismograph at Berkeley when a staffer on the other side of the desk answered a call from the AP stringer in Carson City, reporting the blast and mighty cloud in the desert sky. One fast look at the map showed that the explosion was well north of the AEC testing ground limits. The Carson City stringer was ordered to get out to the scene on the double and hold the fort, while reinforcements of staffers and photographers were flown from Frisco. Before any of the official or civil agencies had swung into action, the Circle T station wagon had rocketed off the ranch road and turned onto the oiled county highway, leading both to Carson City and the now expanding but less dense column of smoke. Johnny hunched over the wheel and peered through the thickening pall of smoke and dust, reluctant to ease off his breakneck speed, but knowing that they had to find Hetty, if she were alive. Neither man had said a word since the wagon raced from the ranch yard. There was no valid reason to associate the explosion with Hetty, yet instinctively and naggingly, Johnny knew that somehow Hetty was involved. Barney, still ignorant of his error of the oil drums, just clung to his seat and prayed for the best. The dust was almost too thick to see, forcing Johnny to slow the station wagon as they penetrated deeper into the base of the smoke column. Hiding under his frantic concern for Hetty was the half-formed thought that the whole thing was an atomic explosion, and that he and Barney were heading into sure radiation deaths. His logic nudged at the thought and said, "If it were atomic, you started dying back on the porch, so might as well play the hand out." A puff of wind swirled the dust up away from the road as the station wagon came up to the smoking crater. Johnny slammed on the brakes, and he and Barney jumped from the car to stand, awestruck, at the edge of the hole. The dust-deadened air muffled Johnny's sobbing exclamation, "Dear God." They walked slowly around the ragged edges of the crater. Barney bent down and picked a tiny metallic fragment from the pavement. He stared at it, and then tapped Johnny on the arm and handed it to him wordlessly. It was a twisted piece of body steel, bright at its torn edges, and coated with the scarlet enamel that had been the color of the Circle T pickup. Johnny's eyes filled with tears, and he shoved the little scrap of metal in his pocket. "Let's see what else we can find, Barney." The two men began working a slow search of the area in ever-widening circles from the crater that led them finally up and over the top of the little hill to the south of the road. 15 minutes later they found Hetty, and 10 minutes after that the wiry, resilient ranchwoman was sitting between them on the seat of the station wagon, explaining how she happened to be clear of the pickup when the blast occurred. The suspicion that had been growing in Johnny's mind, now brought into the open by his relief at finding Hetty alive and virtually unhurt, bloomed into full flower. "Barney," Johnny asked softly, "which oil drum did you put in the back of the pickup?" The facts were falling into place like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle when the Carson City reporter, leading a caravan of cars and emergency vehicles from town by a good 10 minutes and beating the AEC and military teams by 20 minutes, found the Circle T trio sitting in the station wagon at the lip of the now faintly smoldering crater. A half-hour later, the AP man in San Francisco picked up the phone. "I've just come back from that explosion," the Carson City stringer said. The AP man put his hand over the phone and called across the desk, "Get ready for a 95 first lead blast." "Okay," the San Francisco desk man said. "Let's have it." He tucked the phone between chin and shoulder and poised over his typewriter. "Well, there's a crater more than 100 feet across and 10 feet deep," the Carson City stringer dutifully recounted. "The scene is on County Road 38, about 40 miles east of here, and the blast rocked Carson City and caused extensive breakage for miles around." "What caused it?" the AP desk man asked as he pounded out a lead. "A lady at the scene said her milk and eggs blew up," the Carson City stringer said. 10 miles south, The leading AEC disaster truck stopped behind the 6-strand fence blocking the range road. 2 men with wire cutters jumped from the truck and snipped the twanging wires. The metal "Keep Out" sign banged to the ground and was kicked aside. The truck rolled through the gap, and the men swung aboard. Behind them was a curtain of dust rising sluggishly in the hot sky, marking the long convoy of other official vehicles pressing hard on the trail of the emergency truck. When the range road cut across the county highway, the driver paused long enough to see that the heaviest smoke concentrations from the unknown blast lay to the west. He swung left onto the oiled road and barreled westward. In less than a mile, he spied the flashing red light of a state trooper's car parked in the center of the road. The scene looked like a combination of the San Francisco quake and the Los Angeles County Fair. Dozens of cars, trucks, 2 fire engines, and a good humor van were scattered around the open rangeland on both sides of the vast crater, still smoldering in the road. A film of purple dust covered the immediate area and still hung in the air, coating cars and people. Scores of men, women, and children lined the rim of the crater, gawking into the smoky pit, while other scores roamed aimlessly around the nearby hill and desert. A young sheriff's deputy standing beside the state trooper's car raised his hand to halt the AEC disaster van. The truck stopped, and the white-suited radiation team leaped from the vehicle, counters in hand, racing for the crater. "Back!" the chief of the squad yelled at the top of his lungs. "Everybody get back! This area is radiation contaminated. Hurry!" There was a second of stunned comprehension, and then a mad, pandemonic scrambling of persons and cars, bumping and jockeying to flee. The radiation team fanned out around the crater, fumbling at the level scales on their counters when the instruments failed to indicate anything more than normal background count. All of the vehicles had pulled back to safety, all except a slightly battered station wagon still parked a yard or 2 from the eastern edge of the crater. The radiation squad leader ran over to the wagon. 3 people, 2 men and a dirty, disheveled, and bloody-nosed older woman, sat in the front seat munching good humor bars. "Didn't you hear me?" the AEC man yelled. "Get out of here! This area is hot! Radioactive! Dangerous! Get moving!" The woman leaned out the window and patted the radiation expert soothingly on the shoulder. "Shucks, sonny. No need to get this excited over a little spilled milk." "Milk?" the AEC man yelped, purpling. "Milk! I said this is a hot area. It's loaded with radiation. Look at this." He pointed to the meter on his counter, then stopped, gawked at the instrument and shook it, and stared again. The meter flicked placidly along the barely above normal background level count. "Hey, Jack," one of the other white-suited men on the far side of the crater called. "This hole doesn't register a thing." The squad chief stared incredulously at his counter and banged it against the side of the station wagon. Still the needle held in the normal zone. He banged it harder, and suddenly the needle dropped to 0 as Hetty and her ranch hands peered over the AEC man's shoulder at the dial. "Now ain't that a shame," Barney said sympathetically. "You done broke it." The rest of the disaster squad, helmets off in the blazing sun and lead-coated suits unfastened, drifted back to the squad leader at the Circle T station wagon. A mile east, the rest of the AEC convoy had arrived and halted in a huge fan of vehicles, parked a safe distance from the crater. A line of more white-suited detection experts moved cautiously forward. With a stunned look, the first squad leader turned and walked slowly down the road toward the approaching line. He stopped once and looked back at the gaping hole, down at his useless counter, shook his head and continued on to meet the advancing units. By nightfall, new strands of barbed wire reflected the last rays of the red Nevada sun. Armed military policemen and AEC security police in powder-blue battle jackets patrolled the fences around the county road crater, and around the fence that now enclosed the immediate vicinity of the Circle T ranch buildings. Floodlights bathed the wire and cast an eerie glow over the mass of parked cars and persons jammed outside the fence. A small helicopter sat off to the right of the impromptu parking lot, and an NBC newscaster gave the world a verbal description of the scene, while he tried to talk above the snorting of the gas-powered generator that was supplying the Associated Press radio-telephone link to San Francisco. Black AEC vans and dun-colored military vehicles raced to and from the ranch headquarters, pausing to be cleared by the sentries guarding the main gates. The AP log recorded 118 major daily papers using the AP story that afternoon and the following morning. Carson City, Nevada. May 12th, AP. A kiloton eggnog rocked the scientific world this morning. On a Nevada ranch, 40 miles east of here, 60-year-old Mahatabel Thompson is milking a cow that gives milk more powerful than an atomic bomb. Her chickens are laying the triggering mechanisms. This the world learned today when an earth-shaking explosion rocked. Inside the Circle T ranch house, Hetty, bathed and cleaned and only slightly the worse for her experiences, was hustling about the kitchen throwing together a hasty meal. Johnny and Barney had swept up a huge pile of broken glass, crockery, and dirt, and Hetty had salvaged what dishes remained unshattered by the blast. She weaved through a dozen men grouped around the kitchen table, some in military or security police garb, 3 of them wearing the uniform of the atomic scientist in the field, bright Hawaiian sport shirts, dark glasses, blue denims, and sneakers. Johnny and Barney huddled against the kitchen drainboard out of the mainstream of traffic. The final editions of the San Francisco Call Bulletin, Oakland Tribune, Los Angeles Herald Express, and the Carson City Appeal were spread out on the table. Hetty pushed them aside to put down dishes. The glaring black headlines stared up at her. Dairy detonation devastates desert, the alliterative Chronicle banner read. Bossy's blast rocks Bay Area, said the Trib. Atomic butter and egg blast jars L.A., the somewhat inaccurate Herald X proclaimed. Thompson Ranch, scene of explosion, the Appeal stated, hewing to solid facts. Mrs. Thompson, the oldest of the scientists, said, "Won't you please put down those dishes for a few minutes and give us the straight story? All afternoon long it's been one thing or another with you, and all we've been able to get out of you is this crazy milk-egg routine." "Time enough to talk after we've all had a bite to eat," Hetty said, juggling a platter of steaks and a huge bowl of mashed potatoes to the table. "Now we've all had a hard day, and we can all stand to get on the outside of some solid food. I ain't had a bite to eat since this morning, and I guess you boys haven't had much either. And since you seem to have made yourselves to home here, then by golly you're going to sit down and eat with us. Besides," she added over her shoulder, as she went back to the stove for vegetables and bread, "me and Johnny have already told you what story there is to tell. That's all there is to it." She put more platters on the now heaping table, and then went round the table pouring coffee from the big ranch pot. "All right, you men sit down now and dig in," she ordered. "Mrs. Thompson," an army major with a heavy brush mustache said, "we didn't come here to eat. We came for information." Hetty shoved back a stray wisp of hair and glared at the man. "Now you listen to me, you young whippersnapper. I didn't invite you, but since you're here, you'll do me the goodness of being a mite more polite," she snapped. The major winced and glanced at the senior scientist. The older man raised his eyes expressively and shrugged. He moved to the table and sat down. There was a general scuffling of chairs, and the rest of the group took places around the big table. Johnny and Barney took their usual flanking positions beside Hetty at the head of the board. Hetty took her seat and looked around the table with a pleased smile. "Now that's more like it." She bowed her head, and, after a startled glance, the strangers followed suit. "We thank thee, dear Lord," Hetty said quietly, "for this food which we are about to eat, and for all your help to us this day. It's been a little rough in spots, but I reckon you've got your reasons for all of it. Seeing as how tomorrow is your day anyway, we ask that it be just a mite quieter. Amen." The satisfying clatter of chinaware and silver, and polite muttered requests for more potatoes and gravy, filled the kitchen for the next quarter of an hour as the hungry men went to work on the prime Circle T yearling beef. After his second steak, third helping of potatoes and gravy, and fourth cup of coffee, the senior scientist contentedly shoved back from the table. Hetty was polishing the last dabs of gravy from her plate with a scrap of bread. The scientist pulled a pipe and tobacco pouch from his pocket. "With your permission, ma'am," he asked his hostess. Hetty grinned. "For heaven's sake, fire it up, sonny. Big Jim, that was my husband, used to say that no meal could be said properly finished unless it had been smoked into position for digestion." Some of the other men at the table followed suit with pipes, cigars, and cigarettes. Hetty smiled benignly around the table and turned to the senior scientist. "What did you say your name was, sonny?" she asked. "Dr. Floyd Peterson, Mrs. Thompson," he replied, "and at 46 years of age, I deeply thank you for that sonny." He reached for the stack of newspapers on the floor beside his chair and, pushing back from his place, laid them on the table. Now, Mrs. Thompson, let's get down to facts. He rapped the headlines with a knuckle. You have played hell with our schedule, and I've got to have the answers soon, before I have the full Atomic Commission and a congressional investigation breathing down my neck. What did you use to make that junior-grade earthquake? Why, I've already told you more than a dozen times, Sonny, Hetty replied. It must have been the combination of them queer eggs and Sally's milk. The brush-mustached major, sipping his coffee, spluttered and choked. Beside him, the head of the AEC security force at Frenchman's Flat leaned forward. Mrs. Thompson, I don't know what your motives are, but until I find out, I'm deeply thankful that you gave those newshounds this butter and egg business, he said. Milk and eggs, Hetty corrected him mildly. Well, milk and eggs, then. But the time has ended for playing games. We must know what caused that explosion, and you and Mr. Culpepper and Mr. Hatfield, he nodded to Johnny and Barney sitting beside Hetty, are the only ones who can tell us. Already told you, Hetty repeated. Johnny hid a grin. Look, Mrs. Thompson, Dr. Peterson said loudly, with an ill-concealed exasperation. You created and set off an explosive force that dwarfed every test we've made at Frenchman's Flat in 4 years. The force of your explosive was apparently greater than that of a fair-sized atomic device, and only our Pacific tests and those of the Russians have been any greater. Yet within a half-hour or 45 minutes after the blast, there wasn't a trace of radiation at ground level, no aerial radiation, and not one report of upper atmosphere contamination or fallout within 1,000 miles. Mrs. Thompson, I appeal to your patriotism. Your friends, your country, the free people of the world need this invention of yours. Hetty's eyes grew wide, and then her features set in a mold of firm determination. Shoving back her chair and raising to stand stiffly erect, and with chin thrust forward, she was every inch the true pioneer woman of the West. I never thought of that, she said solemnly. By golly, if my country needs this like that, then by golly my country's going to have it. The officials leaned forward in anticipation. You can have Sally's Cloverdale Marathon 3, and I don't want 1 cent for her either. And you can take the hens, too. There was a stunned silence, and then the army major strangled on a mouthful of coffee. The security man turned beet red in the face, and Dr. Peterson's jaw bounced off his breastbone. Johnny, unable to hold back an explosion of laughter, dashed for the back porch and collapsed. The kitchen door slammed, and Dr. Peterson stamped out onto the porch, pipe clamped between clenched teeth, his face black with anger and frustration. He ignored Johnny, who was standing beside the rail wiping tears from his eyes. Culpepper recovered himself and walked over to the irate physicist. Dr. Peterson, you're a man of science, Johnny said, and a scientist is supposed to be willing to accept a fact and then possibly determine the causes behind the fact after he recognizes what he sees. Isn't that so? Now look here, Peterson angrily swung around to face Johnny. I've taken all I intend to take from you people with your idiotic story. I don't intend to— Johnny took the older man by the elbow and gently but firmly propelled him from the porch toward the barn. I don't intend to either insult your intelligence, Dr. Peterson, or attempt to explain what has happened here, but I do intend to show you what we know. Bright floodlights illuminated the yard, and the crew of soldiers were stringing telephone wires from the guarded front gate across the open space to the ranch house. Beyond the new barbed wire fence, there was an excited stir and rush for the wire as a sharp-eyed newsman spotted Johnny and the scientist crossing the yard. The 2 men ignored the shouted requests for more up-to-the-minute information as they walked into the barn. Johnny switched on the lights. The lowing of the 2 prize Guernseys in the stalls at the right of the door changed to loud, plaintive bawling as the lights came on. Both cows were obviously in pain from their swollen and unmilked udders. Seeing is believing, Doc? Johnny asked, pointing to the cows. Seeing what? Peterson snapped. I knew we were going to have some tall explaining to do when you fellas took over here, Johnny said, and, of course, I don't blame you one bit. That was some blast Hetty set off out there. You don't know, Dr. Peterson murmured fearfully. You just don't know. So, Johnny continued, I deliberately didn't milk these cows, so that you could see for yourself that we aren't lying. Now, mind you, I don't have the foggiest idea why this is happening, but I'm going to show you at least what happened. He picked up a pair of milk buckets from a rack beside the door and walked towards the cow stalls, Peterson trailing. "This," Johnny said, pointing to the larger of the two animals, "is Queenie. Her milk is just about as fine as you can get from a champion milk-producing line. And this," he reached over and patted the flank of the other cow, "is Sally's Cloverdale Marathon 3. She's young, and up to now has given good but not spectacular qualities of milk. She's from the same bloodline as Queenie. Sally had dried up from her first calf, and we bred her again, and on Wednesday she came fresh. Only it isn't milk that she's been giving. Watch." Kicking the milking stool into position, he placed a bucket under Queenie's distended bag and began squirting the rich, foaming milk into the pail with a steady, fast, and even rhythm. When he had finished, he set the 2 full buckets with their thick heads of milk foam outside the stall and brought 2 more clean, empty buckets. He moved to the side of the impatient Sally. As Peterson watched, Johnny filled the buckets with the same flat, oily-looking white fluid that Sally had been producing since Wednesday. The scientist began to show mild interest. Johnny finished, stripped the cow, and then carried the pails out and set them down beside the first 2. "Okay. Now look them over yourself," he told Peterson. The scientist peered into the buckets. Johnny handed him a ladle. "Look, Culpepper," Peterson said, "I'm a physicist, not a farmer or an agricultural expert. How do you expect me to know what milk is supposed to do? Until I was 15 years old, I thought the milk came out of one of those spigots and the cream out of another." "Stir it," Johnny ordered. The scientist took the ladle angrily and poked at the milk in Queenie's buckets. "Taste it," Johnny said. Peterson glared at the younger man, and then took a careful sip of the milk. Some of the froth clung to his lips, and he licked it off. "Tastes like milk to me," he said. "Smell it," Johnny ordered. Peterson sniffed. "Okay. Now do the same things to the other buckets." Peterson swished the ladle through the buckets containing Sally's milk. The white liquid swirled sluggishly and oil-like. He bent over and smelled and made a grimace. "Go on," Johnny demanded. "Taste it." Peterson took a tiny sip, tasted, and then spat. "All right," he said. "I'm now convinced that there's something different about this milk. I'm not saying anything is wrong with it, because I wouldn't know. All I'm admitting is that it is different. So what?" "Come on." Johnny took the ladle from him. He carried the buckets of Queenie's milk into the cooler room and dumped them in a small pasteurizer. Then, carrying the 2 pails of Sally's milk, Johnny and the physicist left the barn and went to the shattered remains of the tractor shed. Fumbling under wrecked and overturned tables and workbenches, Johnny found an old and rusted pie tin. Placing the tin in the middle of the open spaces of the yard, he turned to Peterson. "Now you take that pail of milk and pour a little into the pan. Not much now, just about enough to cover the bottom or a little more." He again handed the ladle to Peterson. The scientist dipped out a small quantity of the white fluid and carefully poured it into the pie plate. "That's enough," Johnny cautioned. "Now let's set these buckets a good long ways from here." He picked up the buckets and carried them to the back porch. He vanished into the kitchen. By this time, the strange antics of the 2 men had attracted the attention of the clamoring newsmen outside the fence, and they jammed against the wire, shouting pleas for an interview or information. The network television camera crews trained their own high-powered lights into the yard to add to the brilliance of the military lights, and began recording the scene. Dr. Peterson glared angrily at the mob, and turned as Johnny rejoined him. "Culpepper, are you trying to make a fool of me?" he hissed. "Got a match?" Johnny queried, ignoring the question. The pipe-smoking scientist pulled out a handful of kitchen matches. Johnny produced a glass fish-casting rod with a small wad of cloth tied to the weighted hook. Leading Peterson back across the yard about 50 feet, Johnny handed the rag to Peterson. "Smell it," he said. "I put a little kerosene on it so it would burn when it goes through the air." Peterson nodded. "You much of a fisherman?" Johnny asked. "I can drop a fly on a floating chip at 50 yards, the physicist said proudly. Johnny handed him the rod and reel. "Okay, Doc. Light up your rag, and then let's see you drop it in that pie plate." While TV cameras hummed and dozens of still photographers pointed telescopic lenses and prayed for enough light, Dr. Peterson ignited the little wad of cloth. He peered behind to check for obstructions, and then, with the wrist-flicking motion of the devoted and expert fisherman, made his cast. The tiny torch made a blurred, whipping streak of light, and dropped unerringly into the pie plate in the middle of the yard. The photographers had all the light they needed. The night turned violet as a violent ball of purple fire reared and boiled into the darkened sky. The flash bathed the entire ranch headquarters and the packed cars and throngs outside the fence in the strange brilliance. The heat struck the dumbfounded scientist and young rancher like the suddenly opened door of a blast furnace. It was over in a second as the fire surged and then winked out. The sudden darkness blinded them despite the unchanged power of the television and military floodlights still focused on the yard. Pandemonium erupted from the ranks of newsmen and photographers who had witnessed the dazzling demonstration. Peterson stared in awe at the slightly smoking and warped pie tin. "Well, cut out my tongue and call me Oppenheimer," he exclaimed. "That was just the milk," Johnny said. "You know of a good safe place we could try it out with one of those eggs? I'd be afraid to test 'em anywhere around here after what happened to Hetty this morning." An hour later, a military helicopter chewed its way into the night, carrying 3 gallons of Sally's milk from the ranch to Nellis AFB, where a jet stood ready to relay the sealed canister to the AEC laboratories at Albuquerque. In the ranch house living room, Peterson had set up headquarters, and an Army field telephone switchboard was in operation across the room. An AEC security man was running the board. Hetty had decided that 1 earthquake a day was enough, and had gone to bed. Barney, bewildered but happily pleased at so much company, sat on the edge of a chair and avidly watched and listened, not understanding a thing he saw or heard. At the back of the room, Johnny hunched over Big Jim Thompson's roll-top desk, working up a list of supplies he would need to repair the damages from the week's growing list of explosions. Peterson and 3 of his staff members were in lengthy consultation at a big table in the middle of the room. The Army field phone at Peterson's elbow jangled. Across the room, the switchboard operator swung around and called, "It's the Commissioner, Dr. Peterson. I just got through to him." Peterson picked up the phone. "John," he shouted into the instrument. "Peterson here. Where have you been?" Tinny, audible squawks came from the phone, and Peterson held it away from his ear. "Yes, I know all about it," he said. Yes. I know you've had a time with the papers. Yes, I heard the radio. Yes, John, I know it sounds pretty ridiculous. What?" "Get up to the ranch and find out. Where do you think I'm calling from?" The squawking rattled the receiver, and Peterson winced. "Look, Commissioner," he broke in, "I can't put a stop to those stories." "What?" "I said I can't put a stop to the stories for one reason. They're true." The only sound that came from the phone was the steady hum of the line. "Are you there, John?" Peterson asked. There was an indistinct mumble from Washington. "Now listen carefully, John. What I need out here, just as quickly as you can round them up and get them aboard a plane, is the best team of biogeneticists in the country." "What?" "No. I don't need a team of psychiatrists, Commissioner. I'm perfectly normal." Peterson paused. "I think." He talked with his chief for another 15 minutes. At 2 other telephones around the big table, his chief deputy and the senior security officer of the task force handled a half-dozen calls during Peterson's lengthy conversation. When Peterson hung up, the machinery was in motion gathering the nation's top biochemists, animal geneticists, agricultural and animal husbandry experts, and a baker's dozen of other assorted ists, ready to package and ship them by plane and train to the main AEC facility at Frenchman's Flat and to the Circle T. Peterson sighed gustily as he laid down the phone and reached for his pipe. Across the table, his assistant put a hand over the mouthpiece of his telephone and leaned toward Peterson. "It's the Associated Press in New York," he whispered. "They're hotter than a pistol about the blackout and threatening to call the president and every congressman in Washington if we don't crack loose with something." "Why couldn't I have flunked Algebra 2? Peterson moaned. "No, I had to be a genius. Now look at me, a milkmaid." He looked at his watch. "Tell him we'll hold a press conference at 8 a.m. outside the ranch gate." The assistant spoke briefly into the phone and again turned to Peterson. "They say they want to know now whether the milk and egg story is true. They say they haven't had anything but an official runaround and a lot of rumor." "Tell them we neither deny nor confirm the story. Say we are investigating. We'll give them a formal statement in the morning," Peterson ordered. He left the table and walked to the desk where Johnny was finishing his list of building supplies. "What time do you usually get those eggs?" he asked. "Well, as a rule, Hetty gets out and gathers them up about 9 each morning, but they've probably been laid a couple of hours earlier. That's going to make us awfully late to produce anything for those babbling reporters, the scientist said. Come to think of it, Johnny said thoughtfully, we could rig up a light in the chicken house and make the hens lay earlier. That way you could have some eggs about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Barney had been listening. And them eggs make a mighty fine breakfast of a morning, he volunteered cheerfully. Peterson glared at him and Johnny grinned. I think the doctor wants the golden kind, he said with a smile. Oh, them, Barney said with a snort of disgust. They wouldn't make an omelet fit for a hog. You don't want to fuss with them, Doc. Under Johnny's direction, a crew of technicians ran a power line into the slightly wrecked chicken house. There were loud squawks of indignation from the sleeping hens as the men threaded their way through the nests. The line was installed, and the power applied. A 150-watt bulb illuminated the interior of the chicken house, to the discordant clucking and cackling of the puzzled birds. Solomon, the big rooster, was perched on a crossbeam, head tucked under his wing. When the light flooded the shed, he jerked awake and fastened a startled and unblinking stare at the strange sun. He scrambled hastily and guiltily to his feet, and, throwing out his great chest, crowed a shrieking hymn to Thomas A. Edison. Johnny chuckled as the technicians jumped at the sound. He left the henhouse, went back to the house, and to bed. He set his alarm clock for 4 a.m. and dropped immediately into a deep and exhausted sleep. When he and the sleepy-eyed Peterson went into the chicken house at 4:30, there were 11 of the golden eggs resting on the straw nests. They turned the remainder of the normal eggs over to Hetty, who whipped up a fast and enormous breakfast. While Peterson and Johnny were eating, a writing team of AEC public information men who had arrived during the night were polishing a formal press release to be given to the waiting reporters at 8. The phones had been manned throughout the night. Peterson's bleary-eyed aide came into the kitchen and slumped into a chair at the table. "Get yourself a cup of coffee, boy," Hetty ordered, "while I fix you something to eat. How you like your eggs?" "Over easy, Mrs. Thompson, and thanks," he said wearily. "I think I've got everything lined up, Doctor. The eggs are all packed, ready to go in your car, and the car will be ready in about 10 minutes. They're still setting up downrange, but they should be all in order by the time you get there. The biomen and the others should be assembled in the main briefing room at range headquarters. I've ordered a double guard around the barn, to be maintained until the animal boys have finished their on-the-ground tests, and they're padding a device van to take Sally to the labs when they're ready. And, oh yeah, I almost forgot. The commissioner called about 10 minutes ago and said to tell you that the Russians are going to make a formal protest to the UN this morning. They say we're trying to wipe out the People's Republic by contaminating their milk." The sound of scuffling in the yard and loud yells of protest came through the back porch window. The door swung open and a spluttering and irate Barney was thrust into the room, still in the clutches of a pair of armed security policemen. "Get your hands offen me!" Barney roared as he struggled and squirmed impotently in their grip. "Doc, tell these pistol-packing bellhops to turn me loose." "We caught him trying to get into the barn, sir," one of the officers told Peterson. "Of course I was going into the barn," the indignant ranch hand screamed. "Where'd you think I would go to milk a cow?" Peterson smiled. "It's all right, Fred, it's my fault. I should have told you Mr. Hatfield has free access." The security men released Barney. He shook himself and glared at them. "I'm terribly sorry, Barney," Dr. Peterson said. "I forgot that you would be going down to milk the cows, and I'm glad you reminded me. Do me a favor and milk Sally first, will you? I want to take that milk, or whatever it is, with us when we leave in a few minutes." The sun was crawling up the side of the mountains when Johnny and Dr. Peterson swung out of the ranch yard between 2 armored scout cars for the 60-mile trip down the range road. Dew glistened in the early rays of light, and the clear, cool morning air held little hint of the heat sure to come by mid-morning. There was a rush of photographers toward the gate as the little convoy left the ranch. A battery of cameras grabbed shots of the vehicles heading south. It was the beginning of a day that changed the entire foreign policy of the United States. It was also the day that started a host of the nation's finest nuclear physicists tottering toward psychiatrists' couches. In rapid order in the next few days, Peterson's crew, reinforced by hundreds of fellow scientists, technicians, and military men, learned what Johnny Culpepper already knew. They learned that, 1. Sally's milk, diluted by as much as 400 parts of pure water, made a better fuel than gasoline when ignited. They also learned that, 2. In reduced degrees of concentration, it became a substitute for any explosive of known chemical composition. 3. Brought in contact with the compound inside one of the golden eggs, it produced an explosive starting at the kiloton level of 1 egg to 2 cups of milk, and went up the scale but leveled off at a peak as the recipe was increased. 4. Could be controlled by mixing jets to produce any desired stream of explosive power, and 5. They didn't have the wildest idea what was causing the reaction. In that same order it brought 1. Standard oil stock down to the value of wallpaper. 2. Ditto for DuPont. 3. A new purge in the top level of the Supreme Soviet. 4. Delight to rocketeers at Holloman Air Force Research Center, Cape Canaveral, and Vandenberg Air Force Base. And 5. Agonizing fits of hair-tearing to every chemist, biologist, and physicist who had a part in the futile attempts to analyze the 2 ingredients of what the press had labeled Thompson's eggnog. While white-coated veterinarians, agricultural experts, and chemists prodded and poked Sally's Cloverdale Marathon 3, others were giving a similar going-over to Hetty's chicken flock. Solomon's outraged screams of anger echoed across the desert as they subjected him to foul indignities never before endured by a rooster. Weeks passed, and with each one, new experiments disclosed new uses for the amazing eggnog, while Sally placidly chewed her cud and continued to give a steady 5 gallons of concentrated fury at each milking. Solomon's harem dutifully deposited from 5 to a dozen golden spheres of packaged power every day. At the same time, rocket research engineers completed their tests on the use of the eggnog. In the early hours of June 4th, a single-stage, 2-egg, 35-gallon Atlas rocket poised on the launching pad at Cape Canaveral. From the loudspeaker atop the massive blockhouse came the countdown. X minus 20 seconds, X minus 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, fire! The control officer stabbed the firing button, and deep within the Atlas, a relay clicked, activating a solenoid that pushed open a valve. A thin stream of Sally's milk shot in from one side of the firing chamber to blend with a fine spray of egg batter coming from a jet in the opposite wall. Spewing a solid tail of purple fire, the Atlas leaped like a wasp-stung heifer from the launching pad and thundered into space. The fuel orifices continued to expand to maximum preset opening. In 10 seconds, the nose cone turned from cherry red to white heat and began sloughing its outer ceramic coating. At slightly more than 43,000 miles an hour, the great missile cleaved out of atmosphere into the void of space, leaving a shock wave that cracked houses and shattered glass for 50 miles from launching point. A week later, America's newest rocket vessel, weighing more than 30 tons and christened the Eggnog, was launched from the opposite coast at Vandenberg. Hastily modified to take the new fuel, the weight and space originally designed for the common garden variety of rocket fuel was filled with automatic camera and television equipment. In its stern stood a 6-egg, 100-gallon engine, while in the nose was a small 1-egg, 14-quart braking engine to slow it down for the return trip through the atmosphere. Its destination, Mars. A week later, the Eggnog braked down through the troposphere, skidded to a piddling 2,000 miles an hour through the stratosphere, automatically sprouted gliding wing stubs in the atmosphere, and planed down to a spraying halt in the Pacific Ocean, 50 miles west of Ensenada in Baja California. Aboard were man's first views of the red planet. The world went mad with jubilation. From the capitals of the free nations, congratulations poured into Washington. From Moscow came word of a 100-ton spaceship to be launched in a few days, powered by a mixture of vodka and orange juice discovered by a bartender in Novorossiysk who was studying chemistry in night school. This announcement was followed 24 hours later by a story in Pravda, proving conclusively that Sally's Cloverdale Marathon 3 was a direct descendant of Nikito's Mujik Droshky 5, a prize Guernsey bull produced in the barns of the Sokolov People's Collective 26 years ago. Late in August, Air Force Major Clifton Wadsworth Quatermain climbed out of the port of the 200-ton, 2-dozen-egg, 230-gallon space rocket Icarus, the first man into space and back. He had circled Venus and returned. No longer limited by fuel weight factors, scientists had been able to load enough shielding into the huge Icarus to protect a man from the deadly bombardment of the Van Allen radiation belts. On September 15th, Sally's Cloverdale Marathon 3, having been milked harder and faster than any Guernsey in history, went dry. Less than half of the approximately 1,200 gallons of fuel she had produced during her heydays remained on hand in the AEC storage vaults. 3 days later, Solomon, sprinting after one of his harem who was playing hard to get, bee-lined into the path of a security police jeep. There was an agonized squawk, a shower of feathers, and mourning. A short time later, the number of golden eggs dropped daily, until one morning there were none. They never reappeared. The United States had stockpiled 26 dozen in an underground cave deep in the Rockies. Man, who had burst like a butterfly into space, crawled back into his cocoon and pondered upon the stars from a worm's-eye point of view. Banging around in the back end of a common cattle truck, Sally's Cloverdale Marathon 3 came home to the Circle T in disgrace. In a corner of the truck, the late Solomon's harem cackled and voiced loud cries of misery as they huddled in the rude, slatted shipping coop. The truck turned off the county road and onto the dirt road leading to the main buildings. It rattled across the cattle guard and through the now unprotected and open gate in the barbed wire fence. Life had returned almost to normal at the Circle T, but not for long. 5 days after Sally's ignominious dismissal from the armed forces, a staff car came racing up to the ranch. It skidded to a halt at the back porch steps. Dr. Peterson jumped out and dashed up to the kitchen door. "Well, for heaven's sake," Hetty cried. "Come on in, sonny. I ain't seen you for the longest spell." Peterson entered and looked around. "Where's Johnny, Mrs. Thompson?" he asked excitedly. "I've got some wonderful news." "Now, ain't that nice?" Hetty exclaimed. "Your wife have a new baby or something? Johnny's down at the barn. I'll call him for you." She moved toward the door. "Never mind," Peterson said, darting out the door. "I'll go down to the barn." He jumped from the porch and ran across the yard. He found Johnny in the barn, rigging a new block and tackle for the hayloft. Barney was helping thread the new manila line from a coil on the straw-littered floor. "Johnny, we found it!" Peterson shouted jubilantly as he burst into the barn. "Why, Doc, good to see you again," Johnny said. "Found what?" "The secret of Sally's milk," Peterson cried. He looked wildly around the barn. "Where is she?" "Who?" "Sally, of course," the scientist yelped. "Oh, she's down in the lower pasture with Queenie," Johnny replied. "She's all right, isn't she?" Peterson asked anxiously. "Oh, sure, she's fine, Doc. Why?" "Listen," Peterson said hurriedly. "Our people think they've stumbled on something. Now, we still don't know what's in those eggs or in Sally's milk that make them react as they do. All we've been able to find is some strange isotope, but we don't know how to reproduce it or synthesize it. But we do think we know what made Sally give that milk and made those hens start laying the gold eggs." Johnny and Barney laid down their work and motioned the excited scientist to join them on a bench against the horse stalls. "Do you remember the day Sally came fresh?" Peterson continued. "Not exactly," Johnny replied, "but I could look it up in my journal. I keep a good record of things like new registered stock births." "Never mind," Peterson said. "I've already checked. It was May 9th. He paused and smiled triumphantly. "I guess that's right, if you say so," Johnny said. "But what about it?" "And that was the same day that the hens laid the first golden egg, too, wasn't it?" Peterson asked. "Why, it sure was, Doc," Barney chimed in. "I remember 'cause Miss Thompson was so mad that the milk was bad and the eggs went wrong both in the same day." "That's what we know. Now listen to this, Johnny," the scientist continued. "During the night of May 8th, we fired an entirely new kind of test shot on the range. I can't tell you what it was, only to say that it was a special atomic device that even we didn't know too much about. That's why we fired it from a cave in the side of a hill down there. Since then, our people have been working on the pretty good assumption that something happened to that cow and those chickens not too long before they started giving the eggnog ingredients. Someone remembered the experimental test shot, checked the date, and then went out and had a look at the cave. We already had some earlier suspicions that this device produced a new type of beam ray. We took sightings from the cave, found them to be in a direct, unbroken line with the Circle T. We set up the device again, and using a very small model, tried it out on some chick embryos. Sure enough, we got a mutation, but not the right kind. So we're going to recreate the entire situation right here, only this time we're going to expose not only Sally, but a dozen other Guernseys from as close to her bloodline as we can get. And we already knew that you had a young rooster sired by Solomon." "But, Doc," Johnny protested, "Sally had a calf early that morning. Isn't that going to make a difference?" "Of course it is," Peterson exclaimed, "and she's going to have another one the same way, and so are all the other cows. You're the one that told me she had her calf by artificial insemination, didn't you?" Johnny nodded. "Well, then she's going to have another calf from the same bull, and so will the other cows." "Poor Sally," Barney said sorrowfully. "They're sure taking the romance out of motherhood for you." The next day the guards were back on the gate. By mid-afternoon 12 fine young Guernseys arrived, together with a corps of veterinarians, biologists, and security police. By nightfall, Sally and her companions were all once again in a delicate condition. A mile from the ranch house, a dormitory was built for the veterinarians and biologists, and a barracks thrown up for the security guards. A $35,000, 12-foot-high chain-link fence, topped by barbed wire, was constructed around the pasture, and armored cars patrolled the fence by day and kept guard over the pregnant bovines by night in the barn. Through the fall, into the long winter, and back to budding spring again, the host of experts and guards watched and cared for the now calf-bloated herd. The fact that Sally had gone dry had been kept a carefully guarded national secret. To keep up the pretense, and show to the world that America still controlled the only proven method of manned space travel, the Joint Chiefs of Staff voted to expend 200 gallons of the precious small store of milk on hand for another interplanetary junket, this time to inspect the rings around Saturn. Piloting a smaller and more sophisticated but equally well-protected version of Icarus, Major Quartermain abandoned the fleshpots of Earth and the adulation of his coast-to-coast collection of worshipping females to again hurtle into the unknown. "It was strictly a milk run," Major Quartermain was quoted as saying as he emerged from his ship after an uneventful but propaganda-loaded trip. By the middle of May, it was the consensus of the veterinarians that delivery day would be July 4th. Plans were drafted for the repeat atomic cave shot at 9 p.m. July 3rd. The pregnant herd was to be given labor-inducing shots at midnight, and, if all went well, deliveries would start within a few hours. Just to be sure that nothing would shield the cows from the rays of the explosion, they were put in a corral on the south side of the barn until 9:30 p.m. on the night of the firing. Solomon's successor and a new bevy of hens were already roosting in the same old chicken house, and egg production was normal. On the night of July 3rd, at precisely 9 p.m., a sheet of light erupted from the Nevada hillside cave, and the ground shook and rumbled for a few miles. It wasn't a powerful blast, nor had been the original shot. 60 miles away, 13 Guernsey cows munched at a rick of fresh hay and chewed contentedly in the moonlight. At 3:11 a.m., the following morning, the first calf arrived, followed in rapid order by a dozen more. Sally's Cloverdale Marathon 3 dropped her calf at 4:08 a.m. on Independence Day. At 7 a.m. she was milked and produced 2.5 gallons of absolutely clear, odorless, tasteless, and non-ignitable fluid. 11 other Guernseys gave forth gushing, foaming, creamy, rich gallon after gallon of grade A milk. The 13th cow filled 2 buckets with something that looked like weak cocoa and smelled like stale tea, but when a white-smocked University of California poultry specialist entered the chicken house later in the morning, he found nothing but normal, white, fresh eggs in the nests. He finally arrived to the conclusion that Solomon's old harem had known for some time. Whatever it was that Solomon had been gifted with, this new rooster just didn't have it. A rush call went out for a dozen of the precious store of golden eggs to be sent to the testing labs downrange. 2 hours later, Dr. Peterson, surrounded by fellow scientists, stood before a bank of closed-circuit television monitors in the Frenchman's Flat headquarters building. The scene on the screens was the interior of a massive steel and concrete test building several miles uprange. Resting on the floor of the building was an open, gallon-sized glass beaker filled with the new version of Sally's milk. Poised directly above the opened beaker was a funnel-shaped vessel containing the contents of 1 golden egg. Dr. Peterson reached for a small lever. By remote control, the lever would gradually open the bottom of the funnel. He squeezed gently, slowly applying pressure. An involuntary gasp arose from the spectators as a tiny trickle of egg fluid fell from the funnel toward the open beaker. Instinctively, everyone in the room clamped their eyes shut in anticipation of a blast. A second later, Peterson peered cautiously at the screen. The beaker of milk had turned a cloudy pale blue. It neither fizzed nor exploded. It just sat. He levered another drop from the funnel. The stringy, glutinous mass plopped into the beaker, and the liquid swirled briefly and turned more opaque, taking on more of a bluish tinge. A babble of voices broke through the room when it was apparent that no explosion was forthcoming. Peterson slumped into a nearby chair and stared at the screen. "Now what?" he moaned. The what? developed 12 hectic hours later, after time lost initially in shaking, bouncing, and beaming the new substance on the outside chance it might develop a latent tendency towards demolition. Satisfied that whatever it was in the beaker wasn't explosive, the liquid was quickly poured off into 16 small half-pint beakers and speeded to as many different laboratories for possible analysis. "What about the other stuff?" Peterson was asked, referring to the brownish milk subsequently identified as coming from a dainty young cow known as Melody Buttercup Greenbrier 4. "One thing at a time," replied Peterson. "Let's find out what we have here before we get involved in the second problem." At 9 p.m. that night, Peterson was called to the radiation labs. He was met at the door by a glazed-eyed physicist who led him back to his office. He motioned Peterson to a seat and then handed him a sheaf of photographic papers and other charts. Each of the photo sheets had a clear, white outline of a test beaker surrounded by a solid field of black. 2 of the papers were all white. "I don't believe it, Floyd," the physicist said, running his hands through his hair. "I've seen it, I've done it, I've tested it, proven it, and I still don't believe it." Peterson riffled the sheaf of papers and waited expectantly. "You don't believe what, Fred?" he asked. The physicist leaned over and tapped the papers in Peterson's hands. "We've subjected that crazy stuff to every source and kind of high and low energy radiation we can produce here, and that means just about everything short of triggering an H device on it. We fired alphas, gammas, betas, the works, in wide dispersion, concentrated beam, and just plain exposure. Not so much as one neutron of any of them went beyond the glass surrounding that forsaken slop. They curved around it, Floyd. They curved around it." The physicist leaned his head on the desk. "Nothing should react like that," he sobbed. He struggled for composure as Peterson stared dazedly at the test sheets. "That's not the whole story," the physicist continued. He walked to Peterson's side and extracted the 2 all-white sheets. "This," he said brokenly, "represents a sheet of photographic paper dipped in the crud and then allowed to dry before being bombarded with radiation. And this," he waved the other sheet, "is a piece of photo paper in the center of a panel protected by another sheet of ordinary typing paper coated with that stuff." Peterson looked up at him. "A radiation-proof liquid," he said in awed tones. The other man nodded dumbly. 8 years of university, the physicist whispered to himself. 6 years in summer schools. 4 fellowships. 10 years in research. All shot to hell, he screamed, by a stinking, hay-burning cow. Peterson patted him gently on the shoulder. "It's all right, Fred. Don't take it so hard. It could be worse." "How?" he asked hollowly. "Have this stuff milked from a kangaroo?" Back in his office, Peterson waved off a dozen calls while he gave orders for fresh quantities of the blue milk to be rushed to the Argonne laboratories for further radiation tests and confirmation of the Nevada results. He ordered a test set up for the brown fluid for the following morning, and then took a call from the AEC commissioner. "Yes, John," he said, "we've got something." Operation Milkmaid was in full swing. The following morning, observers again clustered about the monitoring room as Peterson prepared to duplicate the tests, using a sample of Melody's brownish milk. There was the same involuntary remote cringing as the first drop of egg fell towards the beaker, but this time Peterson forced himself to watch. Again the gentle plop was heard through the amplifiers, and nothing more. A similar clouding spread through the already murky fluid, and when the entire contents of one egg had been added, the beaker took on a solid, brown, and totally opaque appearance. The scientists watched the glass container for several minutes, anticipating another possible delayed blast. When nothing occurred, Peterson nodded to an assistant at an adjoining console. The aide worked a series of levers, and a remotely controlled mechanical arm came into view on the screen. The claw of the arm descended over the beaker, and clasping it gently, bounced it lightly on the cement bunker floor. The only sound was the muffled thunk of the glass container against the concrete. The assistant wiggled his controls gently, and the beaker jiggled back and forth a few inches off the floor. Peterson, who had been watching closely, called out, "Do that again." The operator jostled the controls. "Look at that," Peterson exclaimed. "That stuff's hardened." A quick movement confirmed this, and then Peterson ordered the beaker raised 5 feet from the floor and slowly tipped. Over the container went as the claw rotated in its socket. The glass had turned almost 180 degrees toward the floor when the entire mass of solidified glob slid out. The watchers caught their breath as it fell to the hard floor. The glob hit the floor, bounced up a couple of inches, fell back, bounced again, and then quivered to a stop. What was soon to be known as Melody's mighty material had been born. The testing started, but there was a difference. By the time the brown chunk had been removed from the bunker, it had solidified to the point that nothing would break or cut it. The surface yielded slightly to the heaviest cutting edge of a power saw, and then sprang back, unmarked. A diamond drill spun ineffectually. So the entire block started making the rounds of the various labs. It was with downright jubilation that radiation labs reported no properties of resistance for the stuff. One after the other, the tests proved nothing, until the physical properties unit came up with an idea. "You can't cut it, break it, or tear it," the technician told Peterson, as he hefted the chunk of lightweight enigma. "You can't burn it, shoot holes in it, or so much as mark the surface with any known acid. This stuff's tougher than steel and about 50 times lighter." "Okay," Peterson asked, "so what good is it?" "You can mold it when you mix it," the technician said significantly. "Hey, you're right." Peterson jumped up excitedly. "Why, a spacer cast out of this stuff and coated with Sally's paint would be light enough and shielded enough to work on regular missile fuels." Working under crash priorities, the nation's 3 leading plastics plants turned out 3 lightweight, molded, one-man space vehicles from the government-supplied Melody's mix. A double coating of Sally's paint then covered the hulls, and a single-stage, liquid fuel rocket engine was hooked to the less than 1-ton engineless hull. 28 days after the milk first appeared, on a warm August evening, the first vehicle stood on the pads at Cape Canaveral, illuminated by towers of lights. Fuel crews had finished loading the tanks, which would be jettisoned along with the engine at burnout. Inside the rocket, Major Quartermain lounged uncomfortably and cramped in the takeoff sling for a short but telling trip through the Van Allen radiation fields and back to Earth. The takeoff sling rested inside an escape capsule, since the use of chemical fuel brought back many of the old uncertainties of launchings. On the return trip, Quartermain would eject at 60,000 feet and pull the capsule's huge parachute for a slow drop to the surface of the Atlantic, where a recovery fleet was standing by. The light rocket hull would pop a separate chute and also drift down for recovery and analysis. Inside the ship, Quartermain sniffed the air and curled his nose. "Let's get this thing on the road," he spoke into his throat mic. "Some of that Florida air must have seeped in here." 4 minutes to final countdown," Blockhouse Control replied. "Turn on your blowers for a second." Outside the ship, the fuel crews cleared their equipment away from the pad. The same ripe, heavy odor hung in the warm night air. At 8:02 p.m., 28 days after the new milks made their first appearance, Major Quartermain blasted off in a perfect launching. At 8:03 p.m., the 2 other Melody mix hulls standing on nearby pads began to melt. At 8:04 p.m., the still roaring engine fell from the back end of Quartermain's rocket in a flaming arc back toward Earth. 15 seconds later, he hurtled his escape capsule out of the collapsing rocket hull. The parachute opened, and the daring astronaut drifted toward the sea. Simultaneously, in a dozen labs around the nation, blocks and molds of Melody's mix, made from that first batch of milk, collapsed into piles of putrid goo. Every day thereafter, newer blocks of the mix reached the 28-day limit and similarly broke down into malodorous blobs. It was a month before the stinking, gooey mess that flowed over the launching pads of the Cape was cleaned up by crews wearing respirators and filter masks. It took considerably longer to get the nation's 3 top plastics firms back in operation, as the fetid flow of unfinished rocket parts wrecked machinery and drove personnel from the area. The glob that had been Quartermain's vehicle fell slowly back to Earth, disintegrating every minute until it reached the consistency of thin gruel. At this point, it was caught by a jet airstream and carried in a miasmic cloud halfway around the world until it finally floated down to coat the Russian city of Urmsk in a veil of vile odor. The United States disclaimed any knowledge of the cloud. Las Vegas, Nevada, May 8th, AP. The Atomic Energy Commission today announced it has squeezed the last drop from Operation Milkmaid. after a year of futile experimentation has failed to get anything more than good, grade-A milk from the world's two most famous cows, the AEC says it has closed down its field laboratory at the Circle T Ranch. Dr. Floyd Peterson, who has been in charge of the attempt to again reproduce Sally's milk, told newsmen that the famed Guernsey and her stablemate Melody no longer gave exotic and unidentifiable liquids that sent man zooming briefly to the stars. For a while it looked like we had it in the bag, Peterson said. You might say now, though, that the tests have been an utter failure. Meanwhile, in Washington, AEC Commissioner Allamagoosa by Eric Frank Russell. It was a long time since the bustler had been so silent. She lay in the Syrian spaceport, her tubes cold, her shell particle scarred, her air that of a long-distance runner exhausted at the end of a marathon. There was good reason for this. She had returned from a lengthy trip by no means devoid of troubles. Now in port, well-deserved rest had been gained, if only temporarily. Peace, sweet peace. No more bothers, no more crises, no more major upsets, no more dire predicaments, such as crop up in free flight at least twice a day. Just peace. Ha! Captain McNaught reposed in his cabin, feet up on desk, and enjoyed the relaxation to the utmost. The engines were dead, their hellish pounding absent for the first time in months. Out there in the big city, 400 of his crew were making whoopee under a brilliant sun. This evening, when First Officer Gregory returned to take charge, he was going to go into the fragrant twilight and make the rounds of neon-lit civilization. That was the beauty of making landfall at long last. Men could give way to themselves, blow off surplus steam, each according to his fashion. No duties, no worries, no dangers, no responsibilities in spaceport. A haven of safety and comfort for tired rovers. Again. Ha! Berman, the chief radio officer, entered the cabin. He was one of the half-dozen remaining on duty and bore the expression of a man who can think of 20 better things to do. Relayed signal just come in, sir. Handing the paper across, he waited for the other to look at it and perhaps dictate a reply. Taking the sheet, McNaught removed the feet from his desk, sat erect, and read the message aloud. Terran Headquarters to Bustler. Remains to report pending further orders. Rear Admiral Vane W. Cassidy due there 17th. Feldman, Navy Op Command, Ceresec. He looked up, all happiness gone from his leathery features, and groaned. Something wrong? Asked Berman, vaguely alarmed. McNaught pointed at 3 thin books on his desk. The middle one, page 20. Leafing through it, Berman found an item that said, Vane W. Cassidy, Rear Admiral, Head Inspector Ships and Stores. Berman swallowed hard. Does that mean? Yes, it does, said McNaught without pleasure. Back to training college and all its rigmarole. Paint and soap, spit and polish. He put on an officious expression, adopted a voice to match it. Captain, you have only $7.99 emergency rations. Your allocation is 800. Nothing in your logbook accounts for the missing one. Where is it? What happened to it? How is it that one of the men's kit lacks an officially issued pair of suspenders? Did you report his loss? Why does he pick on us? Asked Berman, appalled. He's never chivied us before. That's why, informed McNaught, scowling at the wall. It's our turn to be stretched across the barrel. His gaze found the calendar. We have 3 days, and we'll need 'em. Tell Second Officer Pike to come here at once. Berman departed gloomily. In short time Pike entered. His face reaffirmed the old adage that bad news travels fast. Make out an indent, ordered McNaught, for 100 gallons of plastic paint, navy gray, approved quality. Make out another for 30 gallons of interior white enamel. Take them to spaceport stores right away. Tell them to deliver by 6 this evening, along with our correct issue of brushes and sprayers. Grab up any cleaning material that's going for free. The men won't like this, remarked Pike feebly. They're going to love it, McNaught asserted. A bright and shiny ship, all spick and span, is good for morale. It says so in that book. Get moving and put those indents in. When you come back, find the stores and equipment sheets and bring them here. We've got to check stocks before Cassidy arrives. Once he's here, we'll have no chance to make up shortages or smuggle out any extra items we happen to find in our hands. Very well, sir. Pike went out, wearing the same expression as Berman's. Lying back in his chair, McNaught muttered to himself. There was a feeling in his bones that something was sure to cause a last-minute ruckus. A shortage of any item would be serious enough, unless covered by a previous report. A surplus would be bad, very bad. The former implied carelessness or misfortune. The latter suggested barefaced theft of government property in circumstances condoned by the commander. For instance, there was that recent case of Williams of the heavy cruiser Swift. He'd heard of it over the space line when out around Boots. Williams had been found in unwitting command of 11 reels of electric fence wire when his official issue was 10. It had taken a court-martial to decide that the extra reel, which had formidable barter value on a certain planet, had not been stolen from space stores or, in sailor jargon, teleportated aboard. But Williams had been reprimanded, and that did not help promotion. He was still rumbling discontentedly when Pike returned bearing a folder of foolscap sheets. "Going to start right away, sir?" "We'll have to." He heaved himself erect, mentally bid it goodbye to time off and a taste of the bright lights. "It'll take long enough to work right through from bow to tail. I'll leave the men's kit inspection to the last." Marching out of the cabin, he set forth toward the bow, Pike following with broody reluctance. As they passed the open main hall, Peaslake observed them, bounded eagerly up the gangway, and jogged behind. A puka member of the crew, he was a large dog whose ancestors had been more enthusiastic than selective. He wore with pride a big collar inscribed, "Peaslake, property of SS Bustler." His chief duties, ably performed, were to keep alien rodents off the ship and, on rare occasions, smell out dangers invisible to human eyes. The three paraded forward, McNaught and Pike in the manner of men grimly sacrificing pleasure for the sake of duty, Peaslake with the panting willingness of one ready for any new game no matter what. Reaching the bow cabin, McNaught dumped himself in the pilot's seat, took the folder from the other. "You know this stuff better than me. The chart room is where I shine, so I'll read them out while you look them over." He opened the folder, started on the first page. "K1, beam compass type D, 1 of." "Check," said Pike. "K2, distance and direction indicator, electronic, type JJ, 1 of." "Check." "K3, port and starboard gravitic meters, Cassini models, 1 pair." "Check." Peaslake planted his head in McNaught's lap, blinked soulfully, and whined. He was beginning to get the other's viewpoint. This tedious itemizing and checking was a hell of a game. McNaught consolingly lowered a hand and played with Peaslake's ears, while he plowed his way down the list. "K187, foam rubber cushions, pilot and co-pilot, 1 pair." "Check." By the time First Officer Gregory appeared, they had reached the tiny intercom cubby and poked around it in semi-darkness. Peaslake had long departed in disgust. "M24, spare mini-speakers, 3 each, type T2, 1 set of 6. "Check." Looking in, Gregory popped his eyes and said, "What's going on?" "Major inspection due soon." McNaught glanced at his watch. "Go see if Stores has delivered a load, and if not, why not? Then you'd better give me a hand and let Pike take a few hours off." "Does this mean land leave is canceled?" "You bet it does, until after His Honor has been and gone." He glanced at Pike. "When you get into the city, search around and send back any of the crew you can find. No arguments or excuses. Also no alibis and or delays. It's an order." Pike registered unhappiness. Gregory glowered at him, went away, came back and said, "Stores will have the stuff here in 20 minutes' time." With bad grace, he watched Pike depart. "M47, intercom cable, woven wire protected, 3 drums." "Check," said Gregory, mentally kicking himself for returning at the wrong time. The task continued until late in the evening, was resumed early next morning. By that time 3/4 of the men were hard at work inside and outside the vessel, doing their jobs as though sentenced to them for crimes contemplated but not yet committed. Moving around the ship's corridors and catwalks had to be done crab fashion, with a nervous sidewise edging. Once again it was being demonstrated that the Terran life form suffers from ye fear of wet paint. The first smearer would have 10 years willed off his unfortunate life. It was in these conditions, in mid-afternoon of the second day, that McNaught's bones proved their feelings had been prophetic. He recited the 9th page, while Jean Blanchard confirmed the presence and actual existence of all items enumerated. 2/3 of the way down they hit the rocks, metaphorically speaking, and commenced to sink fast. McNaught said boredly, V1097, drinking bowl, enamel, one of. Is this, said Blanchard, tapping it. V1098, Offog, one. Quoi? Asked Blanchard, staring. V1098, Offog, one, repeated McNaught. Well, why are you looking thunderstruck? This is the ship's galley, you're the head cook. You know what's supposed to be in the galley, don't you? Where's this Offog? Never hear of him, stated Blanchard flatly. You must have. It's on this equipment sheet in plain clear type. Offog 1, it says. It was here when we were fitted out 4 years ago. We checked it ourselves and signed for it. I signed for nothings called Offog, Blanchard denied. In the cuisines there is no such thing. Look, McNaught scowled and showed him the sheet. Blanchard looked and sniffed disdainfully. I have here the electronic oven, one of. I have jacketed boilers, graduated capacities, one set. I have bain-marie pans, 6 of, but no Offog. Never heard of him. I do not know of him. He spread his hands and shrugged. No Offog. There's got to be, McNaught insisted. What's more, when Cassidy arrives there'll be hell to pay if there isn't. You find him, Blanchard suggested. You got a certificate from the International Hotel's School of Cookery. You got a certificate from the Cordon Bleu College of Cuisine. You got a certificate with 3 credits from the Space Navy Feeding Center, McNaught pointed out. All that, and you don't know what an Offog is. Nom d'un chien, ejaculated Blanchard, waving his arms around. I tell you 10,000 times there is no Offog. There never was an Offog. Escoffier himself could not find the Offog of which there is none. Am I a magician, perhaps? It's part of the culinary equipment, McNaught maintained. It must be because it's on page 9. And page 9 means its proper home is in the galley, care of the head cook. Like hail it does, Blanchard retorted. He pointed at a metal box on the wall. Intercom booster, is that mine? McNaught thought it over, conceded. No, it's Berman's. His stuff rambles all over the ship. Then ask him for this bloody Offog, said Blanchard triumphantly. I will. If it's not yours, it must be his. Let's finish this checking first. If I'm not systematic and thorough, Cassidy will jerk off my insignia. His eyes sought the list. V1099, inscribed collar, leather, brass-studded, dog for the use of. No need to look for that, I saw it myself 5 minutes ago. He ticked the item, continued. V1100, sleeping basket, woven reed, one of. Is this, said Blanchard, kicking it into a corner. V1101, cushion, foam rubber, to fit sleeping basket, one of. Half of, Blanchard contradicted. In 4 years he has chewed away other half. Maybe Cassidy will let us indent for a new one. It doesn't matter. We're okay, so long as we can produce the half we've got. McNaught stood up, closed the folder. That's the lot for here. I'll go see Berman about this missing item. The inventory party moved on. Berman switched off a UHF receiver, removed his earplugs, and raised a questioning eyebrow. In the galley we're short an Offog, explained McNaught. Where is it? Why ask me? The galley is Blanchard's bailiwick. Not entirely. A lot of your cables run through it. You've 2 terminal boxes in there, also an automatic switch and an intercom booster. Where's the Offog? Never heard of it, said Berman, baffled. McNaught shouted, Don't tell me that. I'm already fed up hearing Blanchard saying it. 4 years back we had an Offog. It says so here. This is our copy of what we checked and signed for. It says we signed for an Offog. Therefore we must have one. It's got to be found before Cassidy gets here. Sorry, sir, sympathized Berman. I can't help you. You can think again, advised McNaught. Up in the bow there's a direction and distance indicator. What do you call it? A didn', said Berman, mystified. And, McNaught went on, pointing at the pulse transmitter, what do you call that? The Opper Popper. Baby names, see? Didn' and Opper Popper. Now rack your brains and remember what you called an Offog 4 years ago. Nothing, asserted Berman, has ever been called an Offog to my knowledge. Then, demanded McNaught, why did we sign for one? I didn't sign for anything. You did all the signing. While you and others did the checking. 4 years ago, presumably in the galley, I said Offog 1, and either you or Blanchard pointed to it and said check. I took somebody's word for it. I have to take other specialists' words for it. I am an expert navigator, familiar with all the latest navigational gadgets, but not with other stuff, so I'm compelled to rely on people who know what an off-fog is, or ought to. Berman had a bright thought. All kinds of oddments were dumped in the main lock, the corridors, and the galley when we were fitted out. We had to sort through a deal of stuff and stash it where it properly belonged, remember? This off-fog thing might be any place today. It isn't necessarily my responsibility or Blanchard's. I'll see what the other officers say, agreed McNaught, conceding the point. Gregory, Worth, Sanderson, or one of the others may be coddling the item. Wherever it is, it's got to be found, or accounted for in full if it's been expended. He went out. Berman pulled a face, inserted his earplugs, resumed fiddling with his apparatus. An hour later, McNaught came back wearing a scowl. Positively, he announced with ire, there is no such thing on the ship. Nobody knows of it. Nobody can so much as guess at it. Cross it off and report it lost, Berman suggested. What? When we're hard aground? You know as well as I do that loss and damage must be signaled at time of occurrence. If I tell Cassidy the off-fog went west in space, he'll want to know when, where, how, and why it wasn't signaled. There'll be a real ruckus if the contraption happens to be valued at 500,000 credits. I can't dismiss it with an airy wave of the hand. What's the answer, then? Inquired Berman, innocently ambling straight into the trap. There's one and only one, McNaught announced. You will manufacture an off-fog. Who, me? Said Berman, twitching his scalp. You and no other. I'm fairly sure the thing is your pigeon anyway. Why? Because it's typical of the baby names used for your kind of stuff. I'll bet a month's pay that an off-fog is some sort of scientific Allamagoosa, something to do with fog, perhaps. Maybe a blind approach gadget. The blind approach transceiver is called the Fumbly, Berman informed. There you are, said McNaught, as if that clinched it. So you will make an off-fog. It will be completed by 6 tomorrow evening and ready for my inspection then. It had better be convincing, in fact pleasing. In fact, its function will be convincing. Berman stood up, let his hands dangle, and said in hoarse tones, How can I make an off-fog when I don't even know what it is? Neither does Cassidy know, McNaught pointed out, leering at him. He's more of a quantity surveyor than anything else. As such, he counts things, looks at things, certifies that they exist, accepts advice on whether they are functionally satisfactory or worn out. All we need do is concoct an imposing Allamagoosa and tell him it's the off-fog. Holy Moses, said Berman fervently. Let us not rely on the dubious assistance of biblical characters, McNaught reproved. Let us use the brains that God has given us. Get a grip on your soldering iron and make a top-notch off-fog by 6 tomorrow evening. That's an order. He departed, satisfied with this solution. Behind him, Berman gloomed at the wall and licked his lips once, twice. Rear Admiral Vane W. Cassidy arrived right on time. He was a short, paunchy character with a florid complexion and eyes like those of a long-dead fish. His gait was an important strut. Ah, Captain, I trust that you have everything shipshape? Everything usually is, assured McNaught glibly. I see to that. He spoke with conviction. Good, approved Cassidy. I like a commander who takes his responsibilities seriously. Much as I regret saying so, there are a few who do not. He marched through the main lock, his cod eyes taking note of the fresh white enamel. Where do you prefer to start, bow or tail? My equipment sheets run from bow backward. We may as well deal with them the way they're set. Very well. He trotted officiously toward the nose, paused on the way to pat Peaslake and examine his collar. Well cared for, I see. Has the animal proved useful? He saved 5 lives on Mardia by barking a warning. The details have been entered in your log, I suppose? Yes, sir. The log is in the chart room awaiting your inspection. We'll get to it in due time. Reaching the bow cabin, Cassidy took a seat, accepted the folder from McNaught, started off at a businesslike pace. K1, beam compass, type D, 1 of. This is it, sir, said McNaught, showing him. Still working properly? Yes, sir. They carried on, reached the intercom cubby, the computer room, a succession of other places back to the galley. Here, Blanchard posed in freshly laundered white clothes and eyed the newcomer warily. V-147, electronic oven, 1 of. Is this, said Blanchard, pointing with disdain. Satisfactory? Inquired Cassidy, giving him the fish-eye. Not big enough, declared Blanchard. He encompassed the entire galley with an expressive gesture. Nothing's big enough. Place too small. Everything's too small. I am chef de cuisine, and she is a cuisine like an attic. This is a warship, not a luxury liner, Cassidy snapped. He frowned at the equipment sheet. V-148, timing device, electronic oven. Attachment thereto, one of. Is this, spat Blanchard, ready to sling it through the nearest port if Cassidy would first donate the 2 pins. Working his way down the sheet, Cassidy got nearer and nearer, while nervous tension built up. Then he reached the critical point and said, V-1098, OFOG 1. Morbleu, said Blanchard, shooting sparks from his eyes. I have say before, and I say again, there never was— The OFOG is in the radio room, sir, McNaught chipped in hurriedly. Indeed? Cassidy took another look at the sheet. Then why is it recorded along with galley equipment? It was placed in the galley at time of fitting out, sir. It is one of those portable instruments left to us to fix up where most suitable. Then it should have been transferred to the radio room list. Why didn't you transfer it? I thought it better to wait for your authority to do so, sir. The fish-eyes registered gratification. Yes, that is quite proper of you, Captain. I will transfer it now. He crossed the item from sheet 9, initialed it, entered it on sheet 16, initialed that. V-1099, inscribed collar, leather. Oh, yes, I've seen that. The dog was wearing it. He ticked it. An hour later he strutted into the radio room. Berman stood up, squared his shoulders, but could not keep his feet or hands from fidgeting. His eyes protruded slightly and kept straying toward McNaught in silent appeal. He was like a man wearing a porcupine in his breeches. V-1098, OFOG 1, said Cassidy, in his usual tone of brooking no nonsense. Moving with the jerkiness of a slightly uncoordinated robot, Berman pawed a small box, fronted with dials, switches, and colored lights. It looked like a radio ham's idea of a fruit machine. He knocked down a couple of switches. The lights came on, played around in intriguing combinations. This is it, sir, he informed with difficulty. Ah! Cassidy left his chair and moved across for a closer look. I don't recall having seen this item before, but there are so many different models of the same things. Is it still operating efficiently? Yes, sir. It's one of the most useful things in the ship, contributed McNaught for good measure. What does it do? Inquired Cassidy, inviting Berman to cast a pearl of wisdom before him. Berman paled. Hastily, McNaught said, A full explanation would be rather involved and technical, but, to put it as simply as possible, it enables us to strike a balance between opposing gravitational fields. Variations in lights indicate the extent and degree of unbalance at any given time. It's a clever idea, added Berman, made suddenly reckless, based upon Finagle's constant. I see, said Cassidy, not seeing at all. He resumed his seat, ticked the OFOG, and carried on. Z-44, switchboard automatic, 40-line intercom, one of. Here it is, sir. Cassidy glanced at it, returned his gaze to the sheet. The others used his momentary distraction to mop perspiration from their foreheads. Victory had been gained. All was well. For the third time, ha! Rear Admiral Vane W. Cassidy departed pleased and complimentary. Within 1 hour the crew bolted to town. McNaught took turns with Gregory at enjoying the gay lights. For the next 5 days all was peace and pleasure. On the 6th day Berman brought in a signal, dumped it upon McNaught's desk, waited for the reaction. He had an air of gratification, the pleasure of one whose virtue is about to be rewarded. Terran headquarters to Bustler. Return here immediately for overhaul and refitting. Improved power plant to be installed. Feldman, Navy Op Command, Sirisek. Back to Terra, commented McNaught happily, and an overhaul will mean at least 1 month's leave. He eyed Berman. Tell all officers on duty to go to town at once and order the crew aboard. The men will come running when they know why. Yes, sir, said Berman, grinning. Everyone was still grinning 2 weeks later when the Seriport had receded far behind, and Sol had grown to a vague speck in the sparkling mist of the bow starfield. 11 weeks still to go, but it was worth it. Back to Terra, hurrah! In the captain's cabin, the grins abruptly vanished one evening when Berman suddenly developed the willies. He marched in, chewed his bottom lip while waiting for McNaught to finish writing in the log. Finally, McNaught pushed the book away, glanced up, frowned. What's the matter with you? Got a bellyache or something? No, sir, I've been thinking. Does it hurt that much? I've been thinking, persisted Berman in funereal tones. We're going back for overhaul. You know what that means? We'll walk off the ship and a horde of experts will walk onto it. He stared tragically at the other. Experts, I said. Naturally they'll be experts, McNaught agreed. Equipment cannot be tested and brought up to scratch by a bunch of dopes. It will require more than a mere expert to bring the Offog up to scratch, Berman pointed out. It'll need a genius. McNaught rocked back, swapped expressions like changing masks. Jumping Judas. I'd forgotten all about that thing. When we get to Terra, we won't blind those boys with science. No, sir, we won't, endorsed Berman. He did not add any more, but his face shouted aloud. You got me into this. You get me out of it. He waited a time while McNaught did some intense thinking, then prompted, What do you suggest, sir? Slowly the satisfied smile returned to McNaught's features as he answered, Break up the contraption and feed it into the disintegrator. That doesn't solve the problem, said Berman. We'll still be short an Offog. No, we won't, because I'm going to signal its loss owing to the hazards of space service. He closed one eye in an emphatic wink. We're in free flight right now. He reached for a message pad and scribbled on it while Berman stood by vastly relieved. Bustler to Terran headquarters. Item V-1098. Offog 1. Came apart under gravitational stress while passing through Twin Sun Field Hector Major Minor. Material used as fuel. McNaught, Commander. Bustler. Berman took it to the radio room and beamed it earthward. All was peace and progress for another 2 days. The next time he went to the captain's cabin, he went running and worried. General call, sir, he announced breathlessly, and thrust the message into the other's hands. Terran headquarters for relay all sectors. Urgent and important. All ships grounded forthwith. Vessels in flight under official orders will make for nearest spaceport pending further instructions. Welling, Alarm and Rescue Command, Terra. Something's gone bust, commented McNaught, undisturbed. He traipsed to the chart room, Berman following. Consulting the charts, he dialed the intercom phone, got Pike and bow, and ordered, There's a panic. All ships grounded. We've got to make for Zaxted Port, about 3 days' run away. Change course at once. Starboard 17 degrees. Declination 10. Then he cut off. Griped. Bang goes that sweet month on Terra. I never did like Zaxted either. It stinks. The crew will feel murderous about this, and I don't blame them. What do you think has happened, sir? Asked Berman. He looked both uneasy and annoyed. Heaven alone knows. The last general call was 7 years ago when the Star Rider exploded halfway along the Mars run. They grounded every ship in existence while they investigated the cause. He rubbed his chin, pondered, went on. And the call before that one was when the entire crew of the blowgun went nuts. Whatever it is this time, you can bet it's serious. It wouldn't be the start of a space war. Against whom? McNaught made a gesture of contempt. Nobody has the ships with which to oppose us. No, it's something technical. We'll learn of it eventually. They'll tell us before we reach Zaxted or soon afterward. They did tell him. Within 6 hours, Berman rushed in, with face full of horror. What's eating you now? Demanded McNaught, staring at him. The Offog, stuttered Berman. He made motions as though brushing off invisible spiders. What of it? It's a typographical error. In your copy it should read off, dog. The commander stared owlishly. Off, dog, echoed McNaught, making it sound like foul language. See for yourself. Dumping the signal on the desk, Berman bolted out, left the door swinging. McNaught scowled after him, picked up the message. Terran headquarters to Bustler. Your report V-1098, ship's official dog, Peaslake. Detail fully circumstances and manner in which animal came apart under gravitational stress. Cross-examine crew and signal all coincidental symptoms experienced by them. Urgent and important. Welling, Alarm and Rescue Command, Terra. In the privacy of his cabin, McNaught commenced to eat his nails. Every now and again he went a little cross-eyed as he examined them for nearness to the flesh. Ravenshaw of WBY, Incorporated, by W. Macfarlane. Ravenshaw sat quietly in a limbo region of the Pentagon, and wondered whether his head was stuffed full of shredded polyurethane or large-curd cottage cheese. The medical description was circadian rhythm desynchronization. He had been swept through time zones like an auger through an onion, and while his body was present and accounted for in Washington, D.C., he had a disconcerting mental picture of his spirit, winged like the ka of an Egyptian pharaoh, flapping wearily along behind over the Pacific. General Craddock lifted his eyes from the 210 file he was studying and peered at Ravenshaw over his glasses. A British study showed that the only officers who dared to innovate were those with independent fortunes. Yes, sir, said Ravenshaw. He was in the same uniform he had put on 80 miles outside of Saigon. He had drowsed on the jet and borrowed an electric razor from the engineer, and from the reflection he had caught in a glass door he looked presentable enough. Still, his eye sockets were lined with sand, his skin crawled, and he wanted a bath and a bed much more than a chitty-chat with this mysterious two-star general. Have you an independent fortune? Independence, sir. No fortune. Independence is a state of mind, sir. Hostages to fortune. Only my good opinion of myself. Ravenshaw had never bandied shorthand conversation with a general before, because he was a polite man, and most generals would understand Choctaw as readily. But then, he had never been an anonymous cause célèbre or been flown halfway around the world without putting foot to the ground either. Craddock leaned back in his chair and said, Ravenshaw, your career has been studded with unorthodoxies, like diamonds in a goat's ear. A lieutenant colonel who hires local witch doctors to plant taboos around his battalion area is a little unusual. The ambush you pulled off by tape recording and playing back camp noises, the trick of spreading fluorescent calcites and the use of filtered shortwave ultraviolet light to spot infiltration, all of these things indicate a latitude of mind, a correlative habit of thought, that might be put to better use than— He interrupted himself. Where did you get the ice cream machine? I won an LST from the Navy playing poker, sir. I settled for the machine, 175 pounds of mix, and a small generator. Well, your use of it is anathema in Europe. Large, indignant headlines. Certain elements in our country don't like it very well either. How did that Swedish journalist find out? She saw children eating strawberry ice cream cones in the jungle, sir. She backtracked them to my headquarters and watched them swap landmines and booby traps for ice cream. Every Kong within a 10-kilometer area had a dozen kids watching him. As soon as he'd plant some device, the kids would bring it to me. I had a barn full, sir. The general took off his glasses and bit an earpiece. Cones, Ravenshaw? The mess sergeant and I figured out how to bake them. We used an old tractor grill for waffle marks and cut and rolled them just out of the oven. We packed them in airtight cans with silica gel, and they stayed crisp. Sergeant Kisselgoff deserves the credit, sir. He also liberated a couple of cases of wheat germ for more nutrition in the batter. You are a baby killer, a child murderer, a Pied Piper of Doom. I am quoting from the Reuters dispatch picked up off Tidningarnes Telegrambara, the Swedish wire service. There's a demonstration going on now in front of the Stockholm embassy. How did you manage to keep your name out of it? According to this indignant female, the battalion was commanded by Colonel Olepoop. Yes, sir. That fool lieutenant from public relations was new. He was driving her around, and he didn't know us. Kisselgoff is smart. He saw the fire in her eyes when she turned down a scoop of strawberry. The troops and I take care of each other, sir. The follow-up reporters can't find the battalion, said Craddock with satisfaction. Your Swedish friend stepped on a small anti-personnel mine just yesterday. She will be lying on her stomach for a month, and she will be able to show her war wounds. He hesitated. I trust only to intimate friends. You never saw her? No, sir. I was checking perimeter defense. The incident is coincidental. Your orders to report to this office were cut before it happened. Ravenshaw relaxed. He was surprised he had been so tense. Pragmatic command sometimes demands you sidestep book answers, and getting the job done is not always an acceptable defense. He stifled a yawn, blinked his eyes, and snapped to attention at the general's next words. I have been looking for a man with peculiar qualifications. You were mentioned by Command and General Staff School. The people at War College had your name at the top of their list. How did you wangle your way into War College, Ravenshaw? Well, sir, it was an involved story, beginning with an ambassador's wife and a schnauzer dog. I'll hear it later. Your schedule is already tight. The job I have in mind is experimental, highly discretionary, and will establish its own parameters. Do you understand that term? Form, but not function. It has no precise meaning outside mathematics, but makes an elegant noise. Be that as it may, the job is anomalous, and the man will make it. Are you interested? Before Ravenshaw could more than nod, the general added, Ostensibly you would be a civilian. In fact, you would be on detached duty from here, and while the cover requires pro rata payments from, never mind who, unvouchered funds are involved. He pushed his glasses back on his head. It will take a year to decide if I'm sucking wind or gin tonic. Ravenshaw, it is now 2:30. You will report as a civilian at 5:30 at my home in New Glatz, Maryland, for a situational estimate of your character. Today is Friday, and you will stay the weekend as my guest. An informal house party situation. Questions? Does the job have a name, sir? Get it, and you can name it. Other questions? Yes, sir, said Ravenshaw, in a state of mild euphoria. Can you provide a native guide to get me out of here? Harley Ravenshaw had goods, clothing, gear, and equipment in Vietnam, in Evanston, Illinois, where his brother lived, in St. George, Utah, where he had inherited an old yellow Waterstone house from his dead wife, and at the Hill Ranch near Tassafaranda, California, where he had grown up. He had some tropical sport clothing in his bags at Andrews Air Force Base, but it was more suitable for Hong Kong or Singapore than Washington in late September. The pool driver assigned him for the afternoon was familiar only with the main trails of the urban jungle, so Ravenshaw put him in a parking lot and found a bank just before closing time, and a car rental agency and a clothing store by himself. He stopped at a florist and a remarkably good fancy food store. He had the driver lead him to Andrews, where he picked up his luggage and appropriated a bathroom at a BOQ. He parked his rental behind the guide dog pool car in front of the general's converted farmhouse in New Glatz at 5:25, dismissed the driver, and walked up the winding brick path to the door. The general's wife answered his knock, a lean woman with calm black eyes, short gray curls, and a deep, chuckling laugh. She was pleased with the chrysanthemums, and not too surprised by the cassava and the grapes. Ravenshaw tentatively pegged her as a domesticated she-wolf, and his regard for the general went up another notch. It was just as well his taste ran in that direction, because the other guests were very hard types indeed. There was an unfashionably fluffy woman named Rosie Doole, who bubbled at him and asked loaded questions with a giggle. Her husband, Brinton Doole, had long sideburns to compensate for a balding head. He was happily vague, loosely avant-garde, and his conversation tended to shamble off into unfinished sentences. Aird Dowker was given to pedantic statements, a short man with a brushy mustache parted in the middle. His wife, Retta, was languishing and sexy in a knit dress, and tended to rub against Ravenshaw. The single woman was Nell Rowley. She had palomino hair, and wore a horse blanket suit to match. "Do you feel like the new boy at school?" she asked. "It works both ways," said Ravenshaw. "You are the new fellas at my school. Mark down overweening egocentricity." Her voice was lovely, light and sweet. "I have a feeling you've been here before." "Déjà vu? No. It's just that I enjoy tests, especially when I have inside information." "You do?" "The unexamined life is dull," he paraphrased, "and there's nothing more fun than explaining yourself to others. Also, there was that first-class book after World War II on situational testing by the OSS. I enjoyed it." She was carefully neutral. "You have the job sewed up?" "Oh, no." He was a little dizzy under the direct inspection of her frost-violet eyes. "You know what you're after, and I don't. I can only be myself, and you have a job to do. This is all first cabin, high level, very flattering." He wondered if the dizziness was circadian rhythm desynchronization, or one of the body's wonderful warning systems when faced by a formidable woman. "Suppose you don't meet the requirements?" "Me get my feelings hurt? They are your requirements." She stared into her glass. "Detachment is a rare characteristic," she murmured, "and an unlovely one to most people." He made no comment. "Isn't it?" "I don't know," he said cheerfully. "May I get you another drink?" "That should be my line, Colonel. Aren't I supposed to ply you with liquor to loosen your tongue?" "Yes, I'd like another." "Do you have an answer to every question?" "Yes," Ravenshaw grinned. "I don't know." "And if you need to know?" she pressed him. "I am a ricky-ticky-tabi man. Run and find out is the motto tattooed on my heart. While the general busied himself with a martini for Nell Rowley, he mixed a very pale, proper 5-to-1 with Gilbey's and Noilly Prat. Ravenshaw poured his own pale scotch and water. Brinton Dool asked him, Colonel, you've been in the mysterious East for some time, and I wonder if you have seen much inexplicable phenomena. Yes, I have, Mr. Dool, chiefly in the area of human muddle-headedness. I sometimes feel that philosophy should teach man to take out his heart and look it in the face. We all observe our own phenomena, said Dool, surprised into decisiveness by the direct challenge. I was thinking more in terms of flying saucers, he reverted. No saucers, said Ravenshaw, but noctilucent clouds, if they fit into your category. Dool was puzzled. There's no good explanation I know for a luminous cloud in the dead of night. They come in neon blue and hot pink and green and other colors. Those I've seen are lenticular. They go away after a while. Anything else along that line? Said the general, pronging 3 olives on a toothpick. Spots of light, sir. Not spots in front of my eyes, but pinpoints of intense fire hanging in the air. They usually vanish with a snap. Hallucinations, eh? I've seen them 4 times, and twice the hallucinations were seen by others. They fit my book of inexplicable phenomena. Other entries? Asked the general. Quite a few, sir. Rhabdomancy is one. They were puzzled. Witching, dowsing, divining. Dool looked dismayed. You don't mean to say you believe, Ravenshaw shrugged. I don't say I can find water or gold with a dowsing stick. For all I know, they're little green men with wood magnets upside down in a hollow earth. The stick goes down beyond my control. It's impossible to fake it, and the experiment repeats. This is of first importance. But to believe in, belief is a non sequitur, Mr. Dool, in observed evidence. You have surely considered that an atheist is the truest kind of believer. Excuse me. He returned to Nell Rowley, and found her talking with Aird Dowker. Cycle of revolution, Dowker said, stroking his mustache. What do you think of Jefferson's comment that there should be a revolution every generation? Asked Nell. Ravenshaw was stabbed again by the honey and quinine quality of her voice. Well, if you leave the violence out of the definition, we've been revolving like a bowling ball for 100 years. I was speaking of the real thing, said Dowker. You drive a real automobile and watch a real TV. Teapot tempests. You have been right to a degree. Tempests are on the surface. We are locked into the human form, and 40-foot waves on an ocean 1,000 feet deep have been stimulating only, no matter how obsessed the participants. He turned to Nell. Mark down tendency to pontificate. What do you mean? I have been right? There are depth bombs in the ocean. Molecular biologists may soon force us to consider mankind in a personal, hitherto inviolable area. What is optimum man, and by whose standards? And can a Model T breed a Thunderbird? You are talking nonsense, said Dowker. What is your answer? Asked Nell. Not that I'm sure I understand the question. Ravenshaw was suddenly weary. Hey-ho, and alas, and also lack the day. He wondered where his car was now, over Kansas. The more I know, the more I am overwhelmed by my own ignorance. Supper, announced Mrs. Craddock. Nell Rowley spilled half a glass of Burgundy on him, and Retta Dowker developed roving hands under the tablecloth. Ravenshaw passed her the gravy boat high and suggestively. She glanced at the décolleté of her dress and desisted. After dinner, Brinton Dool mounted a dove of peace and zoomed around the room. Aird Dowker drank bourbon and ginger ale, and accused Ravenshaw of making passes at his wife, and Nell Rowley shrieked and told him to take his hand off her knee. Ravenshaw laughed helplessly. Mrs. Craddock regrouped and reorganized the party in a military manner, and the general watched with only an occasional twitch to his lips. On Saturday, Ravenshaw helped the general dig a stump out of the backyard, solemnly observed the 4 grandchildren who had come visiting, and took the Craddocks to dinner at a French restaurant on Pennsylvania Avenue. There was more yard work on Sunday, and that evening the Dools and Dowkers and Craddocks, and Nell and Ravenshaw, all ate crab and drank beer at Jimmy's. They returned to Nuclatz to sit for an hour's idle conversation before the party broke up. The general asked Ravenshaw to join him in a nightcap before the dying fire. Ravenshaw, I've got facts up to the ears on a tall giraffe, and Gresham's law was never better illustrated than by computer use for decision-making. The cheaper drives out the dearer. Silver vanished when the sandwich coins came out. And there's this abysmal inclination to shift command responsibilities to a computer. Do you know what I'm talking about? The readout's no better than the input. The book can kill you. The general nodded. I want to tap an area of information that has never been properly examined, and I want judicious opinion, not a garbage scow full of facts. A log broke and scattered sparks on the hearth. I don't suppose the fate of nations hangs on our talk tonight, but I have this nagging hunch we'd better explore the wild blue yonder country. It's an easy job in a way, like walking on a edge-up 2x4 in the dark with a flashlight over the Grand Canyon. My tame psychologists and I agree. You get the job. Exactly what is it? The general told him, and the fire was ashes and dawn was red before they covered some of the possibilities. 6 months later, Ravenshaw opened the door of WBY Incorporated in San Diego, California, at 9 o'clock in the morning. Nell Rowley was beating the typewriter at her desk. She was wearing an abominable orange and blue plaid dress, which at best was some relief from the corridor outside. It was lined with gray marble, suitable for a necropolis, or an austere kind of hell. Good morning, Nell. Don't bet on it. You have an old lady in tennis shoes, a bushy-tailed college type, a sneaky Pete, a salesman, and a minor 49er tra-la-la Clementine. He phoned. She raised her voice over her drum-fire typing. It was another of her disconcerting abilities. Mail's on your desk and dull as Monday morning. While he read the mail and indicated answers on the letters for Nell's guidance in his quick engineer's printing, Ravenshaw noted again without prejudice his ability to think the worst of people with no difficulty at all. Nell Rowley disturbed him. They had flown together around the United States for 5 weeks, visiting the 16 companies, Lugard, Rodman Codman Associates, Havasu Foundry, Rubidoux, Simon Photomultipliers, Lynn Jolly, and all the others, and not once had she failed to be anything but the perfect secretary. Her hair was never quite tidy, and her taste in clothes was remarkable, but she took notes and kept a business journal, made reservations, never complained, and was always efficient. This bothered Ravenshaw, that a behavioral psychologist of better than fair reputation was quite willing to compromise her professional status to further a project that might never achieve its prime objective. He was standing at the window, scowling at Broadway and the panorama of San Diego Bay, when Nell tapped at the door and said Mrs. Addison Cutley was waiting. Mrs. Cutley wore elegant English walkers, but her stockings were lisle. Her dress was cut from a gunny sack, and her hat had colored bangles that tinkled frivolously. Her interest in life was pelargoniums and the reform of the Republican Party, which she regarded as crypto-communist. She wanted assurance that her method of ending the war would not fall into the hands of the Bolsheviks. This office is a clearinghouse for ideas, said Ravenshaw. Wide Blue Yonder, Incorporated, is a joint venture of 16 small patriotic corporations who believe that the inspiration and invention of the people of the United States is too often latent for lack of an outlet. We do not charge for the service. We channel your idea to the interested sponsor or to the appropriate governmental agency. If your suggestion is technical in nature, I must ask you to sign a release before you divulge it. Mrs. Cutley nodded bird-bright approval, glanced around the room for lurking Chinese or Russian agents, and hissed, "Poison oak, upas apples, cockleburs, dodder, deadly nightshade." It took another 20 minutes to get her out of the office, but she left with a good deal of satisfaction after Ravenshaw produced a Bible and swore her to secrecy. Nell announced that J. Hardinge was waiting, and asked what was on the old lady's mind. He told her it was another scheme to drop noxious weed seed on North Vietnam, and to be sure Mrs. Cutley got an extremely official letter of commendation. Some day he might need an expert in pelargoniums or crypto-communist republicans. J. Hardinge had done his master's at UCSD in geography, and thought it deserved more attention than would be given by the 8 people who read the average thesis. It was a method of 3-dimensional cartography, and was an obvious and unexploited technique to the best of Ravenshaw's knowledge. He asked the young man what he expected in return. Hardinge said it would be nice to have some jobs to choose from. Ravenshaw set up an appointment 10 days hence, dictated 6 letters to Nell, and felt so good about J. Hardinge that he gave some very kind advice to the noon appointment, the man Nell called the Sneaky Pete. His name was John Smith, and he wanted to sell an industrial process belonging to his employer. He did not seem to realize that his particular industry was a small world, and his education and experience made it necessary for him to live in it. Ravenshaw pointed out he was cutting his throat behind his back, but the man left unconvinced. Ravenshaw called Sam Ofwoko, who ran the newsstand in the lobby of the building, and Sam obliged by getting John Smith's license number. When Nell came back from lunch, Ravenshaw left her to check the license and see that proper notation was sent to a sensitive file. Smith's employer was not notified. WBY did not police business morality. Returning from lunch, Nell told him the driver's description did not tally with the owner of the plates, but a friend had a friend, and identity had been established. The funny thing was that Sneaky Pete's name was John Smith. "You are the apple of my oho," said Ravenshaw. "You are the flower of my heart." "Mr. Polkinghorne is here," she said in her bitter honey voice. Joe Polkinghorne was that rarity, a salesman who knew what he was talking about. Ravenshaw learned about paper traffic flow, ingenious carbons and flimsies, and filing methods. Polkinghorne suggested that the best information was only as good as the use to which it was put, and information entombed was as useful as a file of nuts forgotten by a squirrel. Ravenshaw agreed that most solutions were peripheral, like building schools instead of teachers, and sent him out to see if Nell was interested. His second phone buzzed, the direct outside line. General Craddock was on the wire. "Why do you want the confidential file?" "She's too perfect. I don't believe it." "You've got a hunch? What do you want to know?" "Start with date of birth, parents, brothers and sisters, Sunday school classmates, everything." "No can do," said Craddock. "You'll get the file by courier this afternoon at your apartment, but the first 5 or 6 years of her life are blank. I don't know who her parents are, and neither does she." Nell said, "Mr. Jeruve is here." Ravenshaw held up his hand with the fingers apart, and she nodded and closed the door. "The record starts on April 16th, 1947. Total anterograde amnesia. Couldn't talk, couldn't dress herself. Total retrogression. Worked on her for a year at Houston, ward of the state. Nothing ever found out about her. Probably the whole family was wiped out. The figures are imprecise, about 550 killed." "You lost me on the first curve." "The Texas City explosion and fire. They found her crawling along a gutter near the waterfront with most of her hair burned off, meowing like a kitten." "Be damned. So that's that. I talked with Ed Millison yesterday in New York. He's very enthusiastic about the Rolamite application you sent Lugard. Have you turned up anything for me?" "Negative." The general sighed 3,000 miles away. "Don't take any wooden dimes. Inflation," he said, and hung up. Nell announced, "Mr. Charles Jeruve." He was a small, bony man in his early 70s, with a walloping beak of a nose. He had a black felt hat in his hand and a shopping bag in the crook of his arm. One bright blue eye was slightly cocked. "Paper said you were honest and would listen to anything. That right?" Ravenshaw grinned and said he was only reasonably honest, but he always did what he said he would do. Honesty is intention, but his word was his word. "Fair enough. Now tell me, how does this place work?" Ravenshaw explained that WBY was supported by companies whose research and development funds were limited. The office cost was shared pro rata, with a percentage assessment against originated ideas up to 25% of the base expense. He mentioned the machine that crawled upstairs with a refrigerator, for instance, on its back. "What do you get out of this?" asked Jeruve with blue jay curiosity. "Wages, a chance to try my judgment, and a very small percentage of successful developments." "Shrewd. I guess you're my man," said Jeruve. "I want to get a jeep out of this thing, but I don't suppose I will. What I don't want is to get tooken. Maybe what I really need is advice." He reached into the paper bag and lifted out a black box. "What do you think?" A black boxer walked into the office about twice a month. Ravenshaw had come to regard them as a side benefit, an unearned increment, a keep-the-spirit-of-Christmas-in-your-heart sort of lagniappe to his job. One man walked in with a cosmic ray to 110 to 120 AC black box complete with a socket in the side. He wanted $10,000 in small bills laid in his hand for a demonstration. Unlimited free power, he said. Ravenshaw called in Nell and told her to get the money and a 3-way plug. More in sorrow than anger, the man put his box back into the case, locked it, chained it to his wrist, and left, shaking his head sadly at scoffers. A pathetic black boxer had made a money machine from which he cranked a worn $5 bill. He excused himself to the washroom before he could insert another piece of paper and crank out the same bill. There were others, but Ravenshaw especially liked the one who had worn overalls and a straw hat. He put bull cotton into his black box, pushed a button so lights flashed and gears growled, and dramatically pulled out a pillowcase. With development money, he would make a box large enough to manufacture sheets. To Ravenshaw's vast pleasure, he had a little drawer at the bottom from which he removed the cleaned cottonseed. Ravenshaw admired the black boxer's ingenuity and beguiling sense of wonder. They reinforced his faith in the innocent, indomitable spirit of man. He was a little surprised by Jerove's black box, because the build-up was far from typical. "Cosmic rays to electricity?" he asked. "Don't know," said Jerove. "I found it making a Molino de Dios, but other things sure happen." He set the box on a corner of the desk and twiddled with the side. Until this moment, it had been an ordinary day for Ravenshaw. He had finally phoned Washington about Nell Rowley. He had had lunch with Fabio Marquien, a sharpshooter who worked both sides of the border, and his customers had been run-of-the-mill customers. There was nothing unusual about Jerove. This black box was a different horse. An atavistic shudder raised the hair on the back of his head. The box was wider than it should have been wide. The handle was offset to one end. It was traditionally black and seamless, but the finish was deep, and concentrated light to a single black-green shimmer at one end of the rounded edge. Ravenshaw stood slowly, to change his angle of vision, and where the Joe block's smooth top would normally have reflected a sheen of light from the window, it was concentrated into a crawling green shimmer. The handle rose from a shallow indentation. Ravenshaw gingerly touched it with a finger, and it retracted into the hollow, leaving a flat surface. "Hey now," said Jerove, "feel this." There was a surge of Arctic air from an opening at the end of the box, as if a window had been left unclosed on top of Greenland's icy mountains. It was not like a man whistling, but a turbulent flow, as if a frost giant was endlessly exhaling. "How about that?" said Jerove. "Cold," said Ravenshaw. He pushed the handle down. Jerove fumbled at the side of the box, and the orifice instantly blew hot air. "Is that all the hotter?" said Ravenshaw absently. Jerove stuck out his lower lip and twiddled again. A wind from a blast furnace filled the room. Jerove raised his eyebrows and winked his cocked eye. Ravenshaw lifted his hands waist-high and shrugged. He had all the moves of a broken-field used-car salesman. Jerove snorted and turned off the furnace blast. He took a pair of steel-rimmed spectacles from his pocket. All right," he said, and peered closely at the side. "Now, let's see. I never fooled with this thing before." He turned the box on the desk, the business end toward Ravenshaw. "Now, maybe something will happen." What happened was a solid bar of water. It hit Ravenshaw hip-high and spun him like a dervish over the chair and off the files into a corner of the room. The fire-hose stream smashed against the wall and filled the air with water, fog, mist, and gouts of spray. Jerove started toward him, was caught in the water, and tumbled like a bug in a mixmaster. Niagara Falls thundered. Suddenly the flow shut off. "Arlie Ravenshaw, what are you doing?" Water ran off the desk, dripped from the ceiling, and sparkled on the windows. The carpet was sodden, and so was Ravenshaw. He squelched as he walked to Nell Rowley in the box. "Crazy thing hasn't moved," he said in the dripping silence. "Takes 2 firemen to hold a blast like that." He squeegeed his face and head with both hands. "What happened to the opposite and equal reaction?" Nell said, "I don't know, never saw it. You had it last." She was thoroughly wet, and the plaid dress looked much better clinging to her body. "Did you turn the thing off?" He patted the box. The handle went flat, and a trickle ran down the side. She raised her eyebrows. He dismissed the problem. "Phone down and hold me a taxi. Call Hardy for a cleanup squad. Get a cashier's check from the bank made out to Charles Jerove for $5,000. Type a release for his signature. Bring both to my apartment. Questions?" This was Colonel Ravenshaw in command. Nell wheeled and went to her desk while he plucked Jerove out of the corner. He was feebly stirring, and marched him like a rubber-legged doll into the waiting room. "How do I explain all that?" asked Nell. He leaned Jerove against a wall and returned to his desk. He opened a bottom drawer and pulled out a sample campfire starter, a happy pyromaniac had invented and brought to him a month before. He pulled the tab, and it blazed a tongue of fire and sparks 3 feet long. He held it to the sprinkler head in the ceiling. The metal melted, and a heavy rain started, 20 gallons a minute. Damn carelessness. He wrapped the black box in his coat, set the soggy black hat on Jerove's head, and steered the old man out the door while Nell phoned building maintenance to turn off the sprinkler. Sitting in the desert at 4 o'clock in the morning, up to his arms in a sleeping bag, Ravenshaw reviewed his assumptions. With a great deal of effort he had got himself to his present position on the side of a rocky hill. Far across the Badlands and beyond the dry lake, a truck was heading east, its lights brave and lonely in the dark night. The moon had set an hour before. There was a dim halation over Superstition Mountain from the Imperial Valley towns. The black box should be in Washington by now. The courier who delivered the confidential file on Nell Rowley seemed to be an imperturbable young man, but his eyes narrowed when General Craddock told him on the phone to report to Lindbergh Field within 20 minutes to catch an Air Force interceptor. He hefted the suitcase into which Ravenshaw had packed the black box between two pillows. Hot as a $3 pistol, he estimated, and checked the aluminum frame .32 he kept in a chamois-lined front pocket and the .38 from a clamshell at his belt. Craddock said to Ravenshaw, "You better take Nell for liaison. I will have 2 unflappable men in Borrego by noon tomorrow. Nell can guide them to your stakeout. How is Mr. Jeruve?" "He's sitting in a chair wrapped in a blanket with a tumbler of Cutty Sark in his hand. He says he likes Hague better. When I leased this place, I never figured I'd use the dryer, but everything he owns is tumbling around in it now, except his hat." "Is he safe?" "He was a kid sharpshooter with a star-gauged Springfield in World War I. He was with the Seabees in the Second. He's got a motto tattooed on his heart. My country, right or wrong, my mother, drunk or sober." "Where did he find the thing? Are there more?" "Sir, I think it's as rare as a dollar bill with an eagle egg instead of an eye on top of the pyramid. He says he found it squirting dust in the Santa Rosa foothills, right on top of the ground." "What was he doing there?" "I asked that question." Ravenshaw took a deep breath. "He's been a prospector a long time. For a vacation he goes peg-leg smithing. Peg-leg was the fellow who brought in gold nuggets covered with black varnish. His real name was Thomas L. Smith of Girard County, Kentucky. Jeruve figured that Peg-leg wouldn't go anywhere, a horse or mule couldn't go, and garbage scow full of facts." Ravenshaw could hear the tapping of eyeglass earpieces on the desk. "I suppose you'll tell me next what his leg was made of." "Juniper, sir." There was a growling noise that could have been atmospherics. "The gold was covered with sulfur dioxide, and there's some speculation it was radioactive." The tapping slowed ominously. "There's a story of an Indian woman from Warner Springs who found similar nuggets at a location where she could see the smoke from an SP locomotive taking on water at Salton before the tracks in the station were covered by the Salton Sea." "Gygo. Computer people tell me garbage in, garbage out. Ravenshaw, you rationalize these facts. Goodbye." A cold, soft wind was beginning to blow, and Ravenshaw was pleased with his foresight in buying the sleeping bags. Nell Rowley sat beside him. Charlie Jeruve was in a sandy patch behind a large boulder. He was a quiet sleeper. Ravenshaw had heard only a few muted snores before the old man turned and was quiet again. The rest of yesterday evening was blurred by incident. When Nell arrived, it developed that she had no suitable outdoor clothing. When Jeruve was dry outside, though wet within, they went to a shopping center, where Nell bought boots and pants and sweaters and a windbreaker, in colors that made Ravenshaw wince. He bought sleeping bags, some nylon line, bar chocolate, and a couple of thermos bottles. Jeruve wanted to buy everyone a drink, and he did when they met with their purchases at a restaurant. The old man was exhilarated by the lights and the music and the opulent display of goods in the crystal windows as they walked through the arcades to Ravenshaw's car after dinner. He even did a few dance steps with Nell on the swirl-patterned terrazzo walk. She was burning with a hard, gem-like flame, and her bitter honey voice was plangent. Ravenshaw thought those terms were suitable only to turn-of-the-century novelists, but they swam to the top of his mind like great gawping carp when he tried to put his finger on her manner that evening. The traffic diminished as they left the freeway to twist and climb through the rock-boned hills of San Diego County. The roads grew more lonely, and there was almost no traffic by the time they wound down and down to Borrego on the eastern slope of the mountains. Ravenshaw had the thermos bottles filled with coffee at a drowsy restaurant about to close for the night. He parked under a security light at the county airport. He re-rolled and tied the sleeping bags with their own cords to horse-collar packs and transferred the gear to Jeruve's old Ford, dusty and battered, but with wide tires and good clearance for rough country travel. The moon was low, and black shadows engulfed them when Jeruv turned off the road up a nameless wash and began to pick away over the sandy gravel around boulders and through the sparse brush. "Hang on," he said as the car lurched over a section of random cobbles. "Been meaning to ask. What's the hurry?" "Johnny at the rat hole," said Ravenshaw, bracing Nell as they crawled along a slab of rock with a 30-degree tilt to the side. "Go where the action is. The first principle in fishing is finding water." "Simple Simon," Nell pushed her hair back into place. "You are an exponent of the obvious, Mr. Ravenshaw." "Damn right," said Jeruv unexpectedly. "The obvious is what's tricky. The obvious is what snaps at your, heels when you're not looking. Why, I remember—" He interrupted himself. "Here's what we've been looking for. End of the line, gang. We walk from here." He turned the car into a sidewall, backed around and parked heading down the arroyo. Ravenshaw nodded. "Exit pursued by a bear," he said, and wondered if some ursine alien had lost the black box. Jeruv led the way up a fall of rock and along the side of a hill. He warned them against cat's claw and cholla cactus, pointed out a clump of Spanish bayonet, and told them to regard all vegetation as a lovesick porcupine until proven innocent. Something moved. Nell gasped. Ravenshaw ran to her side and stumbled on a rock. When you find an artifact, like a Folsom or Sandia Point, you do not expect the owner to stick his head around a bush. Ravenshaw leaped to his feet in front of Nell and turned on his flashlight. The movement was from a bread wrapper caught against a bush. Quiet now that a breath of wind had stopped. A rock dike ran across the open end of the horseshoe flat. Jeruv led them to a clump of beaver-tail cactus, by which he had found the black box. They searched the area enclosed by rocky hills, and then climbed one of the horseshoe heels and had a cup of coffee before they settled down in their sleeping bags for the rest of the night. Ravenshaw could not sleep. The bread wrapper had set up a noise somewhere in his mind like fingernails running down a slate blackboard. The black box was not a product of any technology he knew. It was an alien artifact. If saucer men had left it here, were they real men, or were they wearing the skins of men, as Aztec priests did? He turned to the more cheerful consideration that the box had been manufactured by extra-mundane octopi or giant spiders. It was made to be used by something with delicate manual control, hands, feelers, tentacles. Alien to what? To now, to this time and place. It might be a leftover Lemurian product, or an artifact from Mu or Atlantis, washed out of the cobbled matrix by winter rains. So why was it raising a dust devil? Or perhaps a fellow on a bicycle had dropped it. Mr. Wells's time machine bicycle, of course. Ravenshaw tried to imagine a short, randy man in a high collar and a Norfolk jacket, pedaling over the weary years to this howling wilderness. He shifted his weight on the hard rock, and the hank of nylon bit into his hip. He moved again. He assured himself wryly, as he had in the past, something will happen. According to the Arabs, day separates from night when you can distinguish between a black horsehair and a white laid on the palm of your hand. But Nell Rowley was a Palomino, and the stars were gone before the light showed the color of her hair. As usual, it was untidy. She said, "I made a list of your appointments and called a Kelly girl to cancel them. She'll be in the office today to babysit the telephone. I left the key with Sam Ofuoco." "You are the son of my days," said Ravenshaw. He wondered fleetingly why he translated compliments to Nell directly from a foreign tongue. "Would you rather go to Borrego now or later? You could grab breakfast in a motel and a nap before noon." "I'll stay if there's more coffee. Are there snakes?" She warmed her hands on the cup. "It's been bothering me." "Yes, but it's too cold for them." The sky was bright now, and he could have seen the frost violet of her eyes over the rim of the plastic cup, but he was wondering if instead of giant spiders, the owners of the black box were, maybe, giant snakes with hands. Charlie Jeruv said he was not interested in a chocolate bar for breakfast, or any other time, and he and Ravenshaw carried the sleeping bags and empty thermos bottles to the car, leaving Nell on watch. She sat between two boulders in the early sun, still with the curious alertness, the waiting tension Ravenshaw had noted the night before. Back at the horseshoe flat, with Jeruv scheduled to return at about 11, all Ravenshaw's apprehensions of the past night seemed foolish. Nell was preoccupied as she slowly combed her hair, and he walked the enclosure again, and climbed the other hill to inspect a magnificent chartreuse blossom on a cholla cactus. The ocotillo were exclamations of burning orange-red bloom. He was attracted to a desert lily, and then noticed a patch of belly flowers. He was on his stomach behind a creosote bush, when he heard a hissing noise like a carbon arc light on a dead-still summer night. He raised his head. It was a serious noise, as the buzz of a rattlesnake is serious, and it stopped short with a pop. Tilted to a near right angle at Nell's side of the horseshoe was a room without walls. A man was sitting in a chair behind a panel of instruments arranged like the keyboard of a Wurlitzer organ, and to his side stood a child with a black eye holding a tray. They were oriented to the floor on which they stood, and showed no surprise to find themselves almost horizontal to the sand below them. There were tall cabinets of alternating orange and plum color at the rear of the room nearest the ground. There were improbably shaped masses as foreign to Ravenshaw's eye as a Volkswagen would have been to Charles Duryea. The child held out the tray to the man. He raised the container to his lips while he studied the instrument console. The whole room was drifting toward Ravenshaw. The man turned, spat on the floor, and threw the contents of the glass at the child. It was a red liquid that splashed and ran down the invisible wall to the floor. It ran to the south from Ravenshaw's viewpoint, and he felt a moment of vertigo. There was no sound as the man opened his mouth and cursed. The child stood stolidly on one foot, with the instep of the other pressed against her knee. The man glanced at the ground and touched a control tab on the console. The entire room was less than 50 feet from Ravenshaw when it turned blue-gray and disappeared in a small clap of thunder. Ravenshaw began to breathe again, and looked at a belly flower in front of his nose. It had 4 petals shading from purple to pink to white in the center. It was about as large as a 16-penny nail head. He had an idea that the shape and colors were indelibly printed on his mind. What happened to Nell? She was weeping bitterly between the 2 rocks, her body shaken by great racking sobs. He dropped to his knees before her, gulping air. A desk jockey job is not the best training for the 100-yard dash through soft sand. "Did you see them?" she wailed. "The girl and the Drishna. They're gone, and they left me here. Why didn't you stop them?" The ice princess had melted in bitter, hot tears. She snatched the handkerchief he held out and ripped it in 2. Keep your cool, she said. "I'll tell you this. Detachment is denial, and denial is death. Why didn't you stop them?" What were those little sparkles of fire on the walls? "They're gone, and I am desolate. Get your hand off my shoulder, you gibbering cucumber. I am lost and wretched. Go away." Girl? The child had been dressed in silk sacking with a loose blouse, tight sleeves, and baggy pants. The material was apricot color, with shifting poisonous blue flashes wherever it folded. The man was wearing a smooth dove-gray fabric, a wide, thick fuchsia belt, fuchsia piping from ankles to wrists, and a high, thick fuchsia collar. Drishna? Nell was not listening. She was taut with some internal argumentation. She did not see him. Ravenshaw sighed and stood up. He walked to the area where the tilted room had appeared. It was warm in the morning sun, and the first midges of the year swarmed in the quiet air. He waved his hand in front of his face. Jeruf called this the Borrego salute, and said that strangers thought it the friendliest place in the world in season. The Salton Sea was a line of blue under the chocolate mountains. Nell came up behind him. "Arlie, I'm sorry. I don't know what got into me. I am altogether mixed up. I am a pig." "It makes no never mind." "My head split when I saw that room. Somewhere and sometime I have been here before, galloping on the back of a nightmare, and the girl and that monster are familiar to me as my face in a mirror, and the loneliness, and the rocks on my knees." "It is not to worry, querida," said Ravenshaw softly. He lifted his head. She went on in her honey voice. "Children, especially orphans, often dream they were kidnapped, and their true and loving parents are the king and his consort of cocaine." "Back to the rocks," said Ravenshaw. The buzz had begun again. The carbon arc noise grew louder as they ran, and the absurd pop followed more quickly than before. They turned, and there was the room on an even keel. The man was in rich red clothing with dull green piping and belt and collar, and the girl wore an acid yellow garment. The man nodded to them. He punched a tab on the Wurlitzer. The random flashes of gnats intersecting the walls stopped when the room settled to the ground. A rectangular section became even more transparent. The man stepped to the sand. He was a young Roman emperor, sleek and a little corpulent, his dark hair a cap of curls. His eyes were at once lazy and feral, like those of a well-fed lion blinking at a flock of sheep. "Allo, allo, allo," he said. "You've already stolen the Nessial node interphaser. Well enough. It brought you here. Fair exchange is no thievery. Abandon that expression of insolent ignorance. Answer my question. Where is the iodine?" Ravenshaw gawped. He had opened his mouth to say good morning, and glanced at Nell. She was standing on one leg, with the other foot pressed against the inside of her knee. "Popocatepetl, Iztaccíhuatl, Xochimilco?" "Duh? What'd you say?" Ravenshaw gulped. "Albionese. Well enough, churd. I don't care for Nahuatl either. Uto-Aztecans are greedy buggers. Where's the iodine on this rotten shim world? I need 2 puncheons of it." What? "Save me," said the man, lifting his eyes to heaven. He spoke with exaggerated care, as to a retarded child. "Number 53, churd. Orthoambric crystal structure. Violet vapor. Extracted from seaweed, brines, and the caliche of that preposterous desert at the end of the southern continent." The amber eyes grew sharper. "Don't try my patience, churd. You're wearing a time mensuration device on your wrist. Your clothing is mass-produced. Your bitch is mere, which passes understanding. You're a contumacious quark, and my patience wears thin. There was no orthoentric alarm, so your contingency's not travelers. Iodine, churd?" "From Chile," said Ravenshaw jerkily. "In ships to the Gulf Coast. Chief port of entry across from Galveston. Calcium nitrate. Ship's full of it. Caliche." Nell was still standing on one leg with a blank expression on her face. The man spoke in a language unknown to Ravenshaw, and the girl in the room took her foot from her knee and brought a large flat box to the man. She knelt before him. He tapped it and beckoned to Ravenshaw. It was a relief map with no political designations. Ravenshaw put his finger on Galveston Bay, and the man tapped the box again. The scale changed, and Ravenshaw indicated the mainland coast to the west. The man waved Ravenshaw back and turned 2 dials until a spot of light was exactly where Ravenshaw had pointed. The man touched a plate to one side of the map, and coordinates appeared. A plate on the other side burned red and then green as he made another adjustment. Elevation? Ravenshaw wondered. The girl carried the box back to the room and locked it into the console. The man spoke again, and she walked to one of the plum-colored cabinets. She glanced furtively over her shoulder at Nell, and fumbled with the handle of the device she took from the cabinet. Then she brought it to the man and stood behind him to one side. "The mere are intractable, recalcitrant, and rare," observed the man, polishing his nails on his sleeve. "Training them from anarchy to obedience is a burden. Only recently I discovered this girl with her hands in the machinery, and she will not learn easily to properly prepare a drink." He held his fingernails up to admire them. "Yours seems well trained. Perhaps, as with elephants, they work better in pairs." He looked Ravenshaw in the eye. "I'll take your mere." Ravenshaw pushed Nell, and she toppled like a tree. The Roman emperor watched her fall. Ravenshaw did not. He stooped and hurled a jagged, baseball-sized rock. It should have caught the man in the throat. Ravenshaw was sure of this because it slowed and stopped there before it fell to the ground. If the last foot of travel had been made of invisible foam rubber, the result would have been the same. The man laughed and shot Ravenshaw. Then he shot Nell. It was a humane weapon, Ravenshaw thought in confusion, like those traps to catch birds or animals harmlessly. As a boy he had known a neighbor who deplored the use of firearms. The fellow was highly moral about it. Shoot innocent creatures? Horrible. Ravenshaw was no less confused when he passed the neighbor's farm one day and found the tender heart, having caught a ground squirrel harmlessly, beating it to death with a baseball bat. The involuntary muscles were not affected, but he had lost control over his body. He continued breathing, and his heart must be going, but he was selectively short-circuited. As his thoughts unmuddled, he found his eyes were open and his ears plugged in. He did not worry about a baseball bat, because he did not think the alien carried one with him. He did worry about elapsed time. Enough events for a whole day had been jammed into a few minutes, But when he saw the girl bring a glass of the red liquid to the man and take the weapon from him, Ravenshaw concluded he had been only momentarily unconscious. "You will speak Albionese," said the man slowly. The girl said nothing. He slapped her face with an open hand. She staggered and stood straight again. "You will speak nothing else until you learn." With a quick blow, he slapped the other side of her face. She fell this time. Ravenshaw tried to speak. He tried to move his fingers. He could wiggle his right toes, but not his left, and flex his foot, and knee, and thigh. So now he could roll over onto his stomach. What for? The man turned to Ravenshaw and nudged him in the ribs with a foot. "Desynchronizer churd, for an overweening aborigine. Considering your gross bulk, a full charge should give you 2 days in which to meditate on courtesy. You may not die. The little ants will keep you amused as you lie there." He poured the last of his sweet drink on Ravenshaw's face. "And afterwards the buzzards. While I am educating your mere, your last sight will be of a buzzard's beak. They go for the eyes first, I understand. Then the other soft parts. Next the ants and dehydration. Oh well, keep hope alive in your heart. You may die, churd." He stepped away and said to the girl, "Drag that mere by the arm." Ravenshaw flexed his knee, pushed himself over onto his stomach, and flailed out with his leg. He caught the man in the ankles and ripped his feet out from under him. He did a belly flop onto the sand. Ravenshaw scrabbled to him. He threw himself across the man's head and seized a wrist, which he pulled up his back between his shoulder blades. The other hand tore at the sand. The protective device built into the suit was a reverse inertial reel, Ravenshaw speculated, and to check this theory, he pounded a fist at the man's head. His body was working very well, but the blow stopped short. He pushed gently, and had no trouble forcing the face into the sand. He flipped himself to a kneeling position on the man's back, keeping a steady pressure on the wrist. He was perfectly willing to break the arm or dislocate the shoulder. He had always admired the implicit promise on the only snake flag he ever knew about. "Don't tread on me." The girl was on her knees beside Nell, brushing sand from her cheek. The child looked puzzled and deeply concerned, the first expression he had seen on her face. The day was growing warmer. Ravenshaw saw a pair of buzzards in the sky, and turned his attention back to the man under him. He had stopped thrashing, but he made sandy gobbling noises. Ravenshaw pulled the hank of nylon line from his pocket and began to bite off the plastic wrapper. The man tried to lurch forward, and Ravenshaw heard a slight creaking noise when he pushed the wrist higher. The feet drummed. Ravenshaw tried to slug him with a nylon hank and failed. It took a little while to run a simple loop around his neck and secure both hands under the shoulder blades. "If a job is worth doing," muttered Ravenshaw, but he did not scamp the job. Then he got up and stretched. The girl had brought a cushion from the room and put it under Nell's head. She shaded her face while she waited. Ravenshaw shoved the man over onto his back and said, "You will speak only Albionese. You will answer my questions." The man rolled his eyes, spat sand, and wept. His tongue was not very sandy, considering how he had been whooping and gulping. Ravenshaw waited until his eyes settled into a feral glare. He took a 3-bladed knife from his pocket and opened the longest blade. He picked up a flat rock and began to whet the edge. Wheat, wheat, wheat. "The first question is, where do you come from?" Wheat, wheat, wheat. The sun caught the edge of the blade nicely. "Grauk." The loop was cutting into his throat. Ravenshaw put 2 fingers under the line and pulled. The man arched his back and yelled. Ravenshaw heaved him onto his face again and undid the loop. He pulled the wrists down as far as they would go, ran the line between his legs, over the back of his shoulder and around the neck, and back down again. He tied it off at the wrists and tied the 2 lines together at the back of the neck. If he lifted his wrists, he would saw himself in 2, or strangle. Ravenshaw was pleased with this arrangement. He turned him over again onto a small barrel cactus. He went back to sharpening his knife, while the man yelped and writhed away. "Where do you come from?" said Ravenshaw. Wheat, wheat, wheat. "I will kill you horrid," choked the man. Ravenshaw tugged on one of the lines. Grauk, Ang 3207, Nag 4862, kill me, I'll tell you no more. Ravenshaw continued to whet his knife. I will slit your nose first, he said conversationally. I have other things in mind when that is done. Ravenshaw slowly touched his nose with the blade. A drop of blood formed. He used it to lubricate the stone. What is a shim world? Wheat, wheat, wheat. Any fool knows. One in the infinity of worlds, churred. Growled Ravenshaw. The man coughed rackingly. When he stopped, his eyes went to the knife. Wheat, wheat, wheat. Ravenshaw tested the edge with his thumb and smiled. He shaved a patch of hair from his arm and shook his head. Wheat, wheat, wheat. It was not a loud noise, but it was also a serious noise and a subtle one. Citizen, elementary explanation is bird who comes to sharpen beak on mountain every 100 years. When mountain is worn down, it is still as nothing in infinity. His eyes were hypnotized by the knife. Shim worlds, said Ravenshaw softly. In our early technology we used multiple layers of metal, shims, to achieve a fit. Shim worlds, you peel them apart with gravity wave multiphaser. We are the Drishna. We are the travelers. Will you please stop that? Please. Time travel, said Ravenshaw. Stupid churd. Time travel is impossible. Ravenshaw began to whistle thoughtfully. He bent his whole attention to the very delicate sharpening of the blade. Wheeta, wheeta. He looked down and then quickly away. His eyes met those of the girl bending over Nell. Aha, aha. The man sucked in air. Ravenshaw was suddenly appalled. He saw the girl clearly for the first time. Her short hair was a deep gold color. Her eyes were violet. She and Nell made an extraordinary picture, with the high blue sky of the desert behind them. Ravenshaw thought furiously. He waved the knife toward the man's nose, and the resistance field stopped his hand. He turned a tiger face to his prisoner. The man sucked in his breath and his mouth trembled. He spoke placatingly, rapidly, in a soft, whining voice. You are right, Master. Philosophic theory of the most advanced thinkers, postulates the master world on which all others are contingent, from which all innovation flows. From that world time travel is certainly possible. Take that knife away. I'll give you anything, Master. Nessial node interfacer in perfect condition, not flawed as the one you, graciously accepted. It will bring you gold, Master. From 500 blicks with a pood-wide face. I made nuggets. Take it, Master. Ravenshaw was silent. Nell moaned softly. Why didn't you get iodine that way? He asked absently. It's 28th common, but even on an untouched shim world it takes time. On some it takes years. With Ravenshaw's abstraction, he spoke with tentative confidence. I will make you master of your world with weapons. The desynchronizer alone, when properly charged, will... That bitch! A partially regenerated cartridge. That little bitch! What year is it? Snapped Ravenshaw with a scowl. Fear flooded back. 1947 from the birth of Christ. Your system is better, I'm sure. Take the Mir, too. They're a nicely matched pair. What command system do you use? Certainly an elegant method. Mir are not common, very expensive. You must be a wealthy man, Master. I will make you richer. He was babbling, and sputum ran down the corner of his mouth. Nell spoke. Arlie, she said. Her voice was piercing sweet. Arlie? Nell's eyes were tightly shut. Ravenshaw made his decision. The girl stood. He pantomimed, drinking a glass of water. Their eyes met. 1947, was it? She turned and entered the room with all its treasures. Ravenshaw knelt beside Nell. He unwrapped a nylon line from her fist. He held it loosely in his hand. When it jerked through, he let it go. The man was running, bent over, to the room. The girl stood in the transparent doorway with an anguished face, and he threw his shoulder into her stomach. She sprawled against an orange cabinet. He flung himself into the chair behind the Wurlitzer console and hit the tab on the map box with his chin. Sparkles of light appeared as gnats intersected the wall. The man looked up and sneered triumphantly at Ravenshaw. The room turned blue-gray and disappeared with a small clap of thunder. Dust rose into the air and drifted away. Nell had her eyes open. "You let him take the girl," her lips curled. "I will never forgive you." Her violet eyes were never colder, her honey voice never more bitter. Late that afternoon, Ravenshaw slumped in a chair in General Craddock's office and finished his report. "So we went back to San Diego, leaving your 2 men to keep an eye on the place, but I can guarantee you nothing more will happen." "Uh-huh." The general took off his glasses and slipped them into a case. He took a new pair from his desk and put them on. "What I know is, the girl was Nell herself. 22 years ago. Her existence was contingent, I think, on something not yet certain. That's why I let them go. On the best evidence, the girl got out of that room before it drifted into the nitrate ship, in 1947 in Texas City." "Ravenshaw, for the record now, which I think will be decently buried. Is everything you said the truth?" Ravenshaw grinned wearily. "Except that they extract the iodine before the nitrate leaves Chile. Shimworlds? Scrambled time? Take your own best hold. All the proof there is a mirror and a black box. And she may be irrecoverable as yesterday, if that means anything anymore." "Why did she come to work here?" "If you're interested in inexplicable phenomena, you go where they collect inexplicable phenomena." "I'll review the rest of the staff," mused the general. "Did she recover her memory? Does she know what happened?" "I didn't tell her." Both men were silent. Ravenshaw was depressed. How fouled up can you get? All that advanced loot lost, Nell sore as a bee-stung goat, and incidentally he had killed a man 22 years before and never knew it until today. He shook his head. "Black box, ha," said the general. "Higher authority took it out of my hands. Quick work. It drove 14 scientists right up the wall before they busted it. I don't know how." He smiled with some satisfaction. "Ravenshaw, I think you've done exactly right. Be my guest tonight. It's gin and tonic season." Ravenshaw had landed at Andrews in a late spring snowstorm. He leaned back in his chair. He noticed his ka was sitting on his shoulder, wings furled, smoking a large cigar. "And after that, sir?" "Well, we got one look at the wild blue yonder country, didn't we? Carry on, Ravenshaw." End of Analog's Lighter Side, edited by Stanley Schmidt. Narrated by Robertson Dean in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, June 1983. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Davis Publications, Incorporated, 380 Lexington Avenue, New York, 10017.
End of book.